Hard, Just feeling second thoughts, second doubts, or what do we call it? Doubts. Yay! Yay! That's fun. There you go. That's my JD.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
you go. Always
Well,
ready to have fun.
welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Wait, I couldn't remember which button it was, but I think I found it. Let's say hello to our favorite orphans.
Yay! I love orphans.
They're happy. Casey is healthy.
Yeah, very, very happy. Like to pick one of them out and just, go take them into the room and just do some nice stuff, fun stuff to them.
Yeah, like lots of candy and syrup.
Yeah, yeah. They're like, hey, who wants to spend some time with Daddy?
Uncle
You know,
Casey.
that's funny. That's a joke about molesting children.
Yeah, yeah. For
Yeah,
those who are
good times.
incapable of understanding laugh.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure they didn't know. They knew it was. I'm sorry, I'm not as sophisticated as you. You down there in LA, you got all these he's got all these fancy comics telling jokes and improving your game, raising it to the level of it, right? Does that make sense?
Uh,
Or is it all trash?
I missed what you're saying. Sorry, I was sending out a link on Facebook just in
Oh,
general.
no problem. I said, is it, never mind. It was too long. We can't
We could
possibly
always
repeat it.
I don't even we couldn't live rewind, but
I could want to repeat it, but it's just too much. It's maybe not even a good. Who you
are
sending
you
the links to? Someone good?
I sent what do you mean the links? I sent them out. Well, so I sent out the invite for the StreamYard itself to Emily, Casey, Jay Wicks,
Ooh,
who's my buddy in New York, Andy obviously.
nice, nice.
Oh, and Juggalo Jake.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And then I posted the link to the YouTube so people could watch it onto Facebook because I don't
You
know how to
should get
post it otherwise. But
you should get some numbers for like people that are like you know like crazy or something.
crazy.
Yeah, or famous. We are
I mean,
connected now. We got
yeah, that
connected.
was the Bluetooth so that we can listen to your comedy if we want to.
Ooh, that's cool. Let me see if I can send a picture on here. Is that possible? I don't even know.
Um, so I don't know how from phone, but there's option we can do, which is
Cam mic or.
screen capture thing. But I don't know for phones.
Ooh.
I know like I can do live screen cap like the thing. I know I can. You can do it maybe, but I don't know that you can do it from a phone. Like
Damn,
if you
man. They
send
need
it
to
to
get some
me
better technology, man.
and then I can bring it up, but I don't know how to
Oh,
bring it up from my phone. Casey just probably has to do his meeting thing or something. Who knows? But we'll wait for Casey to come back. Right now I am checking to see for when Casey comes back. But while we're waiting for Casey, I'm gonna do a few things. So first thing I'm gonna say is no need to apologize. No apologies here. Casey can tell his own story, but he's in recovery still. And I'm sorry, his name's Parnell today. It's Don Parnell or Will
I'm
Parnell.
Parnell. I am Parnell.
Yeah,
I'm
and
a
then
redneck. I'm a redneck. Hey,
Par-
you shouldn't swipe right on your stream while you're trying to do a picture.
oh, that
That's
makes
not
sense.
that's not effective. That doesn't get the job done.
Hello to our two viewers as well. Welcome to watching Casey and I.
Dos vieweratos.
We've got two viewers currently. Feel free to comment in the comments sections. Let us know what's good. Let us know what
Or
you want us to turn when it's all fucking hanging out and shit, you
here's a
know?
picture of me that I'm sending to you. You can put it up. That's me last night. That was a fun set. It was fun.
I know you sent me your set we can listen to if you want.
Yeah, it
But
was. There was some fun parts.
see the problem, I don't know.
I
I
gotta get
think
my girlfriend some chicken tacos or whatever. I found this place in Pike Place Market. You remember you said you liked it there? You liked
I
Pike
love
Place
Pike
Market?
Place, but yeah, Pike's Market's
There's
my
this
favorite.
place called Maya's, and it's like all fresh corn and fresh ingredients and stuff. good, but it's closed at 6 and it's too far to drive. Anyways, I guess they gotta take me off of this, so I'll have to call you back when I get in the car.
Okay, that sounds perfect.
All
We can
right,
listen to your
probably 15,
comedy.
20 minutes.
15, 20.
Yeah, something like that.
All right,
It's
all
how
right.
long it takes. All right, I'll be back.
Me and the two viewers can handle it for now.
All right.
No apologies. Once again, no apologies. That's the rule of thumb, man. Courtesy of Nirvana. On I'm just messaging Miss Emily, Madam Emily, right now to let her know he's in the process of checking out from his appointment. I almost put apartment. That would have been weird. She got real confused that way. Um, The reason it says not Longfellow is because I am not Michael Longfellow, and unfortunately for me and the rest of the world, realistically speaking, Michael Longfellow is still currently cast on SNL and hasn't fully snapped yet. Though I will say this, every scene he's in, he looks incredibly uncomfortable. He literally did shows in Phoenix during Thanksgiving weekend or whatever on their off week, and even within his own comedy, he self-confessed the fact that he's pretty much totally lost, has no idea what he's doing. The reality is that that guy has one of the lowest amounts of credits of any, dare I say it, any SNL player ever. I don't know, but I know one thing for sure. Michael Longfellow did not get to SNL the way that a person should. However, he got to SNL, he definitely did something. I know for a fact that whatever agency he's running through, which it looks like it's Mosaic, maybe one on top of that, but Mosaic is connected to UCB. For those unfamiliar, UCB went under during COVID, but then there were two people that bailed it out. The co-CEO of Mosaic Agency and then the co-CEO of the Onion online website. As far as I know, they don't have print, only the Onion online website. So, all I know is that that UCB connection was enough to get Michael Longfellow into SNL circuit. But the reality is, the only reason Michael Longfellow is on Saturday Night Live and I am not is because he got the privileges. He got the white privileges. He's a fucker, and let's just call it as it is. If I'm going to get called out for white privilege, then I'm calling out Michael Longfellow for being even more privileged than me. His fucking family is split up between Arizona and California. You know how much money that is? Not to mention his dad is literally a diverse attorney, so his dad has got buku bucks. Michael Longfellow is a rich white kid, and he doesn't belong on SNL. I'm just going to keep shouting that out. I'm going to keep saying it out loud. And if that's the reason that I don't get to SNL is by calling out Michael Longfellow for being a hack comic who stole my delivery patterns, who stole my actual performance style, I'm not saying that I'm an original 100%, but I'm going to say for sure my mannerisms, for example, I'm just going to do this to show people for a second because you want to see Longfellow do this every time he does that. You should remember me because I'm the one he stole that from. And I'm very upset. That's literally the most upset I've ever been when it comes to people. Like the reality is I'm not black. I'll never be black. Just can't be black. So black is against my grain as far as being cast on SNL because I've ethnicities. The reality is that while my ethnicities are American, Irish, Scottish, both Irish and Scottish are deliberately put into the white category, even though that is completely unjustified considering Irish and Scottish are not white. They were called white, labeled white. Look it up, W.E.B. Du Bois. The history and the analysis of race specifically calls it out as well. The English dynasty, English empire, all that is evil, fuck England. They literally had to create the term white so that they could justify the enslavement of the Irish, Scottish, and by all default, even the Welsh. But the main thing I'm getting at here, folks, is that I'm not black, so therefore, and my ethnicities do not qualify me for the same type of boost, right? When it comes to those things, I'm not descended from India. I'm not descended from Mexico. Cuba, I think, is where what's his name? Mercedes. New cast member, whatever. I do actually play the lines of they thems, non-binary specifically type of thing. So as far as Molly's concerned, the only thing she has above me is that I'm not a trans male to female, and Molly herself is in fact a female. So therefore, but in all reality, she's also non-binary. I don't think she goes by they, them, she, her. I think she exclusively chooses to remain they, them. So therefore, what I just said is null and void. But at the same time, my non-binary nature, I still also identify as a male on the biological spectrum. So therefore, because of that, I consider myself a he, him, they, them because of that. So non-binary is my secondary. So therefore, male is my first. So then therefore, that also would be separate from. Now also, I don't personally like to talk about I will talk about my sex life on stage. I'll talk about my sex life in general, but you're not going to catch me really talking too much about the fact because I don't like to be called straight. I don't like to be called anything other than just what I am, which is I identify as a person who, when they are sexual, goes with what they are attracted to sexually and therefore provides intercourse accordingly. It just tends that if you listen to my material or you've seen me on stage, you will hear me say it. It's one of my lesser favorite jokes only because the punchline is specifically derivative of the fact of what I say, which is the reason I know I'm not gay is all the gay things I've done. But what I'm really getting at, you can understand, is that Punky Johnson, when I first met her, was just literally slinging drinks at the Comedy Store, barely even performing stand-up at that point. And that was in 2019, mind you, slash 2018, but more 2019, specifically 2019, right before I left LA to go to New York. Actually, I went to Arizona, then I went to New York. So what I'm getting at is that Punky Johnson is a diversity hire, but also Punky Johnson covers a lot of things that are diversity, which is totally cool. Also, I am ecstatic to see if they can pull it off because so far they have not done nearly what they could be doing when it comes to utilizing the powerhouse. Once again, I'll say this, Punky Johnson. Okay, I should use my other hand so it's more visible. Punky Johnson, Brickhouse Molly, and Sarah Sherman. Pretty sure it's Sherman. Squirm. Let's just call her Squirm to make it easy on myself. Those three have potential to be the funniest and we lost a viewer, unfortunately. Well, if you had been commenting, I would have played along. I mean, it's okay to lose a viewer now and again. I guess you're bored of my rants. Maybe you don't care. I don't know who it was, so therefore I can't target demographic guys. You know what I mean? Like, whatever I'm saying is what I'm saying. The main point I'm getting at is Punky Johnson was a great hire as far as a cast. Punky has really fell well into her positions and everything, which is really awesome. But mostly what's most important for everyone to understand is that Michael Longfellow does not belong there. He's there, but he does not belong there. I belong there. He not only hijacked our dream job, but he hijacked things from us, including our delivery and mannerisms. And the reality is, he is wealthy, and he is what? Probably, I bet you the one thing he has on us is he's taller than us, which is just heightism at its best. Takes me right back to college years in theater when, even though I was the better actor and I should have been cast as Dracula, I should be happy that I even got to be Reinhardt. Pretty sure it was Reinhardt. It's been a minute since I played the Rat Eater. I called him Rat Eater. In my head, I was like, you a Rat Eater. That was the core to my performance when I played him. Oh, Renfield. It came back to me. But Renfield the Rat Eater. I literally anchored in the core of my character playing Renfield. I was the best. I was better than the Dracula, but I knew I would be. But I should have been Dracula, but I couldn't be because I was actually told this specifically. The only reason that the person who was cast above me, who since then, not even an actor, since then, not doing nothing with anything, since then is literally living in Arizona with the woman he ended up with and knocked up, etc., who was literally the instructor of the improv thing, the troupe that we fought. Like, she gave me so much stuff, and then she ended up in huge amounts of controversies, ended up getting fired from the school because she was having sex with her student, which was, that's right, the guy I just mentioned, who got cast as Dracula above me. Now, she wasn't in the casting for that one specifically, but the director told me straight up, he said, that he wanted to cast me, but the unfortunate, he said this is just something that you have to understand is you're not tall enough to play the lead because you have to be seen in the back. Even though it was our max capacity in the theater that was working through was I think the max capacity at the time was like I was gonna say 1,000, but not even close. Like I think 250, maybe 300 toppers. So basically, what that means, there wasn't much of a back. Okay, this was just complete and utter heightism at its best, which is fine. It's fine. But the reality is that I have a louder voice than any actor I've ever met. I can project better than anybody I've ever met. Okay? I am the best at improv in the world. I'm saying it now. I'm going to keep saying that. I'm going to make sure that it's said over and over and over and over until the world over knows that I challenge anybody in the entire world at any game. You pick the game, I will be the best at everything we do because of two reasons. Number one, I will make you look better because I am better. And number two, I will always end up being a person who has something. I never run out of things to say. I never run out of ideas, never run out of characters, never run out of anything because I am legitimately the protege, the chosen one of the god of improv. The god of improv chose me, you know? Oh, what's up, Chris? Nice to see you, man. Hey, good to see you, man. Welcome to the party. I'm waiting on Casey. He just got out of the clinic. They kept him like an extra hour or something. So he said it'd be like 10:15, and that was like probably roughly 7 ago. So he should be back soon. And then we're probably gonna play his comedy. We'll see if he has the attention span for me to play some of my comedy. We're probably going to discuss things like the current state of comedy in Seattle because there's, unfortunately for us, there's venues that have literally been shut down piece by piece. Um, but it's what it is. It's just something we'll catch up on. If he wants to talk about it, we'll probably talk about. I don't want to talk his story, but like he's been going through some stuff, the kidney dialysis stuff, and then the heart. He had to have a heart. I don't know specifics, you know what I mean, but it was a heart surgery, definitely a serious surgery. So he's coming back to comedy again, but it's like a thing that we'll probably talk about, catch people up on. But oh cool, just swing it. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, 6 p.m. That does make sense because you have the AM slots and stuff. Um, Auntie sent out the Christmas cards just in case you didn't know. So expect in your mail Christmas card from Aunt Kim. She also agreed with you as far as Lucy goes. Just let her be. What I like the way Aunt Kim puts it. She goes like this. She goes, just give her time to mature. It's like, okay, treat Lucy like wine, basically. I don't know. Treat her like fermentation process or something, because apparently that's just the take. But I don't know. It's whatever. But I'm happy to get the card and excited to see that. And then otherwise, I think I was thinking about coming up to Arizona, but then I decided not to. But if anything changes, I'll let you know for sure. I actually have some friends coming through here, and then other than that, like I'm definitely gonna be going up to Seattle before February because we're gonna be renting the condo out there, which is about time. Mom said we were gonna be renting that condo like a year ago, I think, because the deal was if I was in California for more than a year, we would rent the condo, and it now we're going on to technically year 3. So, but otherwise, like it's good. Like I'm happy for her to be able. Like I want to rent a place because that'll be good. I don't know. I'll see much of the income, but I'll be happy for her to have it. And then that's why I'm gonna go out there because I've got like studio equipment. I've got some clothes I want. I've got well, yeah, I'm not gonna bore you or the people of the audience with my nonsense. Just saying, I'll be up in Seattle a little bit in February, and then also I'm definitely I'll give you the information. But even if Lucy doesn't want to see me or you, I was gonna say us by default. But oh yeah, firm, definitely. Provided that this specific thing, especially what I got going here, as long as this maintains force, I'm starting to really meet. I'll send you some pictures so you can see. But I did a mass clean today, so that's the glory of stopping caffeine. So when I did the caffeine today, I just did the coffee, and I don't know. I don't want to give all of it to that. It's also mentality, I think, a lot of it. But I finally did something that was months in the making, where I cleaned everything out and cleaned everything up and put everything in its place now in this little room I got. So it's a lot better, especially because I don't want to also say this, but I got a few lady friends now, and they tend to want to come over more than ever. And it's like, all right, but I like that I have the bed up like a fold down bed, but I like the fact that I have it up right now, but I can put it back down, and I got a TV available now, so we can watch movies or whatever. So it's good. Like it's, I mean, I'm firmly in California though. To answer what you're saying, I'm definitely a California. Like I'm still a Seattleite. I still like, but I was that way when I was in Arizona. So the only thing is I have voting in here now. Like I voted. I voted the last 2 times actually. I voted. Yeah, I voted twice now since I've been in California. Not that it matters. I mean, it's kind of interesting, but you know what I mean. It's kind of like you in Arizona. You guys finally got some blue going. Like you're voting this time around. But in California, on the other hand, traditionally blue, so my voting is more. But the real reality though is like what I've been focusing on more is not like this primary nonsense. Not that's whatever. But I've been doing the vote local stuff. Like I don't like to lose though. I really don't like to lose, and I lost out on this one. So all of these things are gonna go bye bye as soon as January, if not February. Uh, because I failed. Well, me and everyone else failed to vote against it, which sucks. Which is like the ban on flavored tobacco, basically. But otherwise, like two of the candidates I voted for got to stick around, and I mean, some of the stuff I voted on passed, which was good. Like, I like a lot of the education reform stuff they have going on here, and then what is another thing I really like that passed that I voted on? Oh, it was something with the infrastructure, I think. Order from China. Yeah, okay. China. Order from China. Nah, dude, I'm not. I'm gonna buy in mass. And when I buy in mass, then I can, I don't know, maybe a little extra income. Alleged income. Because that's probably very illegal. I don't want to get myself in trouble. Oh, oops. Whatever. Casey's fine. Uh, but yeah, no, I mean it's all good though. Yeah, no, California's going like the truth is, California has been really good for me as far as like learning lessons. And it's weird because it's like where I'm at in my life now, I'm really getting a value from that. Because like for example, right? I was reading an article the other day and it was talking about the importance of a social life in your 40s. And then it was saying, especially when you get into your 60s, how valuable and important it is for your long term memory to have a strong social circle. Oh, welcome back, Casey. Good to see you, buddy.
Hi. Where'd I miss the
Hey.
circle jerk? Was I late for the circle jerk?
I don't know. My dad's in the chat room hanging out before he goes to bed.
Oh, okay, cool. Nice.
You wanna,
Hello, GD's
you wanna,
chat.
oh God, I thought you got into an accident, but you just dropped your phone. Okay. Oh, fuck yeah, bro. You got headset?
What? Oh
You
no,
got
no,
headset?
I just set it down. Yeah, I got it. Yeah,
Are they Bluetooth?
I
Dude,
got it
way to
on. I'm
upgrade.
wearing it.
Good for you.
Yeah, they're
You're winning the
Bluetooth
simulation as
cordless.
far as I'm concerned.
They work and everything. I use them. I use them like 24 hours a day now. I'm like on them all the time.
Do you want to listen to your
Just always want
set?
to listen to something or. Yeah, if you want to.
I mean, why not? I mean, it'd be pretty
You want
cool
to
actually
listen
since
to
we
it?
actually have my dad viewing. He could listen too before he goes to bed. He might have a few takes or enjoy it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not for everyone, but it's
I think my
just
dad
having
actually I
fun.
really
It's
think
hard to.
I'm pretty sure my dad's you're his style. I think
I'm
he'll
having
like you
fun with
more
a
than me.
rowdy crowd. I'm just fucking with people.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my dad will like you more than
Maybe
me.
I
He
am
said
pretty
hi. He
good,
said
but you're
hi, by
good
the way.
too, man.
My dad says hi, Casey, with a wave on the
Oh,
chat.
hi. Hi, Mr. Kavanaugh.
No. He's
Your
Miller.
dad's Brett Kavanaugh, right?
No. He's no. God, no.
Oh,
He's like
okay.
a. That's my mom's side. My parents never got
Yeah,
married.
Brett Kavanaugh's a good guy.
If you're not familiar,
Kavanaugh's a good
Casey,
guy.
I do talk about it in my comedy, but I'm actually a literal bastard. So my dad fucked his boss.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So my mom's
Nothing
side's the
wrong with that.
Cavagnogs.
Nothing wrong
My
with that.
dad's side is
You're
the
not
muddled.
alone. Many people are.
He's the muddled
Many
Millers, you
people
know.
are bastards. I'm actually a bastard too. Actually,
Oh, really?
a dirty
I've met your
bastard.
mom. Come to think of it, I don't think you ever talk about your dad, and I've never met him. That's for sure. I remember you used to bring your mom to Jai Tai
Well,
though. That was one of my
you need to
fondest
get
things.
you need to get over and
You're
you
like
need
one
to
of the
start
only
thinking about
comics,
meeting my
Casey.
dad. You know?
I swear, you're one of the only comics I've ever known that
Holy
brought their
no,
mother.
there's thousands of comics. There's thousands of. Huh?
That bring their mother to open
Say
mics.
what?
That bring their mom to open mics.
Oh.
That's what I'm
No,
saying, bro.
I did
I
a
love
few
it about
times in
you.
there.
All right, you ready, Casey?
Yeah, well, I was like, Mom, you want to go have some fun at a fun show where you can have a drink and watch me do comedy? I thought it was a good idea. But people made fun of me for it.
What? No,
They were
I never.
Oh my
I thought it was.
God, fucking, like,
Wait, you ready? You ready? We're gonna play your set.
they're all like so conscious of it. Okay.
Where was this set performed at? Was this Town Pub?
The town pubes.
So as far as
I
far
call
as
it
we
the
know,
town pubes.
as far as we know, this is Casey's last set ever at the Town Pub mic.
Yeah. I don't know if it'll reopen or anything. It's one
It
of the
gets
last sets.
Wait, it gets chaotic if we talk over it.
It's fitting in the last show that you're up there.
Oh, okay.
You know, because that's where you were the whole. You know, yeah. All right. Love you, man. Okay, I'm kind of a narcissist, so I have to announce that this will be my final performance here. Yeah. Sorry. Anyways, I'm glad Tony's here.
Yo, Casey.
Yes.
Casey, I'm gonna
Yes,
temporarily mute you because your car is making noise.
In spirit. he was literally like, hey, this show sucks. Oh, I've been here 33 minutes. I gotta get the fuck out of here. We're like, hey, let's stay for 3.5 hours. It's just starting to get good. You know? I liked Cara Rossellini still here. I liked her performance, the feature gal. I liked the part where she said about those people who do the eating of the ass. You know? And I was like, I didn't know what she was talking about. And then I was like, oh, that Spanish festival. You know, the eating of the ass. They do it every year in Spain. You know? They all run down an alley chasing an ass. And then whoever catches it gets, okay, no one will ever know this happened. All I have to do is kill all of you when it's over. We can just keep it a nice little secret. I've had a lot of health problems lately, and many times I could barely get out of my car and like even walk to come to the town pub. But I always tried to make it, you know, because I like this place. You know, and yeah. Oh, you did too?
Yeah, unfortunately.
You just can't walk very good. You're sick?
Oh, I mean.
Anyways, I don't really care. I only want to talk about my illnesses. You know, the ones that matter to me. But anyways, with all my health issues, you can go next though and talk about all of them.
That's all you, man.
Well, they give you 10 minutes. You know, however long you need. Anyways, it's cancer. You got cancer.
No, I'm not happy.
That'd be cool if I guessed it though, right? Oh my God, I totally do have cancer. You're amazing. You're good at predicting stuff. You can guess mine if you want. You're like, you have a lot of kidney disease. You nailed it. I do. Anyways, I've had a lot of health problems if I haven't mentioned that. And lately I didn't know who would die first, me or the town pub. I have to announce that I won barely. Yeah. As long as I can make it to the end of the show without being murdered. Or if I do that, then it'll be a tie, you know? Anyways, anyway, when I was in the hospital, I was in the hospital for 12 days, you know, and it gets real boring in there. You know, I even started experimenting with TikTok. You know, and let me tell you, they had a real hard time getting the clock out of my ass. Experimenting with TikTok. Yeah. You know why that joke's very hard to get? Because it's so sophisticated. That's a very sophisticated joke. About putting clocks in your ass. Did you have your liver? Get liver problems? Liver problems. That's cheating, though. You're clearly an alcoholic. Anyway, sorry about that. I hope you get a liver transplant, especially since they don't exist. Anyway, I'll miss you, Town Pub. See you later. Bye. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, yeah, you're
Like
right.
it?
I loved it. My dad said that was vicious, nice. I don't really care. I was just talking about your
Huh?
line. What you said? I was
Oh,
reading my
yeah.
dad's comments. What he said, he was like, "That was vicious, nice." I don't really
Well,
care.
yeah.
I was just,
I was
Come
kind
on,
of
you-
vicious, but also playful. I was playful with the guy.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I was
I
sucking with
really
him.
liked
Sucking
it.
with
Man.
him. Yeah,
Like
it was good.
I love it. Like the fact that you have such good laughter, you really should use that one for like, if anything, like you could just do pictures and then have the audio or something.
Oh, okay.
But like that,
Yeah. I got the
Yeah, 'cause-
audio.
yeah, the audio was good and the laughter was why I'm saying that. That laughter, that set alone could probably get you gigs on the road if you wanted.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, totally. My dad
Tight,
also
I like
said,
that.
he said, "Hi Casey, I mean Parnell," and then he said, "I like beer!" Exclamation point.
I like beer. Beer is good.
Yeah.
Is he drinking a beer right now? Your dad?
I don't know actually. If you're still there, yeah, he's still here. Are
It's
you?
time
Are
to
you?
play. It's time to play America's sensation. What are you drinking?
Our family runs off of alcohol. Alcohol. Should we or shouldn't we?
You guys like alcohol, both of you?
Well, you know, it all
I never
stems
s-
from. It
I didn't
stems
know
from
you
his
drank.
dad.
I never
I'm
knew
drinking-
you drank.
I'm drinking coffee
Oh,
right
yeah.
now.
Oh yeah, you used to drink a little bit at least, didn't you?
Oh yeah. COVID cleaned up my alcoholism pretty well.
I'm not allowed to drink because I guess it's bad for me. Plus, I think it makes me sick too because your body just doesn't like it.
I enjoyed that material too, joking about the liver too.
Oh yeah, because you know that's actually true that you cannot get a liver transplant. I read that. It's something that you wouldn't know. You'd go, "Oh, you can get it." I go,
Yeah.
"No," because if someone says they're getting a liver transplant, they don't exist.
Oh.
It's not an organ that's able to be transplanted that I know of. I could be wrong, but I think that's what's true. Got some good traffic tonight. It's kind of fun. It's good. Just trying to concentrate on the road and do everything right. Oh yeah. A lot of red lights in front of me, baby. See? Usually, sometimes when I'm done with this, I'll feel kind of sick and I'm like, I don't want to drive, but I feel pretty much okay. It's always an adventure.
So
Sorry,
Chris
I had to
just-
yawn. Who?
Chris, my dad, he just answered your question. He's drinking Robitussin, kid.
Oh, the tussin. Let the tussin get into the bone there, buddy.
Bussin' on
Get
the
that.
Tustin.
Get that tussin.
Hey, are you still
You
trying
remember,
to?
You remember Chris Rock's iconic bit about Robitussin?
I bet my dad does. He's a fan of rock for sure.
Oh, he's like, tussin. Get that tussin. That's when we were kids. That's all they give you. Is just You have some problem, Motussin. Your foot hurts, Motussin. You know, it was a great bit from bigger and blacker, I think.
Yo, Kevin Hart. I was watching a little clip thing. He was talking about the funniest dinner he's ever had. I was like, holy shit, dude! It was. Check it out. It was Chris Rock, Chris Tucker.
Check it out.
Dude, it was Chris
Ooh.
Rock, Chris Tucker, Dave Chappelle.
I heard of it.
What's his name? Who I just mentioned, Kevin Hart, and I forget
Kevin
who the
Hart.
other. I think there was another comic. All five of them just hanging out at dinner together.
Patrice?
No, it was. I think it was. No, it wasn't Patrice. It was somebody else current that's still alive.
Patrice dead. Patrice is dead by then.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Because it could have been when the 2011 they hung out.
No, I'm guessing this dinner was like probably within the last 5 years.
All blackies.
Yeah, that's the point though. He was saying like it was a funny statement because they were calling each other out on their stuff and like I bet it was a great fucking time, man.
Yeah, you know what happens at my shows when I do comedy? Every time now, the dumbest white guys come up to me. I love that, dude. I really like that. That's amazing, dude. You know what you sound like? You sound like Norm Macdonald. I'm like, what? I've never heard that before. You're really good at this.
No, you know, you should start doing is the whole who?
That's because I'm intentionally kind of doing dumb, fun
No,
comedy.
yeah, but I
Trying
like
to
to
be
do the whole like who? I never heard who?
Yeah.
And see how long they'll keep
that guy
they'll
must
keep
be.
they'll be like you don't know who he is? And they start
Yeah.
listing all this shit and you're like, "Oh. Yeah, you know, he kind of sounds like he's me."
I go, does he do any comedy or anything? That'd be bad if he did.
What's
He's
he got like a
"No, yeah."
podcast?
No, he's like a guy, a farmer. But anyway, your comedy sounds like him.
Yeah, I mean, I've always felt you channel a little bit of Norm, but I mean that's a great.
I
thing.
do. I love to channel Norm.
But,
But,
it's not that hard to do when you have the similar mentality as him.
Yeah, we have a similar mentality.
Oh, dude, 100%. The way you see
Very
life.
taciturn. Don't want to go out. Don't want to go out and see people. All kinds of problems, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and
But
also
he's way more brilliant than I am, though, of course.
well, you know, was. So
Yeah,
you
he
still
was.
got time. You're still here.
Yeah, I'm still
You
alive.
still got a chance to catch up.
I could do
We'll get
it.
you that Netflix talk show.
I'm trying to work on a special, but I'm not really working on it. But I've been thinking like I should probably do it.
My dad said Norm is a welder. I don't know
Norm is a welder. Oh
the
yeah,
first-
he's a welder. Yeah, I remember that one guy tried to pick him up. You know, your dad knows about it. When they tried to pick him up, and he was trying to go up a hill, and he had a welder's mask on. And then the guy was like, "Hey, get in. You need a ride?" And then he gets in, and then the guy's like, "Hey, let me ask you something, kid. You need your dick sucked?" And then Norm was like, "No, I don't need that. I just need to ride up the hill." He's like, "Hey, you want to suck my dick?" And he's like, "No, not at all. I just only just want to ride." He goes, "How about we pull over somewhere and I fuck you right up your tight little delicious asshole?" You know? And then he's like, "No, please, sir. I just want to." Oh, I see what the problem is. I'm not actually a welder. It's a stupid joke that doesn't make any sense.
Oh, that's the
That's
point. I like that though. Non sequiturs.
That's why I like it.
I've been
That's why I like
actually
it.
I've been working with non sequiturs in my material lately.
Okay, nice. You have
Yeah.
to play something soon if you want.
Oh, what am I? I could pull
I call your comedy the descent. The descent into madness.
Dude, it's so
let
true.
let us descend into madness.
The
Yay.
the
I feel
live
like
update.
I feel like I'm in LA with all the different various creatures walking around.
Timestamp so people know we're live. The Kraken currently won. The Capitals 2. Period number
Oh.
2. 6:45 live score.
You've been following the Kraken a lot. You've been into it.
Yeah, they're on a little bit of a loser streak right now.
Oh, they started hot.
Actually, I told a joke. I wore my Kraken jersey, and then I was joking because I did a 2-set. So it's like 5 minutes, then the next set. You can do the next show, and so another 5 minutes.
Huh?
And So like the way they do it out here is like there's some places where you can rent mic space in each show. It's 5 minutes for $5
Oh.
type of thing. So you can do 10 minutes, but
Oh.
it's two different shows. So you sit through two shows and do two five
Oh.
minutes.
That's
So there
weird.
was comics that stayed for the second, so I did some callback jokes a little bit for the second part. And
Yeah.
I made a joke I really like. I'm gonna do it more with my Kraken
Yeah.
jersey on. I was like, yeah. No, this is not. I didn't steal this. It's not what you think. I just had it sitting in the closet for a year to ferment until they were winners.
Oh yeah.
I
That's a good joke. That's a decent
thought
joke.
so. It's like a fun play on Fairweather fandom.
Yeah.
Yeah, my
Exactly.
descent into Max. Let's see. I
I've
got
had some
Kurt.
really good I've had some really good jokes lately that I left out of last night's set because I get tired of working the same jokes. But even for like a week, I'll get tired. It's just dumb because you're not supposed to be tired of jokes you wrote after a week. You're supposed to be tired if you did the same set for 6 years. You know, what I mean, I took that to heart too much. I was like, man, I already did these jokes 4 times. You know, what I mean, you're supposed to do them every day for months. You know?
Chris just said he goes, "Yep, it's funny." He was talking about the welder joke because he's like, "Yep, that's what I'm talking about." And
Yeah, I
then
got the reference.
he said
I got
he's
the
going to
reference.
he's going to bed now. He said, "Hang in there, Parnell, talking to you." And he said, "I'll call you tomorrow." Me,
All right, man. That'd be weird
but
to call me tomorrow, but
no,
it
he's
doesn't
talking about,
matter.
yeah, he's gonna call. Well, I mean, yeah, it'd be a
Uh,
little weird. You could I'm gonna play my. This is my
hey,
latest set.
if you ever see me walking up the hill with a welder's mask, give me a ride, Chris. No funny stuff though. Okay.
When in Arizona, free. He lives in Tempe.
Oh, okay. Is that a lot
Uh,
of butt fucking and over going on there or something?
I don't, dude, yeah,
I don't know. Butt
Arizona,
fucking.
low key gay state for sure.
Oh
Arizona,
yeah.
low key gay state for sure.
Oh man. Well, it's everywhere now. It's part
uh,
of the cult. It's part of the culture.
he's a bus
Yeah.
driver. That's his gig, right?
Oh,
So
okay,
that's why
okay,
he
cool.
had AM shift. He logs in like he wakes
Ah,
up around 4 or 5 to get to work on time.
nice to meet you, Chris. Come on this thing and talk sometime if you want.
Yeah, he might stop by. All right, ready.
All
I'll
right.
play. I'm gonna play mine now.
Okay, I'll listen to it. You want my critique of it afterwards?
Yeah, don't talk about it for sure. For sure.
I'll only tell you it was good. I won't say anything bad.
I mean, it's okay. It's not my best one. The one before it's better, but this one's pretty decent.
Do you say you hate Jews anywhere throughout it?
I can't remember.
Jews are very popular now. All right, I'm listening.
All right, can we hear it? Let's see.
I hope so. Ladies and gentlemen, JD and his descent into madness. Turn it up.
I'm trying to see what's not playing right now.
I heard some noise. Oh, it's not playing?
No, it's like it's playing.
Yeah, it's like playing and then it keeps turning off, right? That's
No,
obnoxious.
this one's different. This is like
It's like
See,
crazy, mate.
I'm
I am
gonna be-
Hooligan. I am my new character that I came up with. I am Hooligan.
hey,
You
sweet.
know what I mean? Yeah,
Here, I'm
Hoop
gonna
Street.
I'm gonna
I'm
mute you real
Hoop
quick just in case. It might be just really, really, really quiet. I don't know. Let's find out.
All right.
We're about to find out. Yeah, it's just super quiet. We can hear it now. I did physical comedy at the very beginning, so you can't see it, but I'm like doing like this, like I'm about to say something super heavy. So you're gonna hear laughter in a second. Give it a second. I'm doing a bunch of physical comedy at the beginning. So it's hard to tell, but I'm like, there we go.
on? This shit is weird.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. Just that our people exist.
So that's practice, isn't it? I can read. I mean, presuming I actually might be a prop to get away with it. Don't cancel me, cancel them, cancel us, cancel everyone. If we abolished anything, it's the culture entail. Allow me to read from my day planner. Let's go with the prop bits. Don't die. Don't kill yourself. Comedy's gonna be okay. Enough with that shit. The craziest thing is meeting Billy and then realizing the third, and then it's real. There was a second and a first. I don't even know if Billy's still in here. It's wild. And the other guy, and it's like these comments. It just blows my mind. I stay at home most days. I don't get out. I don't want to. Don't blame me. I don't know. I mean, I don't blame you. You're in relationship 2 years. Congratulations again. Yeah. As Pete would say, I don't need the Drake vs. Kanye shit. I'm here for the laughter. Thank you. Pete could get me the job. I'm working to get the SNL. The JDK's just don't know. Mainly, I don't want people to know I'm a Cavagnog, he turned a lot of the fucking abortions, nonsense. It's just come on, Who's gonna handle all the children in Texas, Child of foster care, I was, actually. Yeah, as a dog, or orphan, no. But rest in peace is a thing. Rest in power is the new thing, though, isn't it? They say, I wondered what the deal, rest in power is an important thing to say to people. Is that the light, by the way? I'm not sure, I didn't know if it was on the whole time.
No, you're...
Okay, thank you, Gucci, I appreciate it, as a chill. Well, what's the new one, right? It was Versace, then it was Gucci. What could we say? Could we say what's next? I don't know, are we allowed to tell them what's... I am on it. I'm from the futures, Player Society. That's my thing. Is the FPS is I'm gonna be on SNL. It's just a matter of time and whether or not they're on Peacock. Right, that's the thing. They're not gonna stop the money train, are they? But they're definitely gonna consider moving to Peacock. I get it. Bum bum bum.
All right. Bring Casey back.
Your music that they put on at the end.
Yeah, so I was the second to last comic. So it's that's what happened was I accidentally ran the light because I don't do this mic as much. So I was doing a 5-minute set and it was a 3-minute set and I didn't realize. So I hit 3 when I was at about, no doubt. No, I told the guy afterward and he's like, no, it's fine, it's whatever, because I was the second to last comic. But I told you it wasn't that good. I mean, it's harder when you couldn't see the physical comedy. But I had the book I'm reading about the Black Power movement, so that's why I was like, did you know black people are real? And then I was joking
Rest
about
in power, baby.
Unless I read, we don't know that part. I might just be a prop. And there was 2 people that were actual audience members. That's the people I was playing off of.
Oh. Okay.
And then the girl in the back, I think it was Mia. She's like, "You're on it."
Oh yeah. I heard.
But I mean, I've been messing around.
How many
with my
mics you been doing lately? How many mics you been doing lately?
I did that
like
mic.
A week.
That mic was on Sunday, and I haven't done any other mics this past week.
Okay.
That's the midnight mic at Third Wheel. Micheletti and all them.
I've been seeing Mazzalotti on my you know how those little shorts show up? Those shorts, on Facebook or on YouTube.
Yeah.
You know I'm talking about shorts, short funny thing. And then Mazzalotti's now in my feed now because I watched one and now every day I get up there's a new Mazzalotti bit.
Yeah, funny. I mean he's talented. I'm really impressed by his work ethic, honestly.
Yeah, it's his work ethic. He's not particularly great comic, but he's getting more and more solid.
He's an amazing business. The Third Wheel podcast studio in LA, it's down the street from me. I'm probably gonna start going more often because they're actually friendly, and there's more comics there and actual audience. Like every time I've gone there, those two people that were audience members were still there to the end of the show. That's the type of place that he
Oh,
runs. So he runs
all
a
right.
place.
Well,
I've never gone to Third Wheel and not had actual audience members, and I usually go up at the end.
that's good though. That's good.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
should have actual
I like Third Wheel. I think Mike
Are
does a
there
good
is there
job.
shortage of is there a shortage of places with actual comedy, with actual what were you saying? The actual audience members? Is it like not a cultural thing there?
So it's
Is
not
there any
exactly
places where it's
that.
like comedy but it's like full of people?
It's more of a it's
anything?
kind of cool, but it's interesting. It's more of a like it's the kind of politics I don't mind where they run a mic and they run shows, but they run it well and they don't fuck around. So
Yeah.
the comics that were going to other places started going there more. And then so it's
okay.
more popular than other places that are in the same. I put them like in the bottom shelf.
Good
no
management
disrespect.
helps a lot.
Oh, totally. And like having good comics that are running it when he's not there is critical. But like
Yeah.
the long and short is like there's other venues that run mics at the same times, but they don't run it well. Like they're running themselves into the ground. And
okay.
the way they're
They
running
just
themselves
like
in the
got
ground.
one.
It's like this other mic, for example, that I was going to instead of Third Wheel. I literally went to it the last time I was there, and this shithead from fucking Bellevue who claims Seattle, even though he's a fucking shithead from Bellevue. Fucking hate him.
All right.
He's dating some girl who I've been friends with for like two since I moved here, basically. Like she's just a girl who like chuckle fucker kind of girl, you know. She likes comics for boyfriends or whatever.
Oh, okay.
But her last boyfriend didn't give a
Okay.
fuck that I was friends with her. Like, but
So
this guy
let's
took
let's hook it
offense.
up. Give
No,
give her my number.
Right?
Yeah,
No,
we'll
this
hook it up.
guy. So literally, you know how you get on stage and you tell jokes, right?
Yeah,
You know how you go on stage and you tell jokes. That's what
I
you
tell
do.
jokes.
Yeah, you know how
Yeah.
that's what a comic does. They get on stage and tell jokes.
They should, but
Well,
know,
so this guy
it's
got on
kinda-
stage and he started talking and he wasn't telling jokes, right? He was saying a bunch of shit that you don't say on stage. He should have just fucking said to me, like a man, like just telling me this shit. But instead he's on stage and he literally says things like, so I was gonna tell her to block you, but then I decided, no, I told her I'll handle it. And this is how he handles it. He goes, if you keep talking to my girl, I'm gonna break your spine. And I wanted so bad to heckle him and be like, okay, babe.
That's a funny punchline.
Not
I'll break your spine. Man, I
dude,
can't stop
I was
laughing right
laughing.
now.
Yeah.
Can't stop
so
laughing right now.
He basically spent all his time on stage basically attacking me verbally. And then he actually, this is the point.
Why
when
you
he got off the
why you never
stage,
fuck his girl so hard?
I don't. I didn't even
Don't
send her
be
a dick
charming.
pic. I
Don't
didn't
be
even send her a
charming.
dick pic, dude. No, I don't want her.
Don't be
She's
so
gotta-
charming.
Like,
Oh, you send
don't-
him dick pics? Damn.
no, I didn't send her a dick pic.
I didn't know you did that shit.
I don't. That's
don't?
my point. That's my
Oh,
point.
He said you did or something?
Nah, he was mad because I told her, I was like, I hope that your boy. I told her, this is what I said to her in the message. I go, I hope that your boyfriend treats you like the goddess you are for promoting his terrible comedy. And then she replied back. She goes, haha, terrible. And I was like, all right, maybe terrible is the wrong word, but not palatable, as in it's not my taste. And then like, basically,
You're always causing trouble, man. You got
that's the thing.
cantankerous.
The climax is what happens when he got off the stage. He literally
He
grabbed my
climaxed
hoodie.
on you?
I wish
Climaxed?
that would have been better than what
Oh.
happened. He's
he
trying to
grabbed your
fight
hoodie?
me. He literally was trying to fight me.
Oh shit.
He's literally, he yanked my hoodie, pulls me out of the
Who's
venue,
this jack off?
physically, and then this is the best part. He puts his hands up like this. Like a fucking old timey. Like, oh, let's rigmarole. I'm a 12 ski. I know how to fight.
Around.
Dude, no, he was trying to
just
fight,
fucking
but he don't know how to fight. You could tell.
He's trying
And
to
I
show
knew
off to his he's showing off to his friends.
the worst
that are
thing that
playing
could
the-
happen. And I kept telling him, like, look, I have no reason to fight you. You can swing at me and I'll defend myself, but I'm not going to fight you. I had no reason to fight you. And then I left.
Well, he
And
gave you a
then the
reason
next
right
day, I got messages
He
from the
gave
other
you-
guy. No, I was not, because if I put that guy in the ICU, I know how that ends. Me in jail.
I see you. That's what I say.
No, you know what?
Well,
Like, the thing
when I'm
is,
at
it's like,
ICU, I'm like, I see you.
yeah, like NBC.
I see you.
I see you.
The 3 letters spell something.
But that's the
You know,
thing. Yeah, it's
you want to hear my new
critical care
joke?
unit.
I was at the hospital and I was in the intensive care unit. That's the longer version of the ICU. That's the full version of it.
Yeah,
Anyway, I
yeah.
was in there for 11 days. And then what was weird was in the ICU, you only have one nurse for each patient. So the guy takes care of you all day, basically. So it's kind of boring for them, probably.
Is this the
But
one where you talk about you wish you had a female nurse?
yeah. Oh, you heard that one already? God damn, I need to go out and get some new jokes.
It's okay. I like it. I mean, it's funny. I didn't mean to step on it. I was just making sure.
You have to tell it exactly right when people laugh at it. It's got to be the right crowd. Some people take it too literally. I'm just like, because you got to say it exactly right, too. You got to be like, there's 4 in a row. And I'll go, wow, how disappointing. 4 in a row male nurses. Wow, how disappointing. And then the crowd, especially if it's men, they usually laugh pretty hard. This is funny joke.
I actually really am
I
enjoying.
fucked it up by explaining it too fucking much.
I like your Death Brand comedy lately. I like it.
Oh yeah.
Like you're
I'm
really doing
just
well.
sad. I'm very sad.
I mean, you're doing really well. Like the crowd is really receiving you. The last, I think, 2 sets you've sent me had
Yeah.
laughter for sure. Like whether it's sympathy, we may never know.
Oh no, you people can't fake laughter. There's
No,
need
no.
to.
That's the best part. Oh, did you like that line when I said I basically ripped off a line from an actual Pete Davidson thing where he goes, when people started clapping, he's like, I don't need that Kanye Drake shit. That's why I ripped that off of Pete. Like I just was like, no.
It'd be cool if Pete Davidson died. Is there any way
Dude, he's on the way out. The latest article I read, it's like they're really worried that he's gonna fall in. This is the phrasing they said. They're worried his demons will come back.
How's demon?
For some role he's
him.
doing, for some new thing or whatever.
All right.
But
He'll be
honestly,
fine.
no. I mean, I
He's
hope he
young.
does. I hope he does.
He's young. He can waste. He's young. He can waste his life doing whatever.
Dude,
He's fine.
if you looked at this, okay, you remember back in the day Rolodexes? Like I know you and I are youngsters. We're not that old.
Yeah, I remember.
You remember Rolodexes?
Yeah.
The Rolodex, like Pete Davidson's Rolodex of women that he's tagged and bagged, is phenomenal. Like,
Well, that's good for him.
I mean, you know the first girl he hooked up with when he was on SNL? Larry David's daughter.
Oh shit! Really?
The first.
Yeah. Well,
girl
women just like him. They think he's cute. They're like, he's a cute.
No. Jay Farrow just came out recently and said they're dick size brothers. He actually finally outed Pete for
This is
size.
bad. This is bad.
Pete's got a
stuff.
9-incher. Pete's got a 9-incher.
This is not my cup
big-
of tea. This stuff. I
Pete's
get it.
got
though.
a
It's-
bigger donger than most men.
Oh, that's good. It's venal. Good venal shit.
Yeah, he's got a big old
It's
donger.
not very religious though. Either.
I don't even know. I think he's Catholic. I'm not sure.
No, I mean religious people are not going to be fans of that. They don't want to hear.
Are you? I mean, look, the girls he's been
But
with.
you're in the
depth.
depths. You're in the depths of debauchery down there. Who knows what
dude.
kind of stuff you have to see on a daily basis?
I mean,
Do you ever walk around and look for the thing that almost everybody looks for when they come to Los Angeles, which is
a naked crackhead?
pregnant crack whore. Exactly.
Oh, I was
Don't
gonna
interrupt.
say.
Don't interrupt. Pregnant crack whore. Yeah.
I just had a very funny idea for when you finally come down to LA again. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
We're gonna do the Los Angeles scavenger hunt, and it's gonna be shit like that. And we're gonna do a little short video of you going around the city, and me and you are doing the scavenger
You're like,
hunt.
okay, within an hour, you got to find a lump of fresh shit on the sidewalk.
Yeah, that's one of them. And like, purchase an item from a tweaker might be one of them.
Right. At a taco place. At a taco.
Oh yeah, you got to get a taco.
Yeah.
Oh, like we'll make a list. It'll be super funny. But like,
Oh yeah.
obviously,
You'll know what to do because you
pregnant crackhead
whatever
will be on there.
You know how to. Yeah.
We could put Kenny
Yeah.
Lyon as one of them just so that we have an excuse to see Kenny again.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Like, because he's like, famous but not. So we could be like, who the fuck is Kenny Lyon?
Then we
Like, as
could
a
find
joke.
all kinds of people. We could find
Like, we
Chris
could even have some
D'Elia.
fun, actually, if Kenny's on board. We could be like, who the fuck is Kenny Lyon, right? And then we go find him. We think he's the homeless person, so we're trying to, like, get that one checked off. And then it turns out he's like, I'm not homeless, dude. Like, oh, I'm Kenny Lyon. Wait, are you the Kenny Lyon? We just trying to look for you, something like that.
I ain't lying.
I think that'd be a lot of fun, man. Something to look forward to when you come down here. I talked to Robbie lately.
Cool. I saw him last night.
Yeah, he might
He had
be
a
coming
weird,
down.
a weird little, what do you call
Set.
wig on.
Oh,
No,
was it the brown
I
one?
I didn't watch his set.
Was it that toupee looking wig thing he's got?
Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, it's like
I've been
all
trying
like,
to figure it out. I think it's a character.
yeah.
Like, I
it's
think
some
when he
kinda-
puts it on, it makes him feel a little different. Like, I think he channels
Yeah.
more like Tom Green or something.
Oh yeah, he likes Tom Green.
He looks like Tom
Anyway, he's
Green.
fine. He tried to give me one of those like ceramic globes that he give away when he was making a glass
Really?
blown. Yeah, because he gave me one
Oh,
already.
yeah, he's
though,
been
so-
doing glass. He told me about that. Is it pretty? You should take one. A bobber?
It was, but I didn't want to carry it. It's heavy. So I
Oh,
gave it back
okay,
to him.
okay.
I was like, I don't want to lug around a 15
You gotta tell him you
pound
want a
globe.
Christmas ornament, so it's hollow.
Yeah, well, I didn't even know I was going to see him. He just put it down on the table, and I thought, oh, he's not giving it to us. He's just like saying, look at this. And then he was like, no, don't you want it? And then his feelings were hurt because I gave it back, but I don't care about his feelings anyway. So
No. Robbie is one of the people that we don't care about his feelings.
no, I mean he's fine as long as he's nice.
Robbie, bless his heart, we both love him somewhat, but if you spend
Yes.
too much time giving him too much time, he will spend that time telling you a bunch of stuff that you're like, dude, I don't
Hey.
care about your sister's children, bruh.
Where's
I don't
Andy
care about the
Harder?
cats,
Where's it?
bruh."
Did you find Andy? Where's he at?
He didn't text me back. He's probably busy or
Oh.
something. Probably
He's
having
ducking
sex.
us.
Probably having sex with his dogs.
Maybe, you know.
Oh,
I don't
it's
know.
fucked up. No, we don't need to say
It's not
that.
right. He's gonna hear
Who
that.
said that?
He's not gonna. He's gonna hear that and not be too happy. Anyway, I gotta order dinner. I think I gotta get off the phone to do it because I gotta order from this taco place. See?
Well, you
So do it.
can do that and come back if you want.
All right, cool. Pop in, pop out. Get Emily on here, man. Make her, beg her. Beg her, tell
So,
you later.
let's see. It's almost 6 o'clock. She's probably still working.
Okay, I'll be back on after I order food and pick it up.
All right, I'll forward the text that I meant to send her that I accidentally. And then Casey will be back. Now it's just me again. The long crawl, folks. We're doing good though. We're an hour in. It's not too bad. I mean, the reality of this show is like we usually go for about an hour, but Casey was out for a filthy second. So when Casey come back, then we'll finish it out. We'll probably just talk for a little bit more. I don't know. I think I want to talk with Casey about the Seattle comedy in general a little bit more. But hopefully everyone's enjoying it. Hopefully you're enjoying it, Futures audience. Thank you for tuning in. Now more than ever, make sure you click subscribe so that way, you can. Well, I don't even think you have to click subscribe. You can just click that bell so that you get notified. Because then when we go live, it'll notify you, and it won't be annoying because we don't go live often enough to make it that annoying. You know what I mean? But like in all reality, that way you can tune in when we're live and you can do comments like my dad did earlier, and it'd be really cool. Like it'd be really awesome for all of you that view because we do get views. We had like up to 14, I think, on one of our lives. Like some of our lives we got like 27. Like, I mean, we're doing okay on view counts, give or take, considering. But yeah. So if anything, click a thumbs up on this one because you're enjoying it and you're gonna watch the rest most likely. If you're anything like me, you're slowly falling asleep to it, and then you can go back and listen again or whatever. When you wake up again, you can just like rinse and repeat because, repeat and repeat type of thing. But yeah, the thumbs up is good. If you're not enjoying it and you're a total hater, and we love the haters, just push. Well, okay, so normally I would say do the thumbs down like you're supposed to. You know what I mean? Let us know. But the reality is when you put thumbs down, nobody can see it because YouTube does not like honesty. YouTube is not a fan of honesty. They don't like transparency. So you have to put the thumbs up and then you put a comment. and the comment must be, "I hate her." Whatever. No, I don't. I mean, just shit post on us. So put the thumb up so that we know, but then you put the comment, so that they know, which is the other audience, the people that actually like us too. Like, more than anything, the ideal situation would be that you make that comment and then you got to deal with everybody else commenting back and just have a good time defending your comment. Because you know how our future fans be: super wild, super strong, super wild, super strong, super, 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 super. I sound like Frankie right now. It's a low key drop. Yeah, crazy enough, there's a show at that venue I was just talking about where that dude tried to fight me for no reason other than his insecurities. Like, and they're calling it an anime show. And I put the quotes on that bitch because I looked at the list of comics on that show, and this is what I'm saying. These comics that run that venue are running their venue into the ground. Because instead of supporting comics like me, they're supporting comics like the guys who are putting on an anime show. But honestly, I've heard the material from majority of the comics on that fucking thing. And I'll just name drop Ray Cameron as an easy example for anyone that wants to look up Ray Cameron. You can find him. I'm sure he's not that hard to find. He probably would love to be found. He probably really, really would love the attention. So make sure that if you do follow or you do check out Ray Cameron, that you also let Ray Cameron know. Like, let his ass know. Be like, I am only here because JDK told me about you. Let him know that I had no idea that you existed until JDK, the futures player, FPS, Mr. FPS, whatever you want to say, as long as he knows it was me. Make sure Ray Cameron knows. Because here's what I'm about to say about Ray Cameron. Bless his heart. I respect the guy simply because he's from Los Angeles, so he's fighting against all of us transients or whatever. And he can't stand the fact that there's these people that are running comedy clubs out here that are not from here, all this other nonsense. But at the same time, they'll let him put shows on, so he's okay with it. And that cuts to, he's the one who's he's got a co-host or whatever, but he's doing the show tonight, and it's an anime show. And I know Ray, one of the first conversations Ray and I ever actually had, when I was still trying to gauge everything out, was over League of Legends. And those who are unfamiliar, I used to be an actual streamer, video game streamer. I used to get averages of, I think, like, I was never a big time. I made money gaming in the competitive league, and I made gaming off of sponsors. But I made money off of sponsors. But I never climaxed, if you will. Like, the furthest I ever got as far as like the highest viewer counts, I used to get the most viewers I ever had was I think, if I remember right, I was like super fucking like, whoa baby, when I hit 1,000. And so, like, there was a couple of times, a few different months when I was like actively streaming League of Legends that I got around, I think it was like 1,200. 1,200, I believe, was the best, if I remember correctly, the highest stream count I ever got. And I was doing it on Justin.tv, Twitch, for those unfamiliar, but I'm a far back gamer, so I was actually streaming on Justin.tv. I wish I had more footage of that, but unfortunately, long and short, those that don't know my storyline would know when I was in Arizona, there was a time period where I had lost literally, like, it set me back probably 12 years. The amount of stuff that I lost when it comes to my writing, when it comes to my recordings, when it comes to everything I had up to that point. It was a huge setback. But unfortunately, like, clips from my Justin.tv are impossible, as far as I know, to find anymore. But that's just what I'm getting at is Ray Cameron is a gamer. There's no doubt in my mind that Ray Cameron could easily host a mic that was called like video game comedy or gamer show or anything along the lines of video games. I would be like, yo, G, that's baller status. Put me on that show, bro. Like, that kind of a thing, right? But it's an anime thing, and I have never once heard Ray Cameron talk to me about animes. In fact, I've weebed out on so many comics that are on this show, and not a single motherfucker of them, except for 2, actually weaved out back with me. And of those 2, I like both of them, but one of the 2 had his own mic and has consistently been with me every time. He's the one that I can talk and actually tell jokes like DBZ jokes. Like I have a stupid joke about incels, and it was like when I first discovered incels, I was like, incel? What the fuck is that? The only thing I know that's incel is Android 18 or 17, excuse me. But if you get the joke, you have to know DBZ because Cell, spoiler alert, literally eats and consumes the androids. And so when he consumes them, they're inside Cell, so they're in Cell. So it's literally a wordplay joke about being in Cell. And Cell is the name of the bio android from Dragon Ball Z. So that's an example of the reason that I'm saying that this comedy venue is running itself into the ground because it's letting comics like Ray put shows on that they shouldn't be putting on because they don't have people like me on it. Instead, they have people like Michael Silvers. That's the other one I'll name drop because Michael Silvers reposted my post earlier on Instagram. If you don't follow yet, fps.comedy. Feel free to tune in anytime. fps.comedy on Instagram. That's our professional comedy account. I put the quotes because I don't really use the professional side of Instagram. I've been always just neglecting it. But there is going to come a time, probably within this next few months, where I'm forced to do it because, unfortunately, we're at the end of the line, folks. This is the final year of the 15-year plan. If I do not get to Saturday Night Live by season 49, folks, it's over. It's done. At that point, the Future Player Society will no longer exist. We will officially be in the future. People have to understand that when I says that I came from the future and I was a futures player, when I said that, I meant it. I meant it. I meant it. As in me on Saturday Night Live season 50 as a player, not as a writer, as a player performer. So if I'm not on Saturday Night Live within the next year, then I'm done. I'm done. I'll keep doing comedy most likely because at this point I am legitimately missing the mic. Like there are times when I'm sitting and I think of some pretty fucking Gucci, like super silly, super fun stuff that I could play with, especially like I thought of this one the other day. I was like, ooh, that might work. I want to play around with it. But it's like jokes basically implying like I'd be like, why can't I be an Empire? Like, what's the deal? Like, why can't I be cast in a black movie? Like, let's deal with this racism, straight racism, you know? Like just stupid, ludicrous, stupid shit. But I would like to try it out on stage and see about the laughter, you know? And there are things that I would actually like to work on, right? But I still got a year to enjoy myself. But what I'm saying, folks, is that this YouTube channel will probably not go away. The reviews for Saturday Night Live will probably cut off because at the point of no return, it's like I have no reason to review SNL past and present because at that point, it's like I don't give a fuck. Like right now, I'm not gonna lie, folks. Oh, fuck, I hate that term. I don't know where that came from. I never lie. It's my autism. It doesn't let me lie. The only time I can actually officially lie is when it's a script and I'm doing a character. Like when it's not me, fully able to lie because you have to. Like I'm not able to be myself and be honest when I'm performing as an actor or doing an acting thing. And the same thing applies to on stage life. But if you understand what I'm saying here, is like, look, I don't lie, so that's a really terrible saying or figure of speech or whatever. But the main thing I'm getting at here is that it's hard for me to watch SNL now. Ever since Longfellow Deeds, Mr. Longfellow, not Longfellow is me. I'm not Longfellow. Longfellow wishes and wanna be me. The only thing Longfellow has right now in his life that's keeping him afloat, to know that he's even remotely better than me, even though he's not, and that shows, is that he's on SNL because he literally stole my fucking dream. He literally stole that shit. I didn't care when he took my mannerisms. I didn't care when he took my delivery patterns. I didn't care when he moved to California, taking them with him. I never gave a fuck about Longfellow. I still don't give a fuck about Longfellow. I really don't give a fuck, except for this one fucking thing. That motherfucker is on SNL, and I should be. How the fuck did he get to SNL before me when I first met him doing his struggling and doing his bullshit? The reason he ripped everything off from me is because he had to find a way to survive being as fucked up nervous as he is. Because he's still fucking... With me, that's a performance. With me, I'm actually in the back of my head processing things like timing, processing things like when to deliver, processing, and being a real fucking performer versus Longfellow, who's legitimately just barely fucking struggling on. You can see it. The reality is, Longfellow knows he's not supposed to be at Saturday Night Live. Longfellow knows he doesn't belong at Saturday Night Live. And Longfellow is not long to be there. I swear by that. You can see it. Every time I see that fucker's face, though, it irritates the hell out of me. Like, I don't know that it was him, but I said this on a live before, and I'll say it again. He told a COVID joke that legitimately was my fucking joke. And that was the next step. It was the next step. And before he did that performance, he and I had been corresponding, which leads me to believe that either someone else wrote that for him or he wrote it. And if he wrote it, he stole it from me. And I bet you fucking dime dollars he did. Because it was one of my better fucking COVID jokes. It was probably my only COVID joke that I actually liked. And it was mostly just derivative because all I was saying is like, I think people are looking at it the wrong way. Now more than ever is the time to start writing wills and get in on people's wills. But anyways, it doesn't matter. What matters most is that when I watch SNL now and I see his smug ass on the fucking screen, it pisses me the fuck off. It makes me want to smash the screen like a child on an Xbox. I cannot stand seeing his fucking face because Michael Longfellow doesn't belong there. Michael Longfellow got there through dirty deeds. Don't even doubt it for a fucking second. Longfellow got to SNL because he did some dirty shit behind the scenes, and I know it. There's no doubt in my fucking mind. Because Chris Redd had credits. Punky Johnson is Punky Johnson. She didn't need credits because Punky Johnson is a legitimate queer black female with solid material. But at the same time, yeah, it's true. She did tell me point blank to my face, yeah, I took one Second City class, not for me. Nah, I don't watch SNL. Nah, I don't care about SNL. Cut 2. She's on SNL. 3 seasons going now, maybe second season, I'm not sure. Give or take. You lose time perspective in my life. I guess the main point, what I'm getting at, though, when it applies specifically to Punky is I don't mind. I didn't mind. Because when Punky got cast, it was like, holy fucking shit. Like, Chris Redd was one thing. But I didn't even know Chris Redd existed until Chris Redd was on SNL. And then I saw Chris Redd perform stand-up. And then I talked to Chris Redd. And then Chris Redd, and we started having some correspondences. Punky Johnson was the first member of SNL on the cast to where it was like, holy fucking shit. That fucking shit's like a universal poll. Holy fucking shit. That's not just a note. That's the chick that I fucking gave a $50 tip to at the fucking bar at the Comedy Store that told me point blank she didn't give a fuck about SNL and had no interest in SNL. But Michael Longfellow, on the other hand, is a piece of shit. Fuck that guy. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. He's not artistic like me. All right? He's rich. But not his wealth, his fucking dad's fucking money. He's rich, his fucking mom's fucking money. Longfellow probably has parents that paid for his fucking college. He probably doesn't even know what a fucking financial loan is. Longfellow is a fucking rich white boy who doesn't belong there. His trauma is a child of divorce? Fuck that noise. How about being an autistic that was adopted, that was put in several institutions in childhood because their adoptive parents didn't know what to do with the chaos that they dealt with, that then discovered their blood family only at the age of 18 to suddenly realize and then meet their blood family and then suddenly realize even more like, holy shit, I'm not that fucking strange. Holy shit, I actually have people on this fucking planet that are similar to me because they're my actual blood fucking family. All right? I don't know. Longfellow probably got siblings. Well, I got a sister who's just now turning into a fucking thought. Not a thought like an afterthought. I'm talking about that hoe over there. those unfamiliar thought, the term stands for that hoe over there. And she's turned into a thought. She literally won't talk to me right now. Why? Because I had the audacity to attempt to help her with things, specifically to help her with the fact that she claimed it wasn't her friendly account. She claimed that someone had stolen her pictures, made a false identity account, and it wasn't her. But here's the thing. When I saw her story crawl, none of the 3 posts said my identity was stolen. None of the 3 posts said report this account. None of the 3 posts said shit. Which is why she's mad at me when I said it was like, look, if it was your account, right? Then you can just tell me that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not like my dad, whereas my dad is like, yo, it's probably her. That's probably her. She's probably thoughting her out. Like, he don't know the term thought, but my dad is like really, really like on bad terms with her. But in the sense of because he's like, she's hanging. This is his words, you know. Like, I probably shouldn't be saying this. Shouldn't be putting our dirty laundry out there, but it's not a big deal. Whatever. But like, he legitimately say like, you know, fuck, dude, like, don't, you know. It's like, I see the girls that she's with. I seen her roommate, you know. And I'm like, all right, yeah, whatever. Then I look at it, I'm like, oh shit. Like, there was a TikTok, and my little sister was like getting slant. No, she was post drinking. Speaking of drinking, give me a little fucking sus now. Should probably finish this coffee off. It's after 5, you know. It's not safe to drink caffeine after 5 unless you're trying to juice. And I'm not necessarily. Haven't been drinking caffeine for almost a full ass month, maybe a little longer. I mean, all my research says you only really need 2 weeks off, so I'm probably gonna start messing around with that. I ordered some caffeine pills though, so I'm about to go on a crazy life. Actually, I'm gonna order like L-theanine, and there's like a bunch of products I'm getting ready to order, like probably about $200 worth of supplements that I'm gonna start messing around with because I still can't get scripts, but like there's a shortage for Adderall anyway, so even if I could get the script, I might not be able to get the Adderall at this point. Vyvanse might be more accessible. I would take Vyvanse over Adderall. It's just more expensive, but like, anyways, hell, I would take Ritalin at this point, even though, you know, whatever. But the main point is I'm looking at other alternatives because, you know, it's what it is. But yeah, so anyways, I don't know about my little sister right now. All I know is I'm a horrible fucking brother. I've been a terrible like, I met her when she was 5 years old, okay? And I was like 18, 19 when I met her, so it's whatever. But like, I was leading up to some of the best heathenisms of my life. Like, after my adoptive dad got cancer and died, oh man, I went all in. I went all in on the lifestyle that no human is supposed to lead, that is of the saintly lives or whatever. I just was like, you know what, fuck this shit. Turn your back on God. Fuck God. Fuck that shit. Fuck everything. You just murdered one of your best fucking like, he was a minister, for Christ's sake. Oh yeah, did I mention that? Longfellow's dad is a divorce attorney. My adoptive father was a Lutheran fucking minister. I'm fucking Kennison, bitch. What are you? Fuck you, Longfellow. I'm fucking Kennison, bitch. I'm fucking raised by a fucking Lutheran minister, bitch. Fuck you, Longfellow. You don't deserve that fucking job. I do. But anyways, the main point I'm getting at is, if you understand, I was raised by a fucking minister. And he wasn't just a minister. He was a guy on his deathbed. And I don't want to talk about this too much because I will start crying. It's literally one of the reasons that I'm also one of the greatest actors currently available that nobody's using, because I can cry on command like that. If I even start, I'm going to finish what I was going to say, but I'm going to end it right there because I cannot talk about William too much. Sorry, Dad. My dad. It's not, you know, it'll get confusing because my blood dad was in the script, or the blood dad's still alive, you know, because our genetics are awesome. Unfortunately for my adoptive family, there's a reason he got cancer. We got a few theories about it, but the reality is that Grandpa was exposed to a shit ton of radiation back in the little time known as World War II. Did I mention my grandfather built battleships that are still used to this day in Maryland? Look, I don't give a fuck. Except for one thing. Michael Longfellow legitimately stole that fucking shit from underneath that. When he was in California, dicking around, making friends, circle jerking, I don't know what the fuck he did down here, because his credits are 2 late-night programs that I saw. And if you try and find him on YouTube, you got barely nothing. Try and find him on Instagram, barely nothing but his fucking smug-ass face and pictures of him at Seattle fucking places that I fucking performed at, too. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. Everybody who watches knows what I mean. I'm like, fuck you, Longfellow, man. I'm so sick of like the hardest thing for me. Well, when I get cast on SNL and Longfellow's still there, because I'm gonna have to deal with him, and the way I'm gonna deal with him is gonna be like this. You don't even fuck this dude doesn't even exist. And if anybody has issue with that, I'm gonna be like, this is fucking a place that's famous for revelry. This place you're supposed to build that type of. I couldn't think of a better fucking rival when I get there than Longfellow. Now, motherfucker, my dream would be to get to SNL, even as a writer for season 49, write shit tons of fucking fire material, like literally every week my shit's on, and not a single motherfucking, there ain't even a fucking extra part for Longfellow. I will make a point to be like, this sketch is made for everybody in here except for Michael. I'll make a point to be like, no, Michael's in none of my shit. I would write shit for Sicily especially. I would write shit for fucking Punky and fucking Sarah and fucking Molly. If they haven't done that shit by the end of this season, like they fucking could, I am gonna fucking nail it to the fucking cross. That's how fucking savior race type shit. I'm gonna nail that fucking script to the fucking, I can guarantee you the three of them have so much fucking tap potential for that show. It's disgusting how fucking hilarious the three of them together could be. There are so many options when you have three players you can work. But I can literally write for everybody, even old ass fucking Grandpa Day. That's what I'm gonna start calling Mikey, man. Like, bless your heart, Mikey, but what are you, pushing 60? Because it certainly looks like you're almost 75, bro. You can only put so much makeup caked on that poor guy before it's like, dude, he's too old for SNL. It's too old for SNL. Too old. Look, SNL is supposed to have only young, cute, attractive fucking faces on screen, or okie dokie, loki dokie fuckers, or fat, funny fuckers, but it's never supposed to have old ass dudes unless they're hosting. It's the only exception if they're hosting. Otherwise, everybody on that fucking cast is supposed to look young. Mikey, I'm sorry. You've been on the fucking cast. You've been on the show for so fucking long, and bless your heart, I think I got nothing bad to say about Mikey on screen. Other than the last 2 seasons, it's been showing how old Mikey is. But that whatever. All that aside, all I'm saying is I can write for everybody, including Longfellow if I wanted to, but I don't, and I won't, and I never will. Quote me on that. If I get to SNL while Michael Longfellow is there, I ain't gonna write shit for his ass. I don't give a fuck if everyone loves him. I'm gonna be like, make a point, be like, all right, just another thing. I survived the LA comedy just the same way. Everybody's gonna come around eventually, and he's gonna fucking crack under the fucking pressure because I'm gonna make sure of it. I'm gonna be like, yo, and I'm gonna get in his fucking head even. I'm like, yo, man, come on. I'm gonna literally make a point if I'm just a writer there at the time to when I'm reading my fucking shit, I'm gonna sell that shit with all my fucking capacity to prove myself, to make a point. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm supposed to be there right now. I already know that. So anyway, Longfellow doesn't belong there. That's all I'm saying. So every time I know I need to do these reviews to get that out there because I do have writers from SNL currently corresponding with me, give or take, more me than them, but they're reading it, and that's what's critical. That's the most. Look, everything starts somehow, and this is one thing I'm saying. I'm not gonna name drop them because I don't need to. They know who they are. I might even send this to them just to be like, hey, what the fuck do you think, bro? This is shitty, right? You know? Like, hey, man, if you want some bullshit, this is what I'm up to, you know? But the point is this, right? The point is this. I told him, I make the best fucking latkes you'll ever taste. You know what the best part is? Look, I didn't know I was Jewish till I found out. And that's, once again, I didn't know my blood mom till even later in life. But what matters is, doesn't matter. What matters is this. That Lutheran minister was also a great cook and a phenomenal father. And he never did me wrong. But the saddest thing in the world is that he didn't write down any of his recipes. Grandma didn't either, which is really sad. So when Grandma died, it was one thing. But she died after he died. Right? The saddest thing is 2 recipes of his specifically come to mind that were not from books. They were his, and one of the 2 I can make from memory, and that's the potato latte. Every year, even though I was raised in a Lutheran family, even though he was a Lutheran minister, William Carl Clements, the man that raised me, he was a true Christian. That man, oh, that's what I was saying earlier. See how good I am at not talking about things that really hurt me on the inside because I don't like thinking about them? On his deathbed, my dad, my adoptive dad, excuse me, I'm tearing up just thinking about it. God, I fucking hate this shit. Like, I should zoom in just to show, like, I'm actually getting sad just remembering this, but I want it. Fuck. I miss him so fucking. You have no idea how much I miss him. I mean, maybe you do if you've lost. But on his deathbed, literally his bed, but also the bed that he died in, my adoptive dad was talking to him a lot about God. You know, I was going through some stuff, and he used to, like, he knew the Old Testament for sure, and obviously he did sermons appointed by, you know, the seasons from the Old Testament and stuff, but his he Jesus Christ was my dad. Don't get confused. I'm talking about the one that's dead, but my adoptive dad's best friend. He told me the New Testament were love letters from his best friend. This man was the truest Christian I've ever known, other than maybe a couple others like him. But to the day he died exactly as Martin Luther died. With only one woman, like, my mom was the only one. She and it's hard for any of us to out, but basically on his deathbed, he went out ready to go to see his best friend. And I never forget, but it's really hard to remember that because the images, and unfortunately for me, and fortunate, but in this case very unfortunate in a lot of ways, is I don't forget. And my blood grandpa, from the Miller side, was a photographic genius, and my dad, the one that was in the chat earlier, Chris, he does not have it. He has a good memory, like, generally speaking, he has. In fact, he quit weed, like, I think he's going on seven, maybe 8 years strong, free from the THC. He swears by that his mathematical skills have drastically improved, and his mind and mentality have improved, which is something to take to note when it comes to me, who is on again. I mean, I've been sitting here with this weed right next to me. The only reason I really haven't hit it is because I had to create a bowl piece earlier using stoner ingenuity. I'll show you. Oops, I took the top off, but this is the bowl from aluminum or whatever, but then it's a bearing, you know, from like a ratchet. I'm gonna consume weed from my ratchet bowl piece. Like, it's because get it? Because it's literally the mount for you know, so it's literally a ratchet. I don't want to fuck it up. There we go. But I had to create my own bowl earlier, and just using aluminum foil wasn't working because it's like really difficult to get the seal. But oh yeah, by the way, I should state I am in the state of California. Granted, there's a lot of states in the United States where I'm also located that have legal marijuana as a consuming thing, so it's totally okay. This isn't 18 and over. I can't prevent your children from changing their identity or using your account. So if you're watching and you're under 18, you know, just keep in mind that this stuff really does fuck you up. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, my dad is recovering, and me myself is still currently an addict, you know. Like, the reality is, I was I was like a shitty stoner in the sense of like I was not a nearly a real consumer of marijuana until until my adopted dad died, and that's when I literally like so instead of doing the smart thing and going to therapy, I did the me thing. And I started consuming more marijuana than I've ever consumed before so that I would not see him in my dreams, even if it's real or not real, so that I would not feel anything as far as how I felt. I just was like, fuck, 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 fuck. Uh, and initially it was difficult in a sense of when I had to go back home for the funeral and be the man and do all that stuff for the family. But then like I don't know. I don't actually. I'm done. I'm done with that subject. Can we next subject? Next subject. Can we move on? Let's move on. Next subject. So yeah. So like the hard part about SNL for me is seeing Longfellow's face. Like I watched the episode from I want to say it was last week, and the reality is I'm gonna still do the reviews, but it's actually now my normal issue is attention span as it applies to the editing, attention span as it applies to the. I have to watch the episode twice. The first time is just to watch it. Second time is to watch it and then pause it in between and at the times like so like timestamps and like just whatever. But I'm going to start focusing like laser focusing on all of the sketches that are legitimately written by the people that I said I'm not going to say, and I'm still not going to say their names, but they're currently writers on SNL. They've been writers on SNL, but I'm going to specifically hyper focus, like laser, straight on target for the sketches especially that they wrote, because I really want them to know not that I'm their rival, but that I'm the person that they need that will punch it up even funnier than it already, that I want it to be understood. I want them to understand. I'm not a bullshitter. I'm not a person who is like a fan of SNL. I mean, I enjoy SNL. I've enjoyed SNL. I grew up with SNL. SNL and The Simpsons are pretty much two things in my life that are still on that I have consumed. There was a rough time when I didn't give up per se, but there was a rough time when I stopped all technology, and that was actually there was two times, but the first more important time was I was literally locked up, and then I had no access to internet because it was a struggle just to let them just to get my guitar, which I needed more than anything in the world. Sarah, who's back there and hates me to death, is my most abusive relationship. Trust me. And then other than her, my actual computer unit, because I was like I says, I'm not some fuck around guy. I had like I had them bring my Xbox. I had to share my Xbox in order to have my Xbox, but I was fine with that. But like then they got their own Xbox at one point, which was good too for them. But like, wow, the memories are starting to come back. It's so weird how much I've repressed about that part of my life. I guess my main point is from 2001 till 2003 or 4, I legitimately like here's the deal. Couldn't even watch television, couldn't even keep up on the shows I was enjoying. Nothing. Like I had so much withdrawals from technology when I first got shipped away to my final resting place, if you will, before graduation. I'm a proud owner of a good enough diploma. What I call the grand old education is a GED. I forget even what it actually stands for. I think it's general education diploma, maybe. I'm not sure, but I call it the good enough diploma. But I got my good enough diploma, and that's because when this place couldn't keep me anymore because I turned 18, I went back to high school where I was going to high school initially, and they were going to actually need me to be there for another year, maybe even a year and a half, because it turned out They said I was just being an asshole. They said I was just being a stubborn, blah, blah, blah. They just forced more drugs down my throat because I was obstinate. But everything I told them turned out to be completely true. I told them, there's no way that this stuff that I'm doing, that you're making me do, is going to transfer into credits when I get back to my high school. I told them, this is the shit that I was doing in middle school and fucking grades. Like, this shit's not even close to a junior year educate. Like, this is not okay. This will not transfer, I told, So when I went back, it's like my senior year, they were not even going to let me walk because I needed, I think it was, if I remember correctly, it was like something like 15 credits at least, more. Like, I was going to be not just a second year senior, but a year and a half on top of that if I chose to get an actual diploma from Mercer Island High School, which is another name drop for you folks if you're learning as we go and you want to get to know me better. Mercer Island High School, MIHS. When I say I'm Seattle, I mean it. And if anyone wants to fight me on whether or not Mercer Island is considered Seattle, I am totally on board. Because Mercer Island is 100% the last piece of Seattle before you go across to the east side, what we call the east side. There are a few people from the east side that I respect. One of them is Jeffrey Dye. Jeff Dye, I will say to the end of the day, is a Seattle comic. And why will I say that? Because Jeff Dye knows what it means to be Seattle. Jeff Dye is a legitimate fucking comedian. Jeff Dye ain't no joke. Don't sleep on Jeff Dye. If you be sleeping on Jeff Dye, that's sadness in my face right now. Big tear dropping. Jeff Dye is the only comic that I actually look to as a person that I want to be someday equal to, let alone, if ever the privilege, better than. And when I say better than, I just mean like more successful than. But even then, like, honestly, I love Jeff Dye. I don't ever want anybody to think otherwise. I've never said a bad thing about Jeff Dye. I've never heard a bad thing about Jeff Dye. I've heard some scandalous shit about Jeff Dye. But when it comes from a lady's mouth, you can only take so much before it's like, hey, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, I was saying is Jeff Dye is a very friendly guy. Jeff Dye is how do I say this? Successful. You understand? Jeff Dye is success. So what I'm getting at is, I'll give you an easy example of what I'm talking about here. We're talking about Jeff Dye be performing in Phoenix, right? Doing his thing, and he's chilling, he's doing his thing, It's laughs on top of laughs on top of laughs. Jeff Dye is slaying. All right, you know what I mean? And there's banging ass waitresses, trust me on that, at Copper Blues, but more so also at the Stand Up Live, for sure. There's no doubts about it. Phoenix is some of the finest women I've ever seen, no doubt. But what I'm getting at is, Jeff Dye be the guy like this, like, hey, I actually like you, like, hey, you actually like, hey, like, so I got to go back to LA, because Sunday is my last show. But if you're cool with it, like, hey, here's my number, and I'll fly you to LA anytime you want. Just let me know. I'll fly you to LA. You can come stay with me. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying now? Jeff Dye slays it. Like Jeff Dye. Now, mind you, this is Jeff Dye back then. Jeff Dye now is a little. Jeff Dye now has had some serious, actual, like, legitimate relationships in his, like, Jeff Dye now is actually closer to me than, like, Jeff Dye now is recovered his heart, but also there's a reason he just has his lovely dog. Like, I haven't officially really, like, been on the level with Jeff that I would, like, casual, like, I would like to be on that level with, and then, like, maybe even he's like, hey, you should go on my podcast, we can talk about whatever, you know what I mean? Like, it would be really great if at some point along my way to SNL, Jeff Dye became a more regular part of my life, in the way of, like, when he was in LA, he would hit me up and be like, yo, I'm back in LA, and like, I would never want to be, like, I would do it if he offered, for sure. Like, there's no doubt about it. I'm always down especially when it comes to real shows where there's going to be a legitimate full house kind of a thing. And I know Jeff Dye's material. Like, back of my hand, I know majority of Jeff Dye's material. And for me, I know that my material is nothing like Jeff's. Like I can be similar. I have some stuff similar, but more than anything, my topical matters are not the same. Like, we are uniquely different, and each to our own. But also, he and I are very attractive. We're from the same Washington State, and he's one of the few people that I would clown with him that he's from the East Side, but I would also give him the real handshake, the Seattle handshake. I would give him the real, like, I would pour my best espresso for this guy, right? You don't listen, if you are anybody that claims Seattle and doesn't respect what I'm about to say, then they half-assing it. When it comes to Seattle, you always have some premium coffee that you don't use unless it's for a reason. And that's what I'm talking about. My top shelf. It ain't from Seattle, mine. Like, we're talking about, like, from Africa type, from Africa type. We're talking about from South America. We're talking about the real, like, the best coffee in the fucking world. Well, not the stuff that gets shit out by monkeys or whatever that eat it off the ground or whatever. Like, I never fucks with that stuff. I would like to try it at one point in my life, but, like, I'm talking about everything else, okay? I'm not going to give Jeff Dye coffee that's been shit out by a monkey, even if it is the best coffee in the world. I would only do that to Jeff as a joke, to be like, hey, that's some real good shit, huh? Yeah, guess what? Came from a monkey's asshole. And he'd be, get a spit take and make sure I have my camera out. Like, hey, you just wasted like a $50 fucking cup of coffee, by the way. But all to it. Don't worry, I got some more. I think it's called Kopi Luwak or something. I'd be like, don't worry, bro, I got you. The point is, top shelf coffee for Jeffrey Dye, man. That, I think his name is Jeffrey official. But Jeff Dye, you can find him. But anyway, what was I getting at? The main thing I guess I was getting at is I'm gonna be doing the reviews, focusing on the writers that are somewhat corresponding with me. When I say that, I mean putting hearts on some stuff I send. I mean, not really replying as much lately, but in general, it's not like it literally says seen or read. It literally like, they are more than ever. I'd like to say this at the bare minimum without being told otherwise. I am definitely officially on their radar. And when I say that, I mean Sarah Sherman especially. I mean, but like, I'm talking about these writers for sure. I'm talking about Michael Longfellow himself when he first got cast on SNL. Because I said what I said, and I tagged, and then he replied to me, and he's like, what? And I was like, and I sent him some stuff, and I haven't sent him nothing since, and I think I might have tagged him in one or two things, give or take, some that get removed, because my shit get removed like a motherfucker, because I would comment on someone else's comment, and then, sometimes it'd be like real quick, like they'd be removed the whole post, like the whole post. They'd be like, yo, am I crazy, or did I just get gaslit accidentally, But the main thing is that even Longfellow knows. Like, in the back of his head, I'm already there. Because he knows he doesn't fucking belong. Look, I'm not saying that he doesn't belong writing for, say, Late Night with Seth Meyers. I'm not saying that he doesn't belong on, say, Late Night with Lily Singh. I'm not saying that he doesn't belong on Late Night with Chelsea, I'm saying, if anything, those are the places that he should fucking be. What I am making a point that people need to understand is that Longfellow is not just stale, he's a pale imitation of me. Everything Longfellow can do, I will do better and can do better. I am better because Longfellow can't do shit for characters, because I guarantee you he's not confident enough to do it. He's not comfortable enough to do it. There's one thing I know with 100%, all from my heart, all from my head, everything about me knows this for a fucking fact. I am way more qualified than Michael Longfellow to be on Saturday Night Live. And I will say that until I fucking can't say no more, because the truth is, Michael Longfellow is just a rich white boy. Michael Longfellow ain't shit but a rich white boy who's taller than me. That's the only being on SNL and being taller than me. Oh yeah, also not having autism. Do you have people have no fucking look. When I was coming up, people didn't even know autism was a thing. And I'm not trying to talk about how old I am right now, okay? But I'm talking about since COVID especially, I'm talking about the name autism, the word autism. I'm seeing Asperger's. I'm saying in general that like when it first started happening, it actually like like what's crazy? It had been a fucking second since I had this thing where you have to like if your immediate feelings are just like straight anger and rage inside, aka you're been triggered, that is the most glorious chance for any human being. Don't just immediately lash out. Don't just immediately go out external. No. Go immediately internal. Go immediately on the inside. Start realizing what you're dealing with. And that's all I'm saying is that autism, okay? It is no joke. I mean, it is a joke, though. That's my point. And I was like, But, look, all right. I don't believe it's fair for me to say this with 100% understanding as if it's facts. And you will understand why when I finish what I'm about to say. But then you will also better understand the way that I perceive and receive realities, the way that I internalize and the reasoning why I am actually the way I am. So, and also, mind you, there are people like Diedrich Selton, who's a very funny comic in Arizona. Diedrich Selton, you should definitely look him up. He has autism as well, and he's incredibly hilarious. And hopefully he's still doing comedy. I really hope so. But my main point is this. He's actually black. He's actually black. I'm not. However, it is definitely something that I truly believe is like gays, blacks, Asians, any personal like of a culture dynamic, women, right? You know what I mean? Like anybody, right? When people started, when I was like noticing it more than ever, using retard and more specifically using autism as a punchline, like those motherfuckers who are all over YouTube, you can find them. Like some of them, I just like, ugh, fuck, these guys are so basic. But they have millions of followers. They have fucking thousands. They're doing well, but they're basic as fuck. But anyways, like they literally use autism as their punchline because it's less likely to get their account flagged than saying fag. It's less likely to get their account flagged than saying nigga. I said that soft A, hard soft, whatever. You know what I'm saying? As long as it's not an E involved, I'm okay. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not looking for your past, though. So keep your past to yourself. Give it to some other generic white boy. I am from a line of strong Irish kings. I am from a line that was literally, historically, you can look up the 9 kingdoms of Ireland. Unfortunately, I was problematic number 2 kingdom. 2 of the kingdoms accidentally sold Ireland to England and didn't know what they were doing. And mine was one of them. That's why I say to people that I am a part of one of the 9 kingdoms of Ireland, but at the same time, I'm part of one of the problem kingdoms, and I recognize and accept why my kingdom's no longer a kingdom, that's for sure. But I also, at the same time, don't get into that politically, but I am specifically making a point here. That internal, that like instant instinct to say, fuck you, that instant instinct to rush the stage, that instant instinct to be like, who the fuck are you to talk about me that way? I associate that in my comedy and in my day-to-day life with people that are black, people that are gay, people that are trans, people that are Asian, people that are Mexican, people that are Spanish from Spain, people that are Slavic. Look, the list goes on and on of cultures and identities. The point is this. When I make a punchline, I make a point that my punchlines are within the favor of the realm of the understanding that you could only come to terms with if you had experienced something at the bare minimum similar enough in that I say that now when I hear comics using retard as a punchline, I'm able to not be upset anymore. If what they said leading up to that was funny, I don't mind, especially. If it's not funny, that's when my head turns off, my face goes down, and they know immediately because they no longer see my face go up again, and I go right into whatever I'm doing so that I can stay there and wait there for my time, but at the same time, I am very, like, I know what I am. I am not just the energy. These eyes are very noticeable, especially with the amount of white. You see that? Like, when I told Casey earlier I was doing physical, I was doing like this, like, I was doing true fucking comedy that Michael Longfellow and his dirty brown eyes never fucking could. Michael Longfellow's a fuck. It's a stupid fuck. So sick of fucking Longfellow, man. I knew when I met the guy, when he was, fuck that guy. I knew there was something about that fucker when he was just starting comedy. I knew there was something about this motherfucker. But when he moved to California, I was like, good riddance. Best of luck. Who gives a fuck? It's the fact that he stole our dream job from underneath of us. Just because he's been in California longer, and just because whatever he did, I guarantee you, is something that's going to bite his ass. At some point, it will come out. Whatever the fuck he did. I guarantee you that. Michael Longfellow is a dirty mother. I don't know what he did, but I know there's no doubt in my mind. Because he had 0 fucking credits other than 2 late nights. And some fucking rinky-dink shit. He didn't have no fucking TV shows on Netflix like Chris Redd did. He didn't have no fucking movie credits like Pete Davidson did. Yeah, I found that out recently. I thought fucking Pete was discovered through stand-up. No, it turned out Pete was discovered on set of a fucking movie. Then Home Dude went to see Pete perform stand-up. Then Home Dude went back bringing other performers from the show to see Pete do stand-up. Then they told Lauren about Pete. There was a fucking procedure involved for Pete Davidson. It was not fucking happenstance. It was Pete Davidson was on a working fucking movie set. He wasn't dicking around, right? Most of them weren't dicking around. Most of them weren't doing the special fucking... Sarah Sherm, look, Sarah Squirm, I got a lot of respect for her. The only reason that she irritates me now is because she used me as a joke punchline. As far as I'm concerned, I'd have that job right if her damn it Jewish geographer like she claimed. Her joke was, I don't mind it. It's not her joke, actually. You know what I mean? Jewish geography's not her joke, right? But the way that she told it, the way she delivered it was improvly unique to her. And I loved it, and I could tell that every time it's going to change, but it's always going to be similar. But I saw it 2 times. I saw her show back to back, mind you. But the point is this: the Jewish geography stuff. Look, the main point is this: when she calls out to the house, you know, hey, anybody Jew, you know, and then I raised my hand, you know, I found out my blood mom, you know, all that good shit. But more importantly, then she said, well, you know, writer, you know, I was like, yeah, me. Whoa, calls on me. Like, what are you? Same job you got. Laughter, 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 which is what she wants, what she needs, why she's there. But this is the point that I'm going to make real quick, is that the reason that Sarah bothers me a little bit is that I actually am autistic. We actually take people's shit literally, even on stage, when it's something like, my dad will get you that job. Well, where's that fucking job, Sarah? Because Michael Longfellow's there and I should be. I should be, right now, fucking directing a goddamn sketch for Steve Martin and fucking Marty Short. Do you guys have, oh my God, the fucking material that I have for those two? Dude, look, y'all don't even know. I'll get off stage. You know how many times people told me that I reminded them of Martin Short?
Gabby.
I know just about every single sketch Martin Short is famous for. I know just about every single movie Marty Short's ever been in. Same thing applies to Steve Martin. I am a fan of their careers. You understand me? And I'm autistic and I don't fucking forget. Especially about the things that I enjoy and care about. And some might say obsess over. But I wouldn't say obsess. Obsess is like I've got fucking a wall with a bunch of fucking pinpricks and a bunch of strings attached. And it's like a whole fucking conspiracy attached to the fucking conglomerates and I'm not crazy. I'm not obsessed. I am autistic. And I am artistic. And I am not offended by people using retard and autism as their punches. I'm just offended that it's not more funny. That's why I'll turn my head down if it's not funny and turn off. And that's my right as an audience member and also as a fellow comedian. And if I ever actually got truly upset to the point of like, yo, no, that's not just that is fucked. Then you know what I would do? I would let them finish, just da-da-da. I would get up when they were walked off the stage. I would just say, hey, if it's cool, can we go outside real quick? I need to talk to you about something. And then I would gauge whether they're a good human being or barely human being. Then I would gauge whether they're one of them or one of us. And there are them and us. Let me be very clear about that. There are two types of entertainers in this planet. Michael Longfellow is one of them, not one of us. They're the comedians that are performing comedy to help the world heal. That's what we do. And then there are the comedians who perform comedy for themselves. All they care about is themselves. Their only goal is themselves. And only thing they ever care about is themselves. And that is Michael motherfucker Longfellow. I guarantee you that motherfucker doesn't give a shit about the world healing from laughter. You know why I know that? Because I've seen it in his fucking eyes. Because I've seen it in his fucking comedy. And I know for a fucking fact, nobody like us takes from people. And he stole my shit, my mannerisms. He stole my fucking delivery style. And I will never forget it. I didn't give a fuck when he did it because I didn't realize that he wasn't just going to California. He was going to California to fucking pursue and steal our fucking everything. While we were busy working our asses off to finish, we finished college at that point. He graduated way after us, mind you. But while we were busting ass, even in Washington, I'm not even going to get started about getting hit by a car and dying and coming back to life, but let's just go there too. But the main thing I'm getting at is this. The main thing that I'm getting at is that unlike us, we had to bust ass for 2 fucking years at a job that okay, look, you're never going to hear us bragging about working at McDonald's. But you're never going to hear us ashamed about working at McDonald's. You never hear us bragging about the 2 years where most of our life was consumed by a job and taking extra work and doing as much work and just literally I thought back on it like maybe a couple weeks now or something because I have really fucked memory. I think it's because I really started abusing weed, but I don't know. It might be the other drugs. It might be just depression. It might be a lot of things. Could just be me. I don't know. But I do know this. It had been a long time since it occurred to me, dude, there was 2 years of your life where you couldn't perform comedy because you had to work. There's 2 years of your life where you literally had to give up streaming and gaming and doing everything like that because it wasn't making revenue. And you had one job and one job only, and that was to pay off the last of your fucking college debt. And I did. 100% debt free. Whatever. I don't. Who am I blessing? God don't exist. Like, I'm sorry. It's just what it is, man. I'm cool with being a part of a family that's Jewish or whatever. Like, not really. I mean, like, I don't even want to get started. I don't even know how it works. I need to find a rabbi and really inquire as to if it's even okay for me. Like, I get somewhat, like, but I don't. Like, she's not. So, okay. Long and short, mom is Jewish, but she's not, because she's converted. But she's not converted. Well, like, she is converted, right? You follow? So, if a woman is Jewish by descent or by family, right? But then um converts to another religion because of, once again, by their family or something, is she still a Jew? Like, I'm actually seriously asking, even though there's no audience at the moment. Maybe post a comment and let me know. Like, this is the stuff that I don't understand about if I am, like, is it okay for me to even say, like, I'm cool with being cool with the Jews, no doubt. Like, you ain't gonna ever see me not be cool with them, because, like, actually, that's not true. So there's good Jews and then there's annoying Jews. Annoying Jew is the ones that I basically I call them bad Jews, but especially with Kanye, people are like, but you gotta understand, there's literally fucking people that like, okay, I don't want. There's one specific comic. He's probably never gonna see this, but he's an example of. Actually, there's two. Okay, look. Okay, I don't want to get too into the weeds, as they might say. So let me be very simple about this. When I say good Jew, this is what I mean. I mean either a Jewish person that is as close to, if not 100% kosher and Hasidic, but not the ones that are, like, for example, in New York, and literally, like, there's very, very, like, I'd be cool with those people to some extent, but, like, there's some really fucked up stories about certain things with those ones, like, super, super aesthetic. But, like, when I talk about my dad, the Lutheran minister, and how he was, like, one of the truest Christians I ever met, the same thing applies to Jewish. There are people that I love and admire, and in general, that are not simply practicing, but, like, God or Yahshua, yeah, no, Yahweh. But they're not allowed to say it, because so I might not see. There you go. I might have just cardinal sinned my ass out of hell, or I mean heaven. Excuse me. Either way, point is this. Yahweh or whatever, right? The point is this. That when I say this, what I'm saying is that these types of Jewish people are some of the most pure of heart people I've known. Like, they're very silly, matter of fact. Like, so, like, there's so many examples I could give you, like, filled with love from my heart. But, like, a lot of the truest, most beautiful Jewish people I've known were, like, honest to God, like, just, like, I can't explain it. It's just so unique to them and their culture. And it might be my culture too. That's, once again, what I'm explaining. It's like, I don't know if it's by default of what I am, that, like, so many different cultures are like, yo, you're one of us, you know? But, like, actually by blood, I think, in, like, as far as it goes, even if she did convert, she's still technically, and therefore her offspring, which I'm her only son, is also, right? Like, I don't know how it works. All right, like, all I know is that one religion came after the other. So if it's an ancestral thing, then therefore by default, ancestrally speaking, I'm pretty fucking sure. But I'm not going out there claiming it, and that was what I was gonna get at. So when I say it, I don't say bad Jew. It's not something bad person, bad human, right? Because every human has the potential or quality to be this type of smug ass piece of shit. What? Let me throw some Yiddish away, right? A schmuck, a putz. Not a putz. I can be a putz now and again, okay? But a schmuck, that's the tip of the penis, by the way. It gets cut off during circumcision. So if you don't know what a schmuck is, now you do. A schmuck, it's the tip of the penis. Basically trash, man. You cut it off and throw it out the fucking window, right? I don't know. Fucking keep it for a keepsake. I don't know. You know, what do I care? I'm not a fucking rabbi doing circumcisions, okay? Thank God. Thank the Lord. Huh? Thank Yahweh. Huh? What can I say? Allah. I don't know. The point is this, right? if you go around spouting off, I'm a Jew, spouting off like I'm a Jew, right? But you don't follow kosher rules. All right, fine. Nobody would get this joke if I called you a Jack Jew. Nobody would like it because it doesn't sound cool and it's not really that fucking funny. But it's referencing Jack Mormons because there are people that are Mormons still, meaning the Mormon church will happily take tithes from them and their family will not disown them. But they drink whiskey and they drink rum and they have a good time doing it and they don't give a fuck. They're still clinically classified as a Mormon, but they're called Jack Mormons for that reason, okay? So what I'm kind of explaining here is like there are some very fucking horrible fucking human beings, and they use the fact that they're from a family that is Jewish as their escape card, as their shield, their blocker, as basically like here's the thing. At the end of days, they're screwed. They're screwed. Because if all of the traditional laws apply, these people may be Jewish by whatever, but I am more of a Jew than they'll ever be because of the fact that I live with love in my heart. But more so, I think it's more the Irish in me, but I walk on a day-to-day basis where I am living suffrage. Like, it's true, a lot of my suffrage I bring upon myself, but if you understand what I'm getting at, some of the truest, most Jewish qualities about me is that mentality. I'm not hyperbolic per se, but I am known, and my friends will be known to, and I am known to have do things like this, like how are you? It's like, I think I might be coming down with something. I don't know. I'm not 100%, but I'm I have a tendency to be a bit of a whiner sometimes. I think would be a fair term. Not, I don't like the word complainer because a complaint is like an official like. I feel like if you file a complaint, okay, I feel like a complaint is so much more serious. Okay, whiner is more appropriate. It's like not good, not bad. It's like, why you whining, kid? It's like, it's kind of just what I am, I guess. Like, and also, mind you, that shrugging shit I do came naturally initially, became performance art before Longfellow even fucking stole it off me. But more importantly, actually, that is another example of before I even knew my blood mom. But there are things about me. Like when I was younger, I used to actually legitimately get, when my sideburns would grow out, it was so fucking crazy. I wish I had more photos. If they didn't, I'll get lost and burned. But my sideburns when I was like, I'd say all the way until I was around 16, when I would grow my hair, right? They would literally curl. I'm not even fucking kidding. Like, my sideburns would curl. Like, come down in curls. None of my other hair would do it. Like, most of my hair would be, like, straighter or you know, what I called surfer shag, which was, like, I used to joke, like, this is before I did stand-up, because I didn't do stand-up in high school like Pete, you know? But, when I did stand-up, right, I used to actually, like, joke about how what's his name? I almost called him Keanu. That's not right. No, not Kiefer. Dude, where's my car? Not Michael Scott, or sorry, Michael, whatever. The other one, the one that's with the girl from the same show they were on, that '70s show. Now would be a nice time, my one viewer, to comment and let me know who I'm talking about. Cause now I almost called the guy Kirsten Stewart. It's like tip of the tongue mixed with something else, you know. Probably the fact that he hasn't been in shit except for that one Netflix show with the other guy, that Meat. It's What's for Dinner. It's gonna kill me. It's in my head bouncing around. Ash. Hey, what's up? Hey, it's Edwin. What's up, dude? Nice to see you. I don't know if I pronounced your name right though. It's Edwin in my head for some reason. Ash, who I'm talking about is he's the guy from that '70s show, not Topher, not the other dude, but the one that's with the girl from the show. I'm just blanking on his name. Main thing is I used to joke that he stole my hairstyle. It was a stupid joke. It wasn't even funny, but I wasn't even fun. Like high school years are not even that funny. But anyway, my actual fucking like this is way back. Like, yeah, Ashton Kutcher. Thank you. That's the one. Yeah. So I used to joke Kutcher stole my look because I liked how it sounded. Kutcher stole my look. But yeah, my hair, like when I was younger, used to actually straight up like if you ever see the so you see it a lot in California, especially, which is totally cool. Like I've been going to synagogues and stuff, especially on holy days. So like I want to get to know my culture if I am and just in general. I would like to get to know culture in general. And I love the amount of acceptance that I've been gifted. But I used to legitimately get the type of sideburns that these guys actually put fake ones on to have similar. Like when you see the Hasidic Jewish men and boys, but the men mostly because it's more of a thing. But those sideburn curls, I used to actually legitimately get. I don't know why it stopped. Something happened to me. I don't know if it's when I got killed and came back from that car accident or not. But like those sideburns, they're growing out, and they do not curl like they did. So I don't know what the deal is, but it doesn't matter. My main point is like, even if I find out that I am, by all means, allowed to claim Jewishness in my cultural resume, you're not going to see me going around looking for clout saying like I'm a Jew. Granted, I'm a great human being, so if I did, it wouldn't be the same as the ones I'm talking about. I'm talking about the shysters. I'm talking about, so like Kanye went off the handle, okay, because he couldn't separate people doing business from people with religion and stuff like that. But there are people of the faith that don't truly follow the faith that do negative things. And those are, when I say, what I say is annoying is my word, okay? They're annoying. The reason I say annoying is because, as the great Shakespeare once wrote, well, might not have written if you know his history, but let's just go on the presumption that he wrote Macbeth. It was all his words all the way through. But there's a great Act 2, Scene 2. For nothing, either good nor bad, thinking make doth so. That was roughly paraphrased. But the main point is good and bad are illusions of our own deciding. What's good for one person is not good for another and might be good for the other. And what's bad for one person might not be so bad for another and might be completely good to the other, right? And an easy example of something like that might be like a person loses a job that they thought was going to be their whole life, and they think it's the end of their world. And so they would say, oh, this is bad what just happened. 6 months from then, they might find out that time off from that job and that decision to take some time for themselves and travel the world happenstancely ended up to where they met the woman that they never knew existed their entire life until they met that woman. Therefore, something very, very good has now occurred. So therefore, no longer realistically would it have made sense, or could it make sense for that implication that what had happened when they lost that job was a bad thing. So that's like a rough example of what it really means. Nothing's either good nor bad. Thinking really, truly does make it so. And if someone tells you something's bad and you choose to accept that as your truth and your reality, then you're deciding to put that into your reality. And then therefore, that's just how that is. But in all reality, it is still only bad because that person told you it was bad and you chose to accept that as it is bad and then keep it as bad, as opposed to, say, rationalizing that it's neutral. And most things in this world are truly neutral. But if you are molesting children, let's say, or if you are fucking over people so that you can get higher on the scale of a ladder, I'm not going to hold the Jewish religion, people of the Jewish faith, let alone people from Jerusalem, let alone people from Iran, let alone just in general. I am not going to allow one to dictate how I feel about the whole, whether or not I find out that I am one of the people as well. But I am going to make a point to hope that the world and people can understand what I'm getting at. It's not good and bad, good ones, bad ones. It's annoying ones, because it annoys. It is annoying. Okay, look. I feel the same way about Catholics, Christians. I feel the same way about blacks, whites, Asians in general. I am done saying bad. I am now implementing the word annoying because it is so annoying. Like, I'm sorry, but I know these motherfuckers. Every other fucking sentence, they mention that they're Jew. But it's like, dude, you're not a bro. I've been to more synagogue than you have. I fucking know more about the religion than you. I'm fucking sorry. But there are people that use it as like a fucking like bullshittery. Really, it's all bullshit. It's a huge fucking hindrance and a big annoyance, you know? So I can't remember where that came from. I was mostly just getting around the fact, but like, I identify personally as a human being human. I identify sexually orientation wise as sometimes I'm horny, sometimes I'm not. If I'm horny, and then I find people or things attractive, things is a stretch. Let's keep it. I mean, generally speaking, what I'm saying is like, I consider myself an animal. I consider myself a conscious animal. I consider myself, I don't know. I can't explain it. It's like, I'm not even agnostic at this point, or Gnosticism. I'm not. I believe at this point, I believe that I am existing, and I exist, and I believe you exist in the chat crawl, right? You still haven't called me out on it, so Edwin must have been your name. I know you, and I know your name, and I know that in some of my darker times, especially when I first came to LA, you were my savior. And I know that you're official, the first official student of the FBS Society. Like, there's no, like, if I pull this shit off, there are gonna be so many fucking people coming along. But you're the only person that's actually I'm gonna be like, you are the only person on this planet that I trust. Here you go. This is the fucking manual. I'm gonna give you everything. Because I'm gonna be too busy. And I'm gonna come and visit you. Or I'm gonna have you visit me. I'm gonna stay in touch. But I'm gonna front my own money or do whatever's necessary to get you the space. I'm gonna use my now established celebrity in the community to make sure that you actually, unlike me, have students. Unlike me, actually have like everything you need. I'm gonna like allow you all everything. But you're going to be you are the one person on this entire planet that I actually I have huge trust issues. You are one of the only people on this planet that I trust with my actual legitimate textbook that is being built. Like, I have it. It's getting there. The only thing I don't have at this point is application. I have the games. I have the lessons. I have the experience. I have the story. The only thing I don't have still is the application. But once I have the application, shit, dude, at this rate, I might get to Saturday Night Live before I can even get to the application to even see if this shit is as good as it should be and as I believe in it. But I know for a fact that would I be on SNL? There's no. I'm sorry, but it's like I got a rental space, affordable rate, whatever. Maybe it's. I'm not looking for profit. If fucking I'll make it a fucking non-profit. I don't care. As long as you're took care of so that you can run it. Because I'm going to be too busy writing or performing. Ideally, I'm going to be too busy writing and performing. But I'm still going to have Sunday mornings. I'm still going to have, I don't know. I honestly don't know how the weekly schedule will be. But I'm definitely going to have weeks off. But unlike fuck Michael Longfellow. Unlike Michael Longfellow, I'm not going to be going to Seattle. Unlike Michael Longfellow, I'm not going to be going to Arizona. Unlike Michael Longfellow, I'm not going to be going to LA. I'm going to exclusively be staying in New York, working on that shit alongside you. But you are the only person on this planet that is legitimately, as far as I'm concerned, not just a student, but the fucking senpai, which is like the step under sensei. It's like you got sensei, senpai, students. You're the motherfucker. And that's because from the day I met you, you didn't just like see me, you actually respected and understood the amount of fucking years behind me. Like, you understood, like, I'm not just doing this shit. This is like a literal 15-year fucking nonstop. I'm on the 14th year. But anyway, that's all fucking dreams and hearsay, because there's no way it's going to ever happen unless I manage to get to SNL first. And as it stands, Michael Longfellow is still there, and I'm not. So, good for him. But, yeah. So, anyways, that's a lot of that. But, look, it's still 7. Like, the reality is that there's a show that I talked about earlier. You might not have been watching earlier, but I'm definitely not going to that venue. That's not on my list of places I want to even be around. Like, normally I would go there just to talk shit a little, like make face as I think it's still said. People still say that, make face. Like, you show up to make face, meaning like they see your face, you're there, you know? But no, at this point, I don't ever want to go back to this place, specifically because of the way I was treated by that specific person. That's not even a full established member of that thing. But it's just, I don't want to be anywhere where I'm going to get my ass in trouble, in the sense of like, I don't need to be around insecure males that want to fight me because I see their girlfriend as a human being and treat their girlfriend as a human being. Oh yeah? Are you is it different than working at your parents' shop? Or like, when you say got from work, I'm like, because what I remember is probably still the case, unless maybe during COVID your family business or something might have gone under or something. But I don't know, when you say work, I'm like, I wonder if it's still the same. When I met you in 2019, you were working at your parents' shop. And I was like, that's so cool. Like, one thing I never forgot about you is when you taught me about how it's so much more affordable to like live in the states attached to New York, and then you can drive into New York, do the New York thing, and then go back to where it's more affordable to be. I never forgot that, ever. If I did end up choosing New York over LA, I would have been like, yo, help me find an affordable place where you are, because like I want to do that too, because there's no way I want to live in fucking New York. I can't do that. No way. I couldn't. Like, in all reality, there's no way. Like, I'm sorry, but okay, cool. So, good for your parents for surviving COVID. Good for you for being a good son. But, you know, like, legitimately, I don't know, man. Like, people are like, oh, New York's not that much more expensive. Oh, why aren't you in New York? You're trying to get on our snow. Why are you in New York? It's like, all right, I live in not downtown. I live in Hollywood. Like, I live, like, today, for the first time in a fucking long ass time, it was clear enough in every place in this whole house, you can see the Hollywood sign. And I was able to be like, don't ever forget, dude. Don't forget, bro, where you live, man. You in Koreatown. You need to work on your Latin, bro, because, like, it's like Koreatown. You know what I mean? Like, that's a stupid local joke out here, is that there's more Latinos in Koreatown than Koreans. See how I just switched it up, though? You see the accents, right? I did an actual Korean accent, too. Like, I'm fully I am well like, oh my god, there is no fuck. Michael Longfellow stole that shit from underneath me. He scooped it. It's like the gasoline and fucking rocket fuel that just blasted my asshole open. Fire shooting out and sparking in the fuck, dude. I have so many countless amounts of fury toward that piece of shit. Like, there's not a single reason that fucker should be on that fucking show. Punky definitely earned her. Like, dude, she has been impressing me at every chance. Though I still find it hilarious because Punky still be playing the bartender in the fucking sketch. Punky was my bartender. So I see it and I go, it's funny because it's true. But the point is, I got way more fucking accent ability, way more character ability, way more fucking personality in my fucking face. Michael Longfellow is, as this lady put it, Clark Kent. And I was like, nah, he ain't even fucking Clark Kent. First off, he's got dirty brown eyes. Nothing against your brown eyes, mind you. I'm not talking about people with brown eyes. I'm talking about him specifically. Longfellow has dirty brown eyes. Like, he has a dirty fucking everything. I don't know how the fuck he got the SNL, but I know it was through dirty shit because he has no fucking resume as far as I looked up. And I looked his at as soon as I saw he was cast. Two things clicked in my fucking head. First was a huge ass punch to the like bam, like fuck you, when I realized I know, like, this ain't no Punky serve me beer type of situation. This ain't no Chris Red on stage a few times. No. This is the first time where it was somebody that I fucking didn't just know. This is somebody that I met before they ever stood on stage ever in their fucking life. This is a person that saw me on stage before they even had the fucking courage to get on fucking stage. There are no fucking... There's just Michael Longfellow. And I have been this same way. Every person I've ever met, including you, I don't shut the... I tell people, I'm going to be on SNL. I've been focusing on SNL. I've been training for SNL. Same thing applies to this motherfucker. This shit stain of a fucking person. Like, all right, I didn't even get... Like, this is who I am. I didn't get heated when he was getting a bunch of shows in Arizona and I wasn't. Because, like, I never gave a fuck about shows. I only ever cared about improv troops. I only ever cared about improv and theater. I barely gave a fuck. I was just doing stand-up for the sake of doing stand-up when I was in college. I was just doing stand-up because I worked at the venue and I was like, all right. I was doing stand-up because it was actually a thing where, like, they would literally be like this at the fucking stand-up live, for example. They would be like, hey, there's like slot. We know you can do it. So, like, hey, go up there and do 5 minutes, okay? Like, no, I'll be like, what? They're like, nah, dude, just go and do it, all right? Like, I got tables still. They're like, nah, don't worry. Fucking Chloe will handle it. Okay, yeah, sure, fuck it, And then I get up on stage, and that's when I would be doing this shit, like, so, you might, like, I couldn't quote for quote, but a lot of my earlier shit, especially in Arizona, was 100% about rehearsing and practicing long pause because of two reasons. Number one, I always knew I had the ability to do it. But number two, what? Oh, what? That is how the improv people from New York City refer to you as. Haha, to this day. I swear that is such an amazing fucking thing to hear and see and read. That is so fucking beautiful. Like, look, I love that. Like, okay, I'm guessing you definitely talking about, like, the same people, like, as far, like, I don't remember. Okay, look, here's what I remember. I remember there was like 5 of them total. But the only 2 that I really remember are the 2 that I still follow mostly, and that's Steve, and then, I don't know why I want to call him Gus, but he's the dude that's on Wildin' Out, and I think is he still on Wildin' Out? I'm not sure. But, Those two dudes for sure. Steve, firstly, Steve's never gonna probably see this unless you share it, but congratulations once again on getting into that magnet theater thing, which is so fucking awesome. And I know he worked really fucking hard to get that. Like, I know people were hating on him for getting it because I read his post on Facebook and I was like, fuck yeah, you doing it right, bro. Keep going. But yeah, man. I'm gonna be on SNL, damn it. Just the question is, will they be at Peacock or will they be on SNL, you know? No, for real though. No, no, I'm definitely like that. That's who I am. That's who I've always been for the last, 15 years. But 14. Oh, okay. So the story goes: 2008 is the year of origin for the FPS specifically. Everything before then is like mostly childhood traumas. But like legitimately, rest in peace. He's up there on the wall. He's dead now. I hate to say it, but Michael. My Mike. Well, not just mine, but Mike Embry. But like Mike Todd Embry. I mean, look, the person existed. He existed. It's unfortunate that he died, but he is in the book because he did something so powerful for me. Two things technically. So you're not gonna hear me say record, but like my adopted name and stuff is Carl, so like that nobody gets confused about. So when I talk about the manager Carl, like I am the manager Carl, but a lot of people don't get that, and I shouldn't be breaking the fourth wall, but that's what this live is for, realistically. And the chances of people finding this, they have to get through all 2 hours and 30 minutes before they'd even get close. Good luck scrubbing for the real deets, you know? But the point is this, Michael, he says to me, it's like, dude, look, Carl, this is one thing he said. This is the first thing he said. He's like, Carl, you are so cool. You are so awesome. Like, Carl is a really amazing person. I just wish Carl could see that. And that was like one of the first things Mike said to me that like resonated so deeply, but it was such a critical factor of where I was at in my life at that point in so many ways. Because what he was explaining to me is that I was stepping on my own awesome. And to this day, I still find myself stepping. And like, you're the same, like, I think about you in that way. Maybe that's one thing you can gain from me also, aside from improv lore and knowledge and et cetera and all that other stuff. But belief in yourself, belief in your, like, not in yourself as a performer, not in yourself as like whatever you're doing, right? It's an actual understanding of like, if you're a good human being, if you actually handle your life with care and actually are a person with empathy or like compassion or like just goodness in your heart, like love, kindness, all positive things, right? In general. And you ever hit points in your life where you're like down and out and you think that nobody cared, everything, it's because there are so many people out there that you don't realize and they don't tell you, especially if it's someone you're not around all the time. But there's a lot of people like that who even have parents that never tell them, but the parents presume that it's understood. And the main point is this: when Mike said that to me, it really woke up a piece of me. And that was the very first chip toward creating the FPS. But more importantly, and this is why I tell people, this is the main thing, is that I did not, like, I had the premonitive dream, but I never, ever anchored the premonitive dream into my own. It was just, for me at that time, it was in the category of a fever dream. And fever dream is like those so real, but also so wild and just like, wow, whatever. Okay? I never fully anchored the primitive nature of that dream until the second time Mike and I had that, where it was usually when Mike had way too many. I actually, to this day, am pretty sure because I talked to him about these things before he died. Not literally before he died, but like, if that makes sense, right? But okay. So he didn't remember. My point is, I'm pretty because it's fine. It's whatever. I need to learn to cut the fat and stick to the specifics, or just tell people to read the book because it'll be well edited. But the main point I'm getting at is the 15-year plan. So this is the second. So the first one was when Mike was like, basically, I'm not going to say the name again, but he's a really awesome person. He's talking about me. I just don't know why said their name again. Can't see that. Meaning, I am a really fucking amazing person, and everyone sees it and everyone knows it. He just didn't get why I couldn't. But the second time is when the 15-year plan activated. Because Michael says to me, and I quote, I see you 15 years from now in New York City, living, working, and rocking a Versace suit. That was approximately 14 years ago, folks. I'm not full of shit. I'm just taking my sweet-ass time to get where I need to be. Because ain't no amount of preaching gonna get the man to the pulpit. The only person who can get me to the pulpit, well, that's not true either, is it? But the main point is this. Coming up on year 15, it just happened to be season. Look, Mike would watch SNL maybe barely at all. Mike would be another person as an example of a person like Punky. I don't fucking watch that shit anymore. That shit's bada 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 bing bada boom bada da da da. And at this time period, mind you, was also a time period where I was busy with college and partying and everything. Like I was too busy for TV essentially. And this was 2007, 8, 9, 10 years. So it was not the world we live in now. And I was definitely not doing YouTube stuff like that. So I guess the main point is Mike would say, like, Mike understood. He was understood that when I got to SNL, he would watch. And now he's gone. But the notion and the love and the understanding is still there in the sense of that I'm not just me. I am John Belushi. I am Gilda Radner. I am Chris Farley. I am a long list of people who have gone now. But they're still around. They're still cheering me on. There's a reason my number one song, let alone number one album for this year, was the Blues Brothers. And specifically the song played the most of all was Gimme Some Lovin'. And it's not because of a broken heart. It's not because of an understanding for the song itself. No. That's the fucking song that Keenan fucking sings to open the fucking show. Every time I hear that, I don't just hear Jim singing, though I do definitely hear Jim singing. I don't just hear Dan singing, though I definitely do hear Dan singing. I don't just hear that fucking music, though I definitely hear that music played by those fucking artists who most are still alive. I do believe maybe 2 are gone now, I think. I don't know, but I do know this. I also remember every time Keenan singing it there. I remember the in-house Saturday Night Live band playing it. I remember the fucking backup girls, which now Melissa Villasenor has been replaced by, I believe it's Chloe Fineman. I think if I know, which I don't necessarily, but I'm pretty sure it's Ego Odom, Chloe Fineman, and Heidi Gardner now doing the backups. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain those are the backups. But I know Keenan's still fucking... Basically, Michael Che opens... Or no. Okay, yeah. Okay, I can't remember the order specifically for some reason. But Michael Che does like 4 to 5 minutes of stand-up to warm the crowd up. But Keenan legitimately sings Give Me Some Lovin'. But more specifically, that song, specifically the lines, specifically echoing in that specific place, the origin is the Blues Brothers. The origin is Belushi and Aykroyd. The origin of that, the specific words that ring the loudest is that it's a hot place to be, as in it's the place to be. And then Give Me Some Lovin', as in to the audience specifically to give loving. You see? And every stage I was going to perform at for the last 4 or 5, maybe 6+ months now. On my way there, Blues Brothers album. Singing along, listening along, learning it, knowing it, loving it. And I know this shit is not, this is real shit. Whether or not they accept me and bring me into the fucking show. Whether or not they get canceled before that. Whether or not they move to the Peacock Network and I don't care no more because it's season fucking 55 and I'm like fucking 70 years old. That's why I'm saying the truth is, always and forever, dead or alive, Michael Embry is the reason the FPS exists, not me and my primitive dream. It's because Michael said, I see you in New York, working, living, rocking that Versace suit. 15 years. I see, this is in Arizona he's saying, this is when I'm going, this is the back around round. So this is when I had to go to community college to get back into college, long and short, but it doesn't matter. See, cut the fat. That shit doesn't, what matter? Oh, see, I killed my own fucking energy. I was really feeling it just now. That's why I need to get on mic more. That's why I need to get out there more. That's why I need to get talking more. That's why I need to be just fucking doing everything I don't like to do more of. More. I am finally starting to have people laughing every time they're around me. Random strangers are like, when's your next show? I need to fucking get these shows. I need to start being like, yo, bitches, look, I'm not fucking around no more. I'm not fucking around no more. I'm not fucking around no more. You understand? I am not fucking around no more because this is year 14. This ain't no fucking joke no more. This is the final fucking year. Like I said, last year was the final chapter. That didn't mean that chapter was the final year. That meant that I'm on the final chapter. Because the final chapter ends one or two ways. Number one, I get there. Number two, I don't get there. I don't have any desire to work for Saturday Night Live on season 51 unless I'm already working there. No, I went to school for fucking journalism, bro. I graduate Walter Cronkite School of 2013. I went to school for broadcast journalism. I went to school with a bunch of Megans and Kyles. And I was calling them Kyles before it was cool. Actually, Ken. I think I was calling them Kens before I called them Kyles. I think I still like Ken better because it's like Ken and Barbie. But the Megans was a reference to the literal Megan. Megyn Kelly. But the point is this. I went to ASU and my journalism classes were filled with a bunch of beautiful fucking people with no desire to tell the truth. And every desire to have the best delivery from a prompter. They didn't give a fuck what it was fucking nothing. They would lie to everybody. They don't care. They don't give a fuck if it's true. A real journalist will die. Real journalists die. True journalists die attempting to get the truth to the world. I am a person who chooses to play a different game. My game goes like this. You thought I was going to tell you my day most? No. Some stuff is only for in person, right? So only the people that can hear or whatever, you know? Some things I won't put out because I know they're watching. Not the SNL people. I know they're watching. This one's mine. Actually, I like this one. In general, though, anything like these is, if you ever see people doing these ones, this is mine. Well, no. In general, I can't do it. It's whatever. I'm on my way out. It's been almost 3 hours. That's why. But they are watching everywhere right now. 24/7. I'm not totally crazy. Like, I've seen some trippy shit, and the way I know it was actually like crazy real was in the sense of the fact that I was actually sober. Like, it's one thing when you're rolling around drunk all the time. It's one thing when you're rolling around loaded all the time, high on drugs and shit like that. It's a whole nother story when you're rolling around sober, and at most, you're slightly sleep deprived. Not like you've been up for a few days. No, I'm just talking about slightly sleep deprived, as in you should have gone to bed about 3 hours ago, but you're literally on your way home now to go to sleep. I've seen some shit that I try to go back and find it the next day and it's not there. Stuff like a glowing fucking eye, lit up, red eye, like straight up like the same eye you see on a dollar bill. I'm in the fucking vehicle rolling home from the Comedy Store. I look out the window for some reason. I just kind of felt like looking out because there was like this weird, dark kind of ambiance feeling, like kind of that weird, like almost devilly type sensations, like that prickly hair standing up type of feelings. And sure enough, I look out the fucking vehicle and I'm in the back of this, like, I think it was a Lyft or Uber or whatever, share ride. I look out the window as the car is just rolling on the street from the Comedy Store. I know exactly which street I was on. That's why I'm saying I went back, not the next day, but the next day after that during the daytime to attempt to find it, because I'm like, oh, what if that was some fucking Gucci ass fucking Illuminati club that I fucking gotta go fucking tap on the door and be like, yo, what up? I'm here, MK, baby, all the way. Come on, activate now. I'm a transformer. Listen to me, clown. I don't know, fuck, I'm throwing it out. But it wasn't there. It literally walked the whole fucking thing. Well, not all of it. I took the bus for some of it because it's a long ass fucking strip. But there's no fucking building with that fucking symbol on that fucking thing. That's the type of shit I'm talking about when I say they're watching. I know they're fucking. I know there's shit going on around the fucking LA area and probably in New York too. Most likely Texas, definitely. That's why I know whatever the fuck he did, Longfellow did some dark shit to get where he's at, I guarantee you. Because there ain't no way he deserves to be there. Ain't no way he earned that fucking slot. But me? I'm going to be there because Gilda Radner wants me there. I'm going to be there because John Belushi wants me there. I'm going to be there because Chris Farley asked me to show up on that day. Oh, no. I'm real about this shit. I know for a fact. Because I've been training for this job. It ain't no fucking joke. I've been training. This is the job that I've been training for all my fucking life, but more specifically the last 14 years, almost nonstop, with the exception of those 2 years I mentioned earlier when I was busting ass to pay off my debt. I mean, yeah, man. That's kind of what my theory was, dude. More than ever. Matrix type fucking, yeah, it's like maybe not Matrix, more like Tron mixed with probably like what's it called? Minority Report. Tron and Minority Report mixed together. So take the world of Minority Report and then mix it in with the world of Tron and then put it where we live now in all of our reality. So it's like the precogs that think that and believe that they know more, the people that run the precogs, mixed with the AI systems in Tron that like basically become sentient to the point of taking control, to the point of like they're trapping the humans inside the game, and then the humans are trapped inside the game and they can't escape. Then if you die in the game, you die in life. That type of thing. Matrix is a little more. I don't know. Like simulation theory is fun, but like I don't know. Like so like if you don't know already, I need to go and read it cuz I just discovered this, but there's a book and the woman that wrote the book um I didn't know this and I was like, "Holy shit, that's so fucking awesome for so many reasons." But the movies, specifically Terminator and Terminator 2, Judgment Day, and then specifically Matrix, and I don't know about Matrix Revelations, I think it was, and then Matrix Final Solution. I forget I forget the titles. I just Matrix 2 and Matrix 3, and then Matrix Reloaded. Um, I just know Terminator and Terminator 2 Judgment Day and Matrix are actually all three combined part of a single book. And it's called, if I remember correctly, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure it was called something like what was it? It's like the simulated it's something like something third eye or something along the it was something about the third eye. And then this woman is like Christian. This woman is of the faith. And the book, so what I was getting at is I found this out. It's pretty fucking cool actually, and I can't wait. I'm going to read the book she wrote cuz it's totally probably like awesome book. But check this out. Terminator and Terminator 2 Judgment Day are prequels to The Matrix. That was me collecting all my brains back and then screwing the skull back on. But doesn't that shit blow your mind? It makes perfect sense, doesn't it, though? Terminator and Terminator 2 Judgment Day are about robots becoming sentient and then seeing humanity as a plague for the planet specifically. So then the robots decide to eradicate humanity from the planet in order to save the planet itself. That is the actual Terminator and Terminator 2 Judgment Day protocol story narrative. The robots were never actually evil. If anything, all the robots were was misled in the sense of they were basically human, like the equivalency of racism and bigotry or whatever. They saw all humans the same. They lost or never had perspective of individual humanity. Robots in Terminator and Terminator 2 Judgment Day specifically no, that's the thing. So this woman actually wrote this book. That book is literally where the script came from. Like sometimes people write a script from a book. They get permission from the author beforehand usually. But no, this woman's book is a single novel. One novel. It's not like a bunch of books, like a whole series or nothing. It's one book. And in that book, it's basically a story that takes place in 3 parts. That's what I'm saying. That's why my mind was fucking blown and I have to read this book. I have to because it's so cool. Because Terminator 1 and Terminator 2 are the story of the robots becoming sentient. And then once they're sentient, more so identifying humanity as a virus on the planet, as a parasite on the planet, as the reason like all of the planet is suffrage. So then, get this. The Matrix is the story of what happens once the robots win after Terminator 2, basically. So basically, John Connor and Sarah Connor this is the best fucking part, are the direct ancestry line of Neo. It's fucking awesome. And I'm watching this interview with the woman that wrote the book explaining that. And this is why I'm saying she's a woman of the faith, because she literally says the reason his name is John Connors is because JC, Jesus Christ, she said it, not me. She directly, allegorically made those books specifically to be a story narrative based around the whole thing of the resurrection of Christ and the salvation of humanity. That's why Neo is actually basically, she didn't say this directly, but it's basically the deal is that Neo is the Antichrist, basically. Because what happens is John Connors essentially fails in the mission, in theory, or whatever. The robots win. Okay, I haven't even, dude, the Animatrix. When I see Animatrix, then the first thought that came to mind for me with Animatrix was the video game that I played that almost nobody played back in the day, was the Matrix Online. I don't want to talk about how old I am, okay, but seriously, I played the Matrix Online. And no, my answer would be I am not, to my knowledge, it only goes as far as her book is the stories of Terminator and the Matrix. But I believe it goes, from what she was saying, I have to read the book, but I'm pretty sure it goes like this: Terminator, Terminator 2, Matrix. I believe everything after Matrix 1, and obviously Terminator 3, Terminator, all of that is just people taking the what do you call it when the not rights but the property. I'm pretty sure Animatrix is included in that caliber where people took the properties and then made their own shit with it, right? Like, it's fine, it's whatever, and hopefully that woman's getting paid accordingly, but she probably isn't. But for her story, what I got to read specifically, it goes like this: Terminator is the beginning of the story. John Connors represents Jesus Christ. Sarah Connors represents Mary. And I think that's because John Connors is born from his father who comes from the future to the past. Because if I remember correctly, in Terminator, Sarah Connors meets John Connors meets, I'm pretty sure she basically, it's not an immaculate birth, and you know what I mean, but it's like a concept of like a god, like whatever, a chosen child of humanity. But the point is, John Connors was the salvation of humanity. But then the reason I say I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure that Matrix takes place after Terminator 2 is because at the end of Terminator 2, it's still inconclusive whether or not they saved the future. So then the reason I say that all the all of the Terminators after that aren't included is because that's when they go into this whole thing where they're future and they're showing the fight and they're doing all that stuff. But what's really cool and what I'm like, that is the fucking blows your mind, because the Matrix is a story when you know the Matrix separate from the Terminator, right? At the beginning of the Matrix, Neo is inside of the Matrix. when they wake Neo up, he comes out of that fucking chrysalis thing, out of the fucking tank, to discover that basically, okay, up until the humans became the batteries, right? That's the Matrix, is that the robots won. But the Matrix is also the robots did not realize John Connor really was the chosen one, because Neo in the Matrix is a direct descendant of John Connors. You get? So John Connors had a son or something like that, and that's that son is Neo. Sure, the way she explains it is that son was Neo, and Neo was the chosen one to save humanity, if that makes sense what I'm saying. So when the robots win in like basically long and short is, if I understand correctly, that basically the Terminators and the machines that make the Terminators, the Skynet, right, wins. They win. They win that war. They finally achieve. They win. But when they win, that's how they win. The robots win by creating the Matrix. The way that the robots win is that they realize at some point the perpetual war is not going to work. At some point, I guess, I'm not sure how it works, but the robots start running out of fucking sunlight, I think is how the story. I don't remember specifics here necessarily, and like I said, for all I know, fucking Wachowski sisters, now they're sisters. That's why I have to remember they're sisters now. Bless their hearts, love them. They're still. Matter of fact, one of the Wachowskis is sexy as fuck. I mean, I'm not saying. I'm just saying. I find her very attractive, even though she used to be him. I still find her incredibly attractive. I'm just saying. The other one, give without. But whatever. The point is this. If you understand what I'm saying, it blew my mind because it makes perfect sense. The robots realized the only way to actually win was to trap the humans inside of a matrix. Therefore, created the Matrix. Now you understand. So the Terminator 2, the Matrix, and when they created the Matrix, they presumably, because they're only robots after all, they don't know humans, they don't understand destiny, they don't understand fucking destiny. Robots don't understand fucking fate. Robots don't know this shit. No way they could even know. They're fucking robots. They're not human. So they created the Matrix because it was the only way to end the war. But at the point that they created the Matrix, the world had already been fucked up almost beyond repair because of the war. And that's why when you see Neo come out of the fucking tank, and when you watch those movies and you see the fucking actual world, as they call it or whatever, outside of the Matrix, and you see how it is outside of it, and you're like, wow, this is fucking dystopian times infinity. Like they're living underground and shit like that, But it makes perfect sense because that's the whole deal. Neo is a direct descendant of John Connors. This is her words, not mine. Neo is a direct descendant of John Connors, a.k.a. JC, a.k.a. Jesus Christ. Her words in the interview. Fucking awesome. I gotta read the book when I get the chance, but it's fucking awesome, isn't it? It's so fucking awesome. It's a brilliant fucking, like, when you realize that was a book written, and you realize that is fucking amazing. Those franchise, fucking, fuck the director, fuck this, fucking everything else when you realize those movies, which are badass to this day, people love fucking Matrix 1. I don't think I've very rarely met a person that didn't like Matrix 1. And I barely ever met a person that didn't I think I've met more people that have only seen Terminator 2 and never even seen Terminator. Like me, myself, I've seen Judgment Day like 15 times to every half a time that I saw Terminator. Like I like Terminator, but Terminator was actually one of those movies that's a thriller and scary enough that I never forgot it because like it was at the time I saw Terminator, I was too young to be watching movies like that. The amount of violence and everything. But like I loved that movie because I don't know what the deal is with me, but like when I was younger, I fucking loved Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm not alone though. You know? But the point is this. I'm pretty sure it's Terminator and Matrix 100%. But I think that Terminator 2 might have been one where it started playing the water because the Terminator was so popular they had to make him into a hero and they had to create a reason to bring back Terminator. And that's why they were like, okay, so let's do this and this and this or whatever. But if you think about it, 3 is when they start fucking with everything. 4 is the one where it's like fucking who plays fucking John Connors in the future, Christian Bale. It was a good, I enjoy them because I like futuristic sci-fi shit. But the actual short story is basically the robots win by creating the Matrix, but the world is so fucked at that point. And then Neo is literally a direct descendant from John Connor. And I'm like, that is awesome. That is real story writing. That is a real, legitimate, awesome sci-fi fucking movie. Or story or whatever. But the best part is like it's something about the third eye. I think it's called technologic third eye or something like that. But I have to read it because this woman is really on it. But she's also a Christian. But the main thing is that there is something about this pineal gland, and there is something about I probably shouldn't hit it that it's probably real. Sometimes I was tripping. Sometimes I swear I can see it opening now and again, but I know it's just my imagination, you know. But I guess what I'm getting at is like you said, you're like it's the Matrix type of thing. I think of it more like Tron mixed with fucking Tom Cruise's movie. I said it earlier. I'm blanking on it because I'm going on. I'm 3 hours and 12 minutes in, so pretty impressive though, considering I'm not on amphetamine. Well, technically I'm on caffeine. That's an amphetamine. But now I've had my meal. I've finished the coffee. I'm not gonna make more, though I want to. It's almost 8. Done a good job, dude. I'm doing good today. What do you say? Second Renaissance? I don't know about the second Renaissance. I mean, here's my theory. Where we're sitting in the world right now. I think we are in a period of form. What would be our generation's enlightenment era. Like, there's been enlightenments throughout humanity, right? And Renaissance is the terminology used, at least as far dating back as I want to say it was the French Renaissance or like the Italian Renaissance or like the Renaissance period itself, which is like, I want to say the Renaissance period is the starting 1700s maybe. I'm not 100 on that. Actually, I think the Renaissance period is more, I think even the 1500 mark, which is 500 years ago, which is crazy because 500 years really wasn't that fucking long ago. Like, when you realize the Renaissance period was only 522 years ago, basically, it's like, holy shit. We really have, like, it's amazing when you start seeing time as it is, which is a perpetual illusion. But, like, I do think, to some extent, we are entering, or we are currently within, what would be our So like if it is a thing where humanity I okay. So here's the deal. I once again I don't want to talk about how old I am, but the Animatrix we had it because of Matrix Online. We also had it ripped from LimeWire. Um, so when we watched the Animatrix a few times, but uh two things. Number one, I remember the Animatrix was too long for me and my attention span back then. And I remember that while I did read subtitles back then, because I've been a weeb most of my life, um, I am not a otaku though, but I am a weebo. I mean, I'm a white boy who enjoys Japanese animations, but I do remember the Animatrix, but I need to go back and look back into what you're talking about because I don't remember the second Renaissance. But I do remember what you're saying because I remember the Matrix came out and the Animatrix was set in between the Matrix and I believe it was the second Matrix movie. If I remember correctly, so the second Renaissance is probably something what you're telling me I need to go back and look into again. But if you get what I'm saying, long and short though, is that I know for certain Terminator and the Matrix are actually a part of the exact same storyline because they literally were taken from this woman's book. But whether or not the Wachowski brothers at the time, sisters now, or was it Carpenter that made Terminator? Was it Carpenter? I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was Carpenter. But whoever made Terminator and Terminator 2 was a different director, screenwriter. Like the person who wrote the screen adaptation for Terminator and Terminator 2 maybe, but definitely Terminator was not the Wachowski brothers at the time, now sisters. Like if that makes any sense at all. But I can guarantee you that this woman wrote a short story called, I think it's something about technology and the third eye. I know third eye is definitely in the title. Matter of fact, let me look it up real quick. I want to get this woman her credit. Matrix and Terminator, same book. Yep. Okay. I could do a screen share if you want, so I can show you. Second Renaissance is the origin of the AI versus the human war. Oh, okay. So it was actually a prequel to the Matrix, give or take, maybe then. All right. Here, I'm gonna do. No, not no. What is it? This one. This one. No. Where is it? Is it this one? This one? Man, come on now. How do I share it? Screen share. How do I do screen share? I know I knew how to do screen share. All right, I don't know how to do it, so I'm just gonna read it. But so check it out. The book is literally called "The Third Eye: Where It All Begins." The book is called "The Third Eye: Where It All Begins" by Sophia Stewart. Stewart's epic story created two of Hollywood's biggest franchises, The Matrix and Terminator movie series and trilogy. See the court documents, letters of access, registered return, receipts, FBI evidence, investigation, and future projects. MatrixTerminator.com. Bottom in the middle. I'll get it the next time. But anyway, that's because I'm also on my way out. Like it's almost 3:20 now, 3 hours 20. But yeah, The Third Eye: Where It All Begins. That's the book. Sophia Stewart. That's the author. Highly recommend. I haven't read the book yet, but I'm excited to read it at some point. The cover is awesome, but like this woman's book became 2 movies that nobody realizes until, like me, they realize are actually a series. But it makes perfect fucking sense once you hear her talking about it, once you read it, because it's like, whoa, of course that's what happened. To actually win the war against humans, the robots created the Matrix. And now, because you said that that's the origin of AI versus human war, I'm going to check it out because I think that's probably why I got bored of it. I don't know. I think it was the animation style. I think it was the pacing because it was really fucking long. I think it was the narration. I don't know. I can't defend my little self. Animatrix, I was probably like fucking 15 back then, maybe. But anyway, I think more likely like Tron, where they're stuck inside the video game and they can die. And then I think more like, fuck, why do I keep blanking on that? Damn, man. Tom Cruise movie. Fucking, I don't know why I'm blanking on it now. I said it earlier. But I do remember the precogs, and that's what I said. Because I look at, like, I think there's a lot of, I think the human side of what's going on around us is a lot of shenanigans in the sense of, like, there's a lot of people that I think they know, but they're so arrogant. They're so arrogant. They think they know. Because they probably believe in a God, and they believe in being beyond the God, and they believe in the Satan, and they believe in being a worshiper. Like whatever it is, I don't know. I just know that like war is war. Resources are resources. Humans are humans. The earth is the earth. That's what I fucking know. I know that if I can't pay my rent, then I don't have a place to live. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to immediately die. I know that I died and come back more than once, but the last time hopefully was the last time I come back. But I know I didn't wake up in some fucking tube coughing up fucking shit, and like I know I never took some fucking, whatever. But I know these people in college that would be like taking a lot of hard drugs. But when I say hard drugs, I mean like Robitussin, like NyQuil mixed with some like stupid shit. But they would get so high that they would swear that they could see the Matrix. Like they would swear they could see the Matrix. And I know I seen on YouTube, I seen the videos of people claiming that that we live inside of a digital prison. But you know what I also know? They were high. You know what I also know? They were not anything more or less than a human. Like, it's one thing if someone tells me that we all live in a matrix and they can see the digital cage and they can literally see the numbers and they can see the it's a whole nother thing when they say that and then they also put their hand through a table. Like, my hand is hitting the table. You can kind of hear it probably banging right now. It didn't go through it, though, did it? But these are the type of people who would claim that if you can see the Matrix and believe the illusions, but then deceive or believe. Okay, see the Matrix. Okay, so they claim they can see the Matrix. They claim we're inside of a digital prison. They claim that if you can and you are beyond that illusion to alleviate all denial of said illusion, that then you can, by all means, put your hand through physical matter simply by letting go of every preconceived notion of it being impossible. Those are the same people that you read about that jumped off of the top of a fucking building. But not because they was sad and wanted to end it. It's because they wanted to prove the Matrix is real. They wanted to be Neo. The reality is, even if it's the Matrix, even if we all live inside of a simulation, ain't no fucking way a majority of us motherfucking players, NPCs and PCs, nobody's a fucking, no. Ain't no main character in that bitch. Ain't no fucking way, okay? Nah. Reality is, we're dumb fucking monkeys, man. The reality is, we're fish monkey hybrid evolutionary fucking anomalies. The truth is, we have hearts that beat, lungs that breathe, brains that fucking do a shit ton, like run a machine, basically. We are closer to being robots with souls than we are like whatever what it would be. Like, the people you hear mostly talking about being inside of a game or like blah 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 are people who are doing more drugs than they are manual labor. People who are doing drugs than they are reading books. People who are doing drugs than they are painting. I don't know. But the point is, when you surround yourself with drug users and you yourself use drugs, and all you do is sit around getting high as fuck, like super high, and most of your knowledge is from television, radio, and movies, and other idiots and nonsense speakers, and just whatever. Those are the people. But any logical human being is going to say things like, it's possible that the Hydron Collider set off a fucking, like, literally fucked something, and we got shot into another fucking timeline / dimension / whatever. I believe more likely in the idea that there is the concepts of timelines, and I believe definitely in the concept of, like, intelligent life beyond intelligent life of what we know as intelligence even. I believe personally more in the lines of multi-dimensional theories. Like, I think it's more likely that we ourselves are only currently adapted and or evolved. Like, I still don't fully understand evolution adaptation. Like, I used to say humans were still evolving, and then someone smarter than me corrected me. And while it was only one person, it was a person that never bullshit. They always were smart. Like, they weren't making it up. They weren't telling me something they saw in a documentary, right? But the main thing I'm saying right now is that personally, I am more likely to believe that humans as they exist now, on average, let's say, because there might be ones that actually are more. There's a strong chance. Not a lot. Maybe it's only the few that control everything, even, for all I fucking know. But I think it's more likely that we, you, me, and every other human on the planet, like, let's say, I try not to rash generalize, and I try not to group generalize, and I try not to, but to keep it simple, we can understand, and we can actually witness the first dimension, which is 1D, which is a straight line, stick figures. Number two, we can see, okay, not number two, but the second dimension, which is animated stick figures, I think. And second dimension, I believe, is, I think, I want to say, I think it goes like, second dimension is like where, if it's so beyond me, but I'm pretty sure second dimension is like ants. I think is like Neil deGrasse was trying to explain it. I think he said ants only understand first dimension and second dimension, and then I think Neil deGrasse kind of explained it like stacking papers and stacking things and like something like that. But anyway, then there comes the third dimension. So we see and we observe and we understand and we live within, or as we understand and as we can grasp and compartmentalize, only as far as the third dimension. But just because we can only perceive and therefore like live within and understand the third dimension, but then the fourth dimension is space and time. So there's no way anyone could tell me otherwise, that there's not a chance that there might be actual beings that exist in the fourth dimension at the same time as us, what live in the third dimension, at the same time as whatever else before the third dimension, second, and therefore also first dimension accordingly, right? So then Neil deGrasse kind of says it that way. I tend to agree with this concept, or this notion of the idea that any being from the fourth dimension, were they to even just operate a little bit like how we can create things in 2D and 1D, and we can like essentially be like this kind of first dimensions, will also then fourth dimensions, and what the fourth dimensional beings would appear to third dimensional is that of a god, right? Or that of like a deity, or that of just sheer, because like, especially like, so it's really difficult to understand all the dimensions, right? Because it keeps going. There, as far as I know, I think it's like 14 or 16, maybe. But I know at least 12 dimensions total, right? And each dimension has a different thing about it. But we can only theorize the other dimensions based on understanding of the precursor to the precursor to the precursor. Now, when I say this, what I'm saying is that evolution. Well, he is wrong. All living things evolve. Evolution is basically living things changing to fit their environment. Yeah. Okay. So that's what I was saying, right? But no, that's not how it works. So that's adaptation. Evolution is necessity. Adaptation is survival. So basically, and it makes sense when you realize what it is. So I was thinking, here's what I always figured, right? I figured evolution. What I was figuring evolution was actually adaptation. But that doesn't mean we are done evolving. You see? So as it is right now, the evolutions in humanity that occur are genetic fuckery. Like, for example, mutations. Random mutations caused by specifically Chernobyl, let's say. Mass amounts of radiation creating things like maybe a fucking tail, like a person's tail. Like, but it would be a nub. It wouldn't be like a full tail. It'd be like a nub. Or an extra toe. Or basically something fucking, for the most part, useless. All right? Whereas adaptation is like we using electricity the way that we do, that is adaptation. So building societies, building buildings, building sewage systems, building roads, building cars, building things to control our environment. These are forms of adapting to the environment in order to continue at that, like, if that makes sense. So humans are in a massive time period of adapting. Like, technology is how, at this point, tech and like CGI and AI and all of those, like metaverse, all that stuff, are also examples of humans adapting and adapting and adapting, and these are adaptations. Evolutions only occur through cataclysmic events. Does that make sense now? And I understood when it was explained better, it started making more sense to me. So I disagreed in the sense that they claim humans can no longer evolve. Humans are evolving. Humans have evolved to their final form. I disagree with that, because I believe that we will at some point hit a point of adaptation to where something will happen to where whatever occurs requires the human race to evolve again. Like, for example, maybe a meteor strikes the Earth and doesn't destroy the Earth, but it drastically changes the Earth itself's environment, and a majority of humans die. But the humans that survive because the children of the children, let's say in this example, the oxygen levels become so low, and so we attempt to adapt to that. Everyone have oxygen tanks or whatever. But evolution occurs on top of that, where the generation after the generation develops, say, some type of gill or some type of like third lung to process the toxins in the air, or like whatever it is that is required for us to survive in the mission. Does that make sense? At a level, my family have bigger lungs because we live in the house. So that's an example of evolution. I would say that's an example of evolution. Yeah, I would. But my theory is, if it's genetic, it's evolution. If it's technology, if it's tools, if it's group like mentality, like we all do this so we survive, that is adaptation. So I believe we as humans right now are in a period of adaptation to our environment, adaptation to our adaptation. But I don't deny the potential for us to evolve as a species to be able to see the fourth dimension. And then I think there's a chance humans changing physically, it's just as slowly and looks unchanging. Well, no, see that right there is an example, but that is not evolution. That's just genetics. Like if a Mexican and African have a child, that child has Mexican genetics and African genetics. So therefore, that child is probably going to be genetically in favor of some things and genetically not in favor of others. That's not evolution or adaptation. That's just progression of the human race as a whole. Like the way that we change, if it's let's say like augmentation. Okay, so cybernetic implants, that's adaptation, not evolution. But the first generation, second generation augmentation doesn't work right. So then they adapt the technology, but at the same time, the humans have to evolve to be able to survive the augmentation process. So like evolution is literally only occurs from cataclysmic events. That's it. Everything else is adaptation. Everything else is just progression of the human race. Like legitimately, the only thing that would have the humans evolve is a cataclysmic like event has to occur. Like it's literally the last resort of survival. So right now, we have a lot of mutations, but the mutations are not evolutions. Like some people are lactose intolerant, some people are not. Some people are asthmatic, some people are not. Some people have allergies, some people do not. Some people are predisposed to mental illness, some people are not. Some people are more intelligent, some people are not. Some people are stronger, some people are not. Some people are faster, some people are not. Some people are taller, some people are not. These are all examples of just general human. Humans are changing. Yeah, that's what I was, yeah, humans are changing physically. That is true. I look like my dad, but I also look like my mom, but I also look like me. Should I have a child, my child will probably look like me and look like its mother. But, like if I have a child with a woman that is black, we might still have a child that is very, very white. because, for example, she might be Black Irish in the most literal of senses, meaning maybe a Black mother and an Irish father, or an Irish mother and a Black father. So therefore, the Irish DNA within her would combine with the Irish DNA within me and the Scottish DNA, which is basically the same family, and then also the English, what's a little bit there, and then whatever else, etc., right? So then there's a chance that because the child would then be more Irish than Black in this scenario or situation. So that's what that is, right? But that's not evolution and that's not adaptation. Yeah, yes, changing because of the environment slowly over time. Right. That is the general idea of what, yeah. But no, what it is what I'm saying is like, okay, so right now the ice caps are melting and the polar bears are losing their food sources. So the polar bears, believe it or not, this is the truth. This is what's been happening, and people are very concerned about it. But the polar bears have begun to grow brown fur. Polar bears have begun to grow brown fur and gray and black because the snow and the environment. So that is evolution, not adaptation. So for humans, our oxygen levels are getting lower, I guess, in theory. So the reason humans, there used to be more giants and there aren't anymore. The reason humans, there used to be much taller humans and stuff like that, like much taller and stuff like that. And the reason dinosaurs were so big, stuff like that, was all examples of there was a lot more oxygen. So when there's less oxygen, then they get smaller because the oxygen isn't up here no more, it's down here or whatever, right? That's like evolution, right? Like fight or flight, but like I'm talking about drastic situations. So adaptation is more like technology. Adaptation is more like electricity. Adaptation is more like buildings. Adaptation is more like farming, agriculture. Adaptation is more like what we do. We adapt. But evolution, on the other hand, is opposable thumb. This right here, this is evolution, right? And mind you, you have to understand this also. Evolution is a lie. Darwin was not just a crazy Christian, right? Darwin was also a person obsessed because their child died at a young age, right? Darwin was a madman. Darwin had education, sure, but mostly books of that time period. The reason that the theory of evolution has been disbanded and messed with and changed and whatever is because it's all built around principles of concepts that, like, now it's not as easy to do. Back then, it was really easy to do because not everyone was an educate. But the controlling factors that be were paying attention to the things that they could use and utilize in order to form a more solid grip on the human race. So, whatever the true knowledge is that's been hidden and stolen and eradicated from all of humanity, yeah, okay, micro and macro evolution, yeah. I'm talking about extinction level. You're talking about basic fucking progression of what it is to be everything what it is. Like why dogs became domesticated wasn't overnight. Yeah. Yeah. We're talking about the same. Yeah. Yeah. But my main thing is that the actual theory itself, even like there's a real big issue right now with the world of like where people are really having issues with like what can we trust of what we've been taught, and like that's the whole thing. So here's what we do know. We do know that we look different now because you can see photographs. Like, it's harder, like, for my adoptive family, you know, by comparison. Like, if I looked at my grandpa, if you saw a picture of me and my grandpa, right? But then if we had a picture of my great grandpa, right? Or on my mom's side too, like that kind of a thing. Even if I look completely different somewhat, I bet you there's going to be similarity, right? Like, it's true. Like, if you look at 1950s actors, 1960s actors, and then you look at actors now. But that goes into, again, what I was talking about, like augmentation and like facial reconstruction. So what we see isn't always what is real. So if they had work done and we don't know, and we think that's what they actually look like, but then all of that is still forms of adaptation, not evolution. Like, if that makes any sense at all. But I don't even think, like, my belief now more than ever is like it's more about what I'm talking about, what I brought this subject up is, like I said. So the fourth dimension, I believe in the fourth dimension. I don't know if I believe beyond the fourth, like the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, the eighth, the ninth, 10th, the 11th, 12th. But that's mostly because I'm not a fucking physicist. Or an astrophysicist, I think, specifically. Or a whatever the fuck category it is for fucking that world. You know? But what I do know, I know this is like 100% the truth. I know that I've attributed a lot of great things in my life. I've been like, this is a fucking miracle. Like, thank you, God. Thank you. I've sent praises up to the sky to God and had faith. But where I'm at now is a really, really tough, but really amazing place. Because when you decide there's no deities, when you decide there's no outside unknown God specifically, when you decide that, yeah, there may be dimensional beings, just like we are dimensional beings, that we cannot perceive, but can perceive us, then you can be like, okay. But at the same time, there was a lot of power when I believed that I was a part of a plan created by a creator. There was a lot of falsified confidence. Like, that is what Kanye is doing right now. Kanye is saying, I love everyone, but he's not recognizing the whole love the sinner, not the sin. But at the same time, he is like I was, but not how I am now. And when you give up on that, it is scary, it is lonely, and it is defeating. But when you start to then be able to realize that every achievement you have, every success you achieve, every great thing that occurs in your life, everything that you do, when you understand that it is because you woke up that morning, you made that choice, you did these things, because if you didn't, then it wouldn't. You begin to then get this new foundation. And the new foundation is a lot stronger, because it's like, no, fuck you. Fuck you. I actually did this shit. Like, I did this shit. I did it. I fucking did it. No, I didn't no, I fucking did this. I read that book. I wrote that fucking story. I auditioned. I got the audition. I chose to be a good actor, not a shit ass actor. Right? Then you become a different type of human. And like, I don't want to discredit the good parts of any religion across the map, but I have to acknowledge that it's a smaller percentile than the massive amount of destruction that's occurred. And no amount of believer and faith system can deny. They can only default. And that's the difficulty of what we're dealing with right now in the world, is the default. Because the default goes like this: all wicked and evil and bad occurrences are because of the devil and demons. No. They're the acts of a malicious, wicked-minded, corrupted human being with a virus, a mind virus. Narcissism is not an inherent trait. It's a behavioral occurrence. No, there are children that are born that just love attention, love dancing, love playing, whatever. But even that child, without having the trauma attached, inevitably comes to certain situations, right? But to become a person who is a narcissist requires a person to be broken. Like, I'm a person with narcissistic tendencies, yes, but I acknowledge those, and some of them I choose to maintain and not remove, because I'm not wanting to be a spiritualist, a yogi, or a fucking hermit of the clouds, you know? I want to be an entertainer. I'm choosing to enter a field of entertainment, whether that's as a writer, but preferably as a performer. So therefore, vanity occurs, and I am aware of my own vanity, and therefore I'm aware of my tendency, for example, to see a wrinkle and freak out, or to see a flaw and freak out. But I also am capable of accepting these things and realizing that there are some things I can change, some things I can't. But a majority of people would then get surgery or do something drastic. So when you give up on the idea of an all-seeing power, an all-powerful creator, and you give up on any notion of demonics and devils and everything, you become a part of a world where you see a bunch of animals who forgot that they were animals because people told them that they were humans. But when you really start looking, I see a bunch of animals, but I'm not like Hitler or whatever. I'm not like Stalin or whatever. I'm not like fucking Zhao Qingzhen or whatever. I'm not just because I say that I see livestock doesn't mean that I don't also acknowledge that I myself am also livestock. Does that make sense? Because then that's what, when you see yourself as more than human, that becomes the issue. So, yeah. But my main point is this. What I believe are things like spirits. What I believe are things like massive miracle type circumstances what I believe are things like unexplainable witnessings. I attribute all these things to the dimensions and also to aliens. Because to me, there's a strong chance that aliens are in fact humans, or at least were humans that then adapted or evolved, more importantly, evolved most likely, like you're saying, micro versus macro, to be able to not just witness the fourth dimension or the fifth dimension or all the way up to the 12th, but in fact, it's a natural progression that must occur to become what is supposed to be. So that's what I was getting at. What I was saying, what I was theorizing, what my concept or notion was, is far beyond anything I could ever really deal with. But it's really simple to think like, if I ever see shadow people or the shadow world, what people can tell you about, especially tweakers. But I know, first and foremost, it's a shadow, and I know second and foremost that it's a thing where your mind is constantly attempting to understand. But I do settle for a slight amount of faith and belief that, for example, the Irish, they believed in fae. But it wasn't fae, it was these small creatures that lived inside of the actual earth. And so I think that there are things that existed that were killed by humans, and I think there are things that existed that left the planet because they had to. But what I think is also just as likely is that they didn't actually leave the planet. They went back to that dimension, what they originally were coming from. Especially when it applies to the next level of art. So we are third dimension. The fourth dimension is literally space and time. Neither can exist without the other. But once you start to conceptualize what that means, space and time, you start realizing. And once you start realizing, you start understanding. And that is what I'm dealing with, aside from everything else. Because time is definitely a construct. Like, our bodies, right? When we're born, okay, we're taught, we're told. Every year, you are told you are 1 year older. Every year, you are told you are 1 year older. Every year, you are told you are 1 year older. But if there's a chance that instead, if we did not observe individual like that, like aging process by numbers, if we observe time as like not like, so there's the primitive humans for the most part, sunrise, sunset, sunrise, sunset, sunrise, sunset, sunrise, sunset, sunrise, sunset, sunrise, sunset. That was what every human could not deny. Sunrise, sunset, sunrise, sunset, sunrise, sunset. Some humans might have actually scratched on a wall or scratched on something every time the sun rise, scratch to the left. Sunset, scratch to the right. And they observed sunrise, sunset. Therefore, it was an observation of the origins of what they themselves would be essentially considering time. But there was no calendars. Now, that same time, they looked to the stars. They looked to the sky. Whether or not there were deities coming from the skies, or from another dimension, and it only appeared as if they were coming from the skies, but they were in fact coming from the firmament or from the fucking same place. It's just that we don't know, but because there's no space and no time for them, that they come from the sky, but it's not even the sky to them because there's no such thing as space to them. All of everything is all of everything when there's no space, and that's why it's a trip, because when you realize that the fourth dimension is space and time, you start to realize that if the space and if the dimension is real, and if space and time is the situation, then that would mean literally the time is a construct and an illusion, and space is a construct and an illusion. It's something that we can't even comprehend because we exist as we understand in the third dimension. As far as I understand, the next level from the third dimension is an entity that can literally dissipate and apparate anywhere across the entire universe at any moment, but at the same time, because it already also that it exists also at the same time. So when we say things like God is omnipresent, omnipotent, then you start to understand, wait a second. That's a fucking fourth dimensional being, isn't it? What can exist everywhere at once? What can be everywhere all at once? What can be everywhere all at once? Every moment, every second, everything. And everywhere. What can? Right? It's a fourth dimensional being. You see what I'm saying now? It's not that I've given up on the idea that God itself exists. It's more the notion that God is gods, plural, gods, infinite, as many as there are fourth dimensional beings. And that each of them might very well be susceptible still, because there's another above that. There's fifth dimensional and sixth and seventh and eighth. So maybe once you hit that fourth dimensional ability and you become a fourth dimensional being, you still are weak to notions such as narcissism. There is no reason for me to think otherwise, that fourth dimensional beings would not also in fact be still the same as human beings in the mind, in the way that they behave. And so then therefore the notion of demons and God are all the same, because if you realize what I'm saying about a wicked human is not possessed by a demon so much as possessed by their own darkness or whatever. But a narcissistic or a narcissist that's laying into, or a person that's doing these things to fuck with other people because they can fuck with other people, and the only reason they're fucking with other people is because they're not content. Right? There is no reason for me not to think that the same could apply, even though they're fourth dimensional beings. So that would mean then that while God can be all places, so could all these be like all these things, right? So then that's my kind of thinking. It's like perhaps fifth or sixth dimensional, maybe even seventh or eighth dimensional beings are what the primitive humans called God or gods or everything, right? If that makes any sense at all, what I'm saying. Because each dimensional upgrade means that you have access to every dimension below you. So we have access to the first, second, and third dimensions. We are learning about the fourth dimension using AI and using theory. But we have yet to achieve the actual, like, without a doubt, fourth dimension, because that would be basically like the minute that we can, like, you're talking about time travel, man. You're talking about what we talk about, traveling the galaxy using fucking light year technology, blah, blah, blah. No. Fourth dimension, like, the ability to control the fourth dimension means that you have the ability to control, like, I don't think you can control space and time. It's you exist within space and time. So while we also exist within space and time, we don't have control and we don't understand that we are inside of the fourth dimension, which is inside of the fifth, which is inside of this, like, that type of concept. So that's what I mean. It's like, to each dimension to the next dimension, there's no knowledge otherwise. But from what I understand, at least, the things that they call the Palladians, these international star beings and stuff like that, the root is they're beings of pure energy, pure light, pure energy. And they have the capability, especially in like, they have the capability in it by themselves, but because of how much energy it requires, it's much more that they do it with a group, like, say, 4 or 5, maybe more. But what they do is collectively with their minds, or whatever it is that they are, whatever they are, they can literally create the ship, and they can travel like instant, because they live and they exist within time and space itself. So that means they can be anywhere and everywhere, whenever and everywhere and anywhere, all the time. But I think of it like, there's no way that they're like split across it like fucking. I think there's gotta be some type of actual consistency here. But I think it's something like where it's like vibrational and energy. And if that's the case, it's like they are like a shapeshifter, basically. So when they go between time and go between space, they become nothing, and then they reform. Because the conscious part of it is capable of dissipating to go to the next or wherever, and then reapparating. But see, again, all of this is just nonsense until it's like actually known, right? But it's easier for people to instead look at the Bible, the Quran, the fucking Bhagavad Gita, the Torah. And the reason why is because it's easier to just trust your parent, to just trust your elder, to just trust anything like that. Because it takes so much to even break free from like it is not easy. It's not fun. It's not like I don't know, man. It's just like when you become aware, but then more importantly, it's like when you become understanding. And it's fucking lonely because you stop being able to have a conversation with an average person. It's like impossible to have when I was younger, especially, I got along with all old people. Everyone loved me because I was fast. I was just like, oh, but like now I just don't give a fuck. I can't go up and just care about somebody's basic fucking shit anymore. Because it, like, most of the time it's like, bro, that is so low frequency. Like, that's the crazy fucking part of it all. It's like, there are other people like me, and I can run across them now and again. But that is the main reason, above all else, that I love improv. Because improv exists in the fourth dimension. Improv exists in the 12th dimension. Improv is God. I am a part of God. Improv is God. We create on the fly in the moment. And what we create becomes real. Not real, but real, surreal real. Or at least in that moment, the better the performance, the more real it is. But yeah, you can remove yourself from it and see people pantomiming. But if you really are just in that and you see that, you see the items. You see the tentacles. You see the monster. You see these things. And nobody can tell me otherwise that that is not a direct example of actual godliness, actual example of actual, like, everything. Like, to me, I put improv, fucking whatever, this, because improv is, to me, and always will be, improved. You can always become better at character work, accent work, timing, physical work. There are limitations, maybe, for some people mentally. But even a person with limitations can successfully, at the very least, consistently grow within their own limitations. I just have the blessing to be probably the best person at improv on the entire planet. And that's only because I've yet to meet a person who's better than me at it. Even people that are more famous than me, even people that are more successful than me, have told me how they're like, you are amazing. Like the Halls, Laura Hall and Rick Hall, or Linda Hall. No, it's Laura. I get confused. It's Laura and Linda are the two ladies, but one of them is the Hall, and then Rick is the husband. But they're both Second City. But she's famous because she's the pianist on Whose Line Is It Anyway? Musical improv is probably my weakest of all of the improv skill sets. They were beyond impressed at how fast I picked the game up, at how much talent I had to have the rhythms. I still say that musical improv is my weakest skill set. But I also will never forget and look forward to the next time they seen me, next time I get to do anything with them, and in general, because of the fact that they are a higher caliber. The Halls, Laura and Rick, yeah, Hall. You can look them up. Well, he doesn't really have an Instagram, but she kind of does. But you can see her. She's literally there's two musical ladies, and she plays the piano mostly for Whose Line. That's who I'm talking about. I took their class, musical improv seminar, a weekend. But I also I took Kevin McDonald from Kids in the Hall. Before the new Kids in the Hall came out, he was talking about it. Now, I watched that whole series, and they did not use any of the sketches, so I was like, all right, it's whatever. But Kevin literally is going around to each group. And because I had stand-up that night, so I wasn't going to be there for the performance. And honestly, at the end of the day, my group was fuck them. Like I just there's so many reasons why I don't like fucking fans. Like I love fans when they're my fans, fine, whatever. But like in all reality, dude, to this day, I'm the only motherfucker who shows up to these fucking things with fucking notebooks, man. I'm the only motherfucker shows up fucking taking goddamn fucking notes, man. I'm the only motherfucker looking at this shit like college and mastery and like fucking actual education. Most of these people are there because they love Whose Line Is It Anyway? Most people are there because they love fucking whatever. Most people don't even get when I'm even like I'm being polite, but I'm guiding them and explaining to them like, okay, so if we're supposed to be doing this, we have to do it this. So like I finally got so like I just got that I was like, look, I got stand up tomorrow, so I can't be doing it. So then the final day, the Sunday, literally, I got the privilege to walk to each group, including my group, with Kevin. And mostly, I listened to him talk to the groups. He would ask them like, okay, so what are you guys doing? What's going on? Okay. And I had the privilege that then he would turn to me. And he'd be like, so then did you notice this and this and that? And so did you see it on that? And I'd be like, yeah. And then I would add a thing or two, and he'd be like, exactly. And then about like 2 groups in, he started saying, this is my prodigy. He started he started calling me his goddamn fucking prodigy, dude. If Kevin saw me tomorrow, I would be so happy if he remembered me. But I know that if I started telling him about Seattle, telling him about Underground, telling him about the specific class, showing him pictures even, telling him how I looked in them, he would remember me, I guarantee you, immediately. Just the same way that these people in New York remember me. But the difference is with Kevin, I didn't talk. Like same with Michael Che, I didn't talk. A lot of times with the people that I should be talking about it, I don't. And that's like a thing about me that I don't think that I'll ever fully grasp. Like up until this point. Now, more than ever, now I have to be like, no, now I'm selling no, fuck this noise. Now, no. Because I've been stepping on my own feet, not realizing what I'm fucking doing. And now Michael Longfellow stole that fucking shit because I didn't fucking have the courage. I didn't have the understanding. I didn't have the fucking whatever I didn't have, what I should have had, which is telling Kevin, hey, give me your information. Like, Kevin, if you mean this and I mean this, I want to be honest. And I would be so honored to meet Lauren. I need to meet Lauren. And he has he probably, most likely, whether he picks up or not, has Lauren Michaels' fucking number. Because it's the kids in the motherfucking hall. You know who called them the kids in the hall? You know who called them the kids in the hall. Lauren fucking Michaels himself called them the kids in the hall. They got their name because Lauren Michaels called them the kids in the hall. Oh, the kids in the hall. Yeah, the kids in the hall. He called me his fucking prodigy, his progeny, his literal fucking shadow child, his fucking next generation godsend. That's the way he saw me. Toward the end of it, he started really opening up, and it was really crazy because I didn't understand exactly what he was getting at, but he explained to me how lonely he was and how lonely this life was for him and how lonely, and there's like a small part that was like part of me, the small part of me is always like broken and always like on that homosexuality shit, which I don't know that I'll ever be able to get rid of it. But most people will never be honest. So like, you know, like that's part of it. Thinking like, is he? But he talked about a lady. But is he? And is that what he? You know? And I don't ever want to be like that, dishonestly, if that makes any sense at all. But I got the general idea. What he was saying to me about the loneliness was more about in general, because the kids in the hall had disbanded for years. And he barely ever saw his best fucking friends, even though they're all in the same fucking industry. Because, like, the one dude at the time was on Superstore, and I don't know what he was up to, but Flattery or whatever was on another thing, and then like the other Michaels were doing something. You know, like each person was doing something, but the Kids in the Hall had been disbanded for fucking nearing on 20 years at that point, I think, right? Because the last Kids in the Hall was probably early 90s, probably. But if you get what I'm saying here, every time I'm around improv people who are more successful than me, who are higher on the echelon of the industry than me, I'm a fucking nobody who's somebody to them. They acknowledge me every single fucking time. I guarantee you, if I come across fucking Ryan Stiles tomorrow or fucking Wayne Brady, I guarantee you. Now, Wayne Brady is probably a very cocky and a guy that is like so used to being the best that you really got to be careful. Right? That's the harder part. That's the shit that's keeping me away from things like the Groundlings. But in reality, at the same time, I know for a fucking fact that with enough time and experience, I could keep up with Wayne Brady himself on everything he does, as good as he is, and as fucking high tier as Wayne Brady is. I know for a fact that I can beat Jimmy Fallon at just about every single fucking thing he does. Except for I shouldn't say can't, but it is definitely musical improv is my weakest skill set, and more specifically, playing an actual instrument. All right. We're at 4:26, so I missed the 6, but earlier I explained how this is a makeshift device, but, you know. The reviews are in, folks. Success. Like, what's cool is I feel better now, but also like it worked, so that's dope. I should do like DIY stuff, but that is totally a Bradley thing. I've been working on my characters a little bit, you know. So this guy actually, if you're still here, which I'm guessing you are, because there's still one viewer, you know. I should lie. I should be like, oh, we got 1,000 viewers right now. Holy shit, I got 1,000,000 viewers. How the 1,000,000 viewers? No, I'm just playing around, but you know what I mean? Like, I joke now and again, but it's nice to have actual friends and people. I should probably tell those guys that if they ever come to LA that I'm available for them too, you know? I didn't think about it, but especially what's it, Jacob, right? It's Jacob, isn't it? I think isn't it? It's Jacob, I think, right? The other dude's name, the dude with the glasses that did Wildin' Out. I think is it Jacob? I want to say it's Jacob. I don't know, man. I should know. I should know. I really, really should know, especially if these fuckers remember me. Christ. I wish I could remember the other dude's name. There was the one, so there was those, so like I was saying before, I forgot. So I remember, okay, so here's what I remember. Okay, here's what I remember. Okay, no, I start with, okay. I don't remember where we met originally, unless we met originally at UCB. Otherwise, I remember you and me at UCB, and then I stayed for the Halloween show also, and you took off for some other stuff, and then I think I might have planned to meet up with you, because that might have been the night that you had the thing at the pub or something. I don't know. But then I also remember walking around the cold streets of New York with you and going to, I want to say it was the Magnet Theater because that's the one that had the like theater level system. But then I also remember the other spot that was run by, I think, an Asian dude, maybe. I remember they had the fucking janky ass little side corner for the vending or whatever. And then that one I forgot the name of, but that one was the one where it was like audience was up here and the stage was flat down there. And then I definitely remember you had the one at the Irish pub and it was a Herald style thing and you had the fucking thing that you told me now. You're like, oh, I don't have that anymore. I don't know what happened to it. And I was going to be like, that sucks for the memories. But also I was going to be like, yo, G, you made it. You can make another. You can make another. You know. But anyway, so I remember that. All right. I remember the bar that we went to, the after bar. And then so we met, so my memory, because see, my memory was serving right then. So we met, did we meet before? Because I think I rushed into the, like, I know it was kind of early to the jam, but I wasn't too chatty. And I remember I had the fucking Newports I was smoking. I was fucking smoking them. Oh, man, glory times. I also know I was fucking, the one thing I wasn't was stoned. Like, the only times that I smoked weed in New York, and I don't know if I should say this out loud, allegedly smoked weed in New York, was with you boys out that thing with the other dude's stuff, because I definitely did not, I did not buy any drugs while I was in New York. Only pizza, fucking hot dogs, sushi, chicken sandwich, and a shit ton of those fucking wines that they used to be. That's for fucking sure. Guinnesses from the fucking draft at that pub. I will say, I don't know, like, it's weird, but my memories are interesting about that. That's why it's really cool that I was fucking journal logging. Because now it's like, when I go back and read the chapters, right? Like, the Road to SNL book, it's fascinating in the sense of like, oh, shit, there's a lot. But what's important is what I do remember. Like, I remember, like, so much. I remember the characters. I remember, like, the setup. I remember, like if I really want to remember, I can really remember. Let's see. Oh, sorry, you're writing some stuff, which is cool. We kind of got lost. No, I definitely remember that. I was gonna mention that way earlier, actually. I remember that for sure. I remember that part. Yeah, cause you played the fucking what was it? Fucking baby metal, Japan metal. I remember it was hella fucking anime type stuff. Like, cause you was telling me you really wanted to do improv, but you wanted to do it like you were at like a Comic-Con type, like, but it was like more. It was hard to tell if it was Comic-Con or like it was more of an anime con or something, you know. And I remember I think you were saying, if I remember right, I couldn't remember, but I think it was more you wanted it to be more anime than superhero, but you might have been just in general wanting to have some type of thing like with that. And then I probably mentioned PAX, I know, because I always talk about PAX and stuff. And like, there's an improv troupe that does their thing every year. Allegedly smoke weed outside all the time is what I'm guessing you're saying. Yeah. Oh no, dude, we totally fucking got. Well, we didn't totally get lost, but I remember you were upset. And then I wasn't upset at all because I'd never seen the Jersey Turnpike before or whatever that's probably called. I'm pretty sure that's what that was, you know? I was a fucking, what do you call it? A pig in mud. I was like, you know, I was a fucking tadpole in a safe lake, you know, a pond, whatever, you know? I don't know. I could probably come up with a million of them, really. Probably not. I'm actually getting rustier. Well, not really. Don't say it out loud, but like, I did just smoke the weed. Nah, no excuses. But I did come up with 3 on the fly a little bit. What? I know pig in the mud for sure. That's easy peasy. But like, I don't know. Let's see. How about like seagull and seagull on a ferry boat. That's a pretty good one. It's seagull on a ferry boat, right? That's a pretty good one. Or what else? Let's see. Oh, fuck, man. I don't know. You get it though. Maybe I was gonna say you know how bad it gets in the third level or the fourth level. I was about to be like, a puppy dog in a retard's hands. When I was thinking about Lenny and shit, rabbit. Anyway, I do remember that I stuck around for the Halloween show and you took off. I just think I can't remember if we met up that night or not. I'm pretty sure I met you after I'd done both SNLs, but definitely after I'd done at least one of them. And I definitely remember how impressed everyone was when I was fucking on stage. That's for fucking sure, dude. That's no surprise, dude. Used to be in LA, it's the same way. It's a shame I can't get my shit together, right? Like, I think I'm dealing with a little PTSD because the first 2 times now, once in Seattle, once in LA, I got I got a total technically of 2. One from Seattle and one from in LA. Now, of those 2, one was Nico, who's still out here, who's now officially kind of like my co-partner. So like, if we was already a business, then I would have to introduce him to you. I have to get you to agree to make it a 3 partnership. If that makes any sense to you, man, the way I'm looking at my life, if I actually manage to actually get to SNL, I'm not fucking kidding, then with that celebrity, yeah, I'm gonna fucking, like, as long as I don't get, anything, as long as nothing, like, I don't know, man. I really don't know that. But if I'm able to, then immediately all fucking like that, I'm gonna find a space and find the way and find, you first and foremost, dude. But like, option 2, the other 2 homies, and anybody else that wants to like really, really be honestly involved with what I'm up to. Because what, like, if you get what I'm saying, like, I'm fucking. Oh, dude, I'm telling you, like, five, you already know, like, dude. The best of Second City, knowledge. That's what I'm talking about right now. The best of Second City. Everything good from Second City. The best of Second City. The best of UCB. The best of fucking Groundlings. And then on top of that, one of them's still alive, so I could still get him fucking involved if he's capable. Fucking, man. Oh, I should check on that. But anyway, fucking Shields and Yarnell, the most famous mimes of the 70s, one of which invented the fucking robot off the mannequin, who Marceau himself signed off the mannequin too. That guy still has it. He told me, and I quote, "You have the body for mime." To me, this guy, again, on this fucking level of established career fucking caliber achievements on, like, achievements, man. This guy specifically trained under the most famous mime of all time, Marceau, and better yet, mastered the mannequin to get it signed off, which is so beautiful to have anybody sign off their art to you. It's like fucking because he invented the fucking robot. This guy basically got bored of this. Like, not bored. He's like, yeah, it's good. I got it. Oops, wrong hand because it's inverted. Then I imagine the guy, and I could probably ask him, he's still alive, probably seen him wind up toys, man. I bet you he's seen him wind up toys, right? Little fucking monkey, whatever. Because we're talking about a time period still, I'm presuming here, but I'm pretty fucking sure, where like sci-fi was still, let's say, in the era of like maybe, and this is a huge fucking maybe, but because of the wind-up toys and the sci-fi short books, those big blocky ass, jokey ass fucking classic robots with the fucking tubing looking legging and the fucking block feet and the fucking block arm and the fucking those fucking robots, dude. So then you got like this guy is learning how to do this shit. Then if they had, that definitely there's no TV back then, bro. I'm guessing maybe there's TV. I'm thinking this is maybe post-war, but I don't know, man. Fascinating fucking shit to think about. It's probably the 50s or the 40s is my guess. Probably in France. I doubt Marceau is hanging out in fucking America, but then again, I'm ignorant as shit, and World War II probably was a big deal for France especially, so maybe Marceau's like, I'm getting the fuck out. I'm going to America. I don't really know a lot of history. I need to, but if this makes sense, this is how I think. Is this guy got, like, it's not he didn't get bored, but he learned how to, like, I can do this. I don't know why it's impressive, except that I know it's impressive because people are impressed that I can do it, mind you. But I've never had an issue doing shit like this for long, like forever. If I like, I'm very talented at the whole like. And granted, I'm a little shaky, but I also smoke the weed, and so like everybody knows you perform sober for Christ's sake, and you get all your nerves out, you know. But I imagine the reason he created the robot is just because he was thinking about wind-up toys, probably, or something. And then cut to like, I don't know, whatever point. Marceau obviously died, but before he died, he signed off the mannequin, which means this guy not simply mastered the mannequin. Either Marceau could not pull it off anymore, or Marceau truly, really had just like what it is, master to apprentice. So I don't know if he was in the 70s and it already, like, you know what I mean? This is stuff I could probably learn. Should probably fucking really hit this guy up. Honestly, I really probably should consider it. I don't know. I fucking say that though. It's so difficult to get me to do anything. Honestly, it is. Fuck. Why do I keep saying honestly? I'm always honest. Whatever. I get excited about this shit. I love it. Like thinking, and then when I meet him and it turns out I'm right, it's like, fuck yeah, that's how I think. You know? 'Cause it makes sense to me, right? But I always am open to hear what they say, because it's either going to be something way cooler or something way simple. It's like, yeah, but it's more fun because they actually acknowledge, like, I wish it was that, though. But it was actually this. In which case, I still anchor that into my mind. It becomes a part of me. And more so, I apply it to the same methodology, if that makes any sense at all. Like, so it's like, say it was actually something like where he was like, no, actually, I just sprained my wrist jerking off. I'm making it funny, but he's like, no, it was just something happened one day, and then I realized what, and so I just started doing it. And he's like, and then the story might be like, this is all made up, right? That's the thing I am. But then it might be something I imagine where he would be like, yeah, I was practicing and doing it a couple of times, but Marceau was getting really angry and he cussed me out in French, and like a lot of times, and then I had to like kind of sneak it. So when he would go to sleep, I'd practice it in the mirror a bit more. And then I didn't tell him one day. I was like, I need to go blah blah blah, and tested it out and it worked. And then he found out, but he, you know, or something. I don't fucking know. You know what I mean? It's whatever. It's fucking improv to me. Made it up, but it's actually not fair because whatever fucking story is probably really interesting, I imagine. So at some point, he met his duo partner, and she was, like it's Shields and Yarnell is the famous mime duo from the 70s, okay? So at some point, he met his partner, and then I don't know their whole story, but it seems like for most of it, they were platonic partners, not intimate lovers. But they played, for example, husband and wife robots, right? That was their famous television thing. And it's still to this day solid fucking stuff, man. It's like, it's just their robot. And so they try and drink. It's like, fucking trying to eat the cereal. It's like, it's fun. I still think that shit's funny. Even if people got short attention span, maybe, I don't know. But I could be biased. I could be too old for new shit. I don't know personally, right? But that's when they did stuff they would stop police and pull shenanigans. And so then that time he had radio, television. I saw him perform on Carson, and it was fucking awesome, dude. So it was this whole routine he's got, and it has the 1950s type music, like the Elvis Presley type of the musics, and he's getting ready in the fucking and then he's getting on his bike and he's doing, it's just like a whole thing. I forget the name of it exactly. I think it was I don't know, maybe the biker or something, maybe, but it started with him, like, it was very cool. Like, the whole thing is very well done, and then I don't know what happened, like, whatever happened, they split, like, the duo. And he made, when we got him, we got the both of them, privilege it was. She's dead now, unfortunately. But when we get him, he was making a large amount of his money. He'd come into LA once or twice a year, and he would teach, specifically, he would teach, like, not just the robots, right? But he would explain his process and everything as far as, like, how he sees these are blocks, and you move the blocks up and down, left and right, wherever, up, okay? And so he was essentially helping them with their learning how to do choreography, because at some point, he was a personal instructor to Michael Jackson, so that Michael Jackson then would be able to learn how to do, like, everything. One of my favorite, like, always about Michael Jackson is the choreography, and you find out that a majority of the choreography was not, if it wasn't entirely, it was improved upon and final say by Michael himself, and that was specifically a majority in due part to. And then I was telling somebody this, and he was like, "Oh, not the fucking moonwalk." And I was like, I never said the moonwalk specifically. And there's a reason why, because there's another artist that always did the moonwalk that actually does have the respectful narration. Whether or not, I don't know if Michael ever fully would, like, came out about it or whatever. I don't care, like, enough to investigate further, because we looked the guy up, and I was like, yeah, that shit, I knew that makes sense, right? But what I'm talking about was, like, not that. I'm talking about the overall majority, because he taught Michael Jackson how to, exactly what he teaches these new age and every other, to make money at the time, at least, right? He lives in fucking, I think, like, maybe not Scottsdale, but way northern Arizona. So he'd fly in LA like twice a year to, like, make a shit ton of cash, I'm sure, teaching the same stuff. But, like, basically, so Michael took that stuff and then worked on it, and Michael Jackson then, if you see, like, a lot of his fucking shit, right, is all a tribute to that. And then, like, that's a big deal. That's pretty fucking cool too. Like, it's awesome. But she's died, unfortunately and stuff. But I don't know what he's up to these days or whatever, you know. But at the time, that's what he was doing. So we were only taught because our director, the director, the woman, beautiful lady, what she is, she's still wonderful, you know. But at the time, right, single lady. So he was a horn dog, you know. He was a total horn dog. I loved it, like, but he was just total horn dog, you know, about it. And she's beautiful, you know. So yeah, so we all got the privilege because she, you know, was like, all right, come out, you know, whatever thing. Not that she let him on or nothing, you know what I mean? But the point is, Shields and Yarnell, both of them, come down and teach us how to do mime for a couple, like, how long it would have been? Like, unfortunately, not long enough. Like, I think it was a 4.5 hour, maybe total. Maybe. No, maybe. Let's see, like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, probably like, okay, there was a break and then like the rest. So total maybe 4.5, but half-hour break. So like maybe 4 hours. But really, probably maybe like not even 2 hours, you know? Not enough. You know, I wish it had been more. I wouldn't lie about it, but I wouldn't talk about how much. I would just stop at trained under or you know, whatever else, you know? But it doesn't matter. I don't care either way, you know. So anyway, like I don't forget a lot of the stuff they taught us for sure, but I especially don't forget at the end when he told me. He didn't tell everybody else. He told me, like, cause I was like genuinely asking, you know, yeah, he said, you have the body for mime. To this day, I mean, I still do. I wonder, like, when I was really big, I still think a lot of mime is still, I feel, you know, like this. I mean, otherwise, like, I can do a lot of that real easy. Maybe not as well as I used to, or whatever. Where's the water at? Boy. Stay hydrated, kids. Children, excuse me. I don't know. Hail Satan. Wait, can I say that? No. That's not the joke. The only devil I worship. All right, no. Is it? Yeah. All right. Okay. Is Sonny? That's the punchline. Because Sonny's the name of the ASU mascot, who's a devil. But I don't remember the rest right now. So yeah. The program, like the actual. So it was the Futures Players Society. Future, Future, meaning and implying future mindedness, and also just simply because it's not finished in this moment, therefore it hasn't actually occurred, with the also understanding that I already know or knew at the time plenty enough, more so enough than. And look, I've taken probably at least 50 or more 101 level improv, and then equal to, if not more, once I figured out you could skip 101. So like probably even maybe 75, 102, if that makes any sense at all. So yeah, I always knew most of whatever, but my arrogant and egotistical self thought a lot of people that are some are literally, unfortunately, not in my life anymore. But some are actually, I don't know, it's hard to talk about it, but like some are just simply not there, no more. And unfortunately, more is like they did it than me, which is, some of them are harder than others because it's like shit. too much. But other ones, it's like, yeah, all right, I don't care, whatever, fuck it, cause I'm not stopping. Mine's a single-minded goal. It doesn't stop. It gets more and more frustrating for people that they want to dick around, and it's like, no, the time to dick around is when you're an amateur, but we are professionals. You know what I mean? The time to dick around is when you're amateurs. Armatures, I like to say. When you're armature, dig around all you fucking want. Put your penis to the fucking sky and your little butthole to the fucking sand and jump up squealing when a fucking gooey duck bites you in the ass. I'm just trying to rail off of my. I need more caffeine, amphetamine, all that good shit. But I won't, cause I shouldn't, cause I'm being smart about everything. The room is fucking purified, clean like a motherfucker, and I might hit the mic tonight, I might not, but I'm definitely not going to that venue I didn't say the name of. But that motherfucker, look, even if he's not, I don't want to risk going to a fucking place where there's any of these types of people who are completely and unnecessarily just because of their own insecurities. I'm not, look, Casey be joking, I be joking, but look, if I wanted your girl, she would no longer allow you to call her or claim to possess her. That's for fucking sure. I wouldn't train a girl, but I would treat a girl. And I'll show a girl why she want me, and then she would know why she want me, and that might sound rapey, but it's not, because these are all words and not, what do you call it? It's like, hey, let me blow up my, this is my, girl to I didn't get it out, but okay. And now I will do my example here. Okay, this you see is oh, she's okay with it, huh? Yeah, she's okay, with this. Oh no! Pfft. Damn, I broke another one. Oh well, who needs a prop when you've got words? So, I don't know. It's like, I'm not gonna go to these fucking places. Also, how you gonna have an Look, man, you of all people should hear me here, okay? Stupid fucking joke. But here was I was explaining earlier, but here was my one joke. It is, someone told me about incels the other day. I got very confused because the only incel I knew was androids 17 and 18. Because they were incel. You see? Literally incel. And then I explained it earlier in the cast, but it's just an example. But I would tell these jokes, whatever. It's an anime comedy show, but the comics on there don't ever really ever, like one of the guys, the guy who's put the show, right, hosting and everything, he's a gamer, he plays video games, right, which is chill. I love video games, but I don't even see the fucker wearing even anime type shirts or nothing. These guys don't know dick about it. So I was just like, whatever. But they don't got me on the show, so I didn't go to that show. No way. I might have gone if it was like whatever. But I definitely don't want to go if one of the people on the show never talk about anime either. Barely even talk about fucking cartoons, really. This guy's just on the show for whatever fucking reason. Mostly because I think the girl he's with, really. To be perfectly frank here, that's what I'm getting at. Because this guy's girl, right, is legitimately, right, a person that I've known for a while, since before they were dating. That's for fucking sure. He was pretty fucking obvious what he was up to well, when we did get the chance to talk, because it's really, really, really difficult to talk to her like a human being when there's these other dudes parading around like fucking, what the hell you call those things that are like, fucking learn to talk like a fucking learn to fucking fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I see a human being that has pain behind their eyes, and I would like to inquire why. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Why I say that? Because I see a human being with pain behind their eyes, and I would wish to inquire why. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. All of them. Fuck you. You know? If I were allowed to, I would have treated them all like the animals they are. I would have legitimately fucking put them in their fucking spots. I would have boom, boom, boom. Tapped them each on the fucking nose. That's how easy it is. Bop them like a fucking dog, literally. Flick them, whatever. And sure, maybe one, maybe two, maybe all three of them would puff up quick. And guess what? Then I would go like this. And then they might be like, what? Be like, go fucking talk about it over there. We were having an adult conversation. I guarantee you two things. Number one, that girl, unfortunately, if she hadn't already, would have an even deeper affection toward me in the romantic sense, most likely. But only because, A, she'd never seen something like that before. B, she saw me dismantle 3 pieces of shit. The list goes on to a plethora of conceptual potential, etc. But what I ain't get at is the third level of that whole thing is if one of them is actually very fucking tough. You're fucked if you're not good enough, but you're fucked even if you're decent. There's a strong chance neither of you is walking away clean, because I'm damn good at least at getting a few in before I go down. All over a girl, mind you, not just any girl, a human being that I was seeing pain behind the eyes, and I wish to inquire further. I'm not attempting to be the therapist. I'm not attempting to be lowering her guard because I want to fuck. I'm not attempting anything other than to be a non-biased, practice my listening skills, because improv, baby, there's a reason I'm the best on the planet. Listening skills, what sometimes people don't think I have. In this particular situation, I do my best to 100% practice, but more so respect what improv has given me, the gift of actually attentively listening to a person, a human being, to which I saw pain behind their eyes and wish to inquire further. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck all of you, because I know exactly what you all are attempting to do. You know who I haven't mentioned at all yet? Another fellow human being attentively observing and listening at this moment still from slightly further away. So, provided it's the best case scenario, and all three of them scurried off now to fucking either collect more people, talk about how crazy I am, even though I'm not. I'm not at all. What's crazy is that these asshats want to come over and harass a girl. What they don't realize is truly fucking harassment. Disengage any chance of my empathetic healing capabilities from activating or achieving any chance at all of somewhat, maybe just like they're on the grasp straws or whatever, and like I'm not at any like I haven't even gotten to, like there's no way we will ever know what could have happened for this person, this human being, who I noticed pain behind their eyes, and I offered and began a conversation as to find out and inquire and hope that they would be open enough. Because this particular human being in the situation of Michael Silvers is actually truly still a slightly fascinating person, but also, more importantly, at the time, I hadn't even realized, but then it made a lot more sense later on, just lost a mother. Go fuck me. Oh, shit. Like, literally, come to find out later on that Jordan is an adoptee like myself, which is something that only people who were actually adopted could understand, period, across the board. Nobody who's... I'm sorry. Look, no, that's just how it works. If you weren't adopted, you wouldn't understand what it's like to be adopted. That's just what it is. We're not telling you that it's some secret clubhouse that only we get to have. It's more like a circumstance of our lives that occurred and happens. And sometimes adopted children get to know their blood family. Other times, they never even know that they had a blood family. You know, et cetera and so on. This has been going on for ages. We've been trading children off like they're our own, et cetera and so on, selling them, whatever. I think what's most important here is at the time, this is before the parent fully died, I believe. That was what was never revealed, but based on the next times talking with her, it made a lot more sense. Because the first 2 times that I'd met this girl, right, it was actually like a fucking rave house thing. Like the first time, allegedly, I'm guessing, you know, because you don't get her in trouble neither. You know, I think I said her name, you know, whatever. It could be a million people with the same names, right? Who the fuck listens anyway, right? The future's audience. At this point, I'm too busy scribbling fucking scripts away. When I say that, it's like this. You scribble a script, you crumple it up, and you throw it away. Scribbling scripts away. Because welcome to the big leagues, boyo. You thought you had it. Oh, fuck you. It's crazy. Or maybe not. Maybe it's more like, how has nobody before me come prepared? Like, no, what? That Fitbit is so that I can do allegedly, rails of cocaine and not die. What? Purity source? Dude, you fucking kidding me? No. My shit? What? What are you talking? Hey, I get it in the mail. Literally in the... What? No, I make my own. What? I'm just playing here. I'm just kidding. I don't fucking know what I'm saying. It's nonsense speak. But, I do know how to handle my shit. And I do know that the best UCB, the best of Second City, the best of Groundlings, training under Shields and Yarnell, training under the Halls, who come from Second City, but also have uniquely their own everything. Training under McDonald. I would love to train under the other kids. I would love to have all of the kids in the hall. See how amazing I am, just like he did. And, yeah, that would be an honor. You know, an honor is to run in Bob and Bob. I guarantee you. I'm equal to, if not at this point, because of age, probably better than Bob Odenkirk. But say that if ever there were a person that intimidates me even slightly, especially in the world of writing, Bob Odenkirk. And that's not because of Better Call Saul. It's not because of fucking Breaking Bad. It's not because of a lot of action. No, it's him and David Cross. But him especially, also, the guy is the reason Farley had they were there's a lot of respect due to a lot of still living players, but it doesn't mean that the young kid don't think that he can still do what the young kid can do, because the kid is slowly becoming a man, dare I say it, growing up. I grow up too fast, they. But anyway, I remember, yeah, because we was in your car. You played yeah, you like I think you might have been the yeah, I'm pretty sure you're the one that introduced me to the Japanese kid, the girls, the Baby Metal, I think, for sure. They were on SNL. If you didn't catch it, pretty filthy seeing them on SNL like that. And then I know there's like two other ones you showed me. But yeah, I remember the bar. That was the main reason I brought all that. Not that that wasn't fun reminiscing. It was totally cool. But I remember vividly that bar twice, but the second time was the last night I was in town. Like, I don't know if I ever told you or you knew this part. It was supposed to be my last night. Then I got violently ill for 2.5 days. And the first thing I did when I got violently ill was contact my two friends that I had eaten food with most recently to check and see if they got food poisoning, because a lot of the symptoms were very similar to food poisoning. Pretty certain it was COVID, but back then they didn't even have tests. They didn't even apparently know it existed or whatever, right? So that was actually my third to the last night in New York. Like, I'm talking fucked up sick. Like, fucked up, fucked up. Like, I get sick maybe never a lot in my life. I don't know why I knocked on that. It's not even real wood. I'm called a peckerwood sometime. But say that. What you say? I don't know. What it would. Well, yeah, I got violently ill. It was on internet. Okay, we're good. It wasn't because of that. But it was because of I got violently ill, right? But the sad and cool or whatever was the fact that I could have stayed longer with everyone. That would have been fun because I was having an awful lot of fun. Writer for Rick and Morty, performer for Whose Line? Heather and Campbell? I'm not sure. I only know the two of them, which is David, maybe the guy that wrote Community or whatever, Dan Harmon, and then his partner who does the voice is that guy has other something somethings on other something somethings. Check her Wikipedia. Yeah. All right. Do that. All right now. Are you gonna? Is it? She's 43. What were you saying about her? were you saying about her? It says she's got SNL credit and Matt TV credit. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, no, like so, like I'm not against the concept of like I'm not okay. I'm not as it might be considered or whatever, maybe gatekeeping or I'm not like my thing is more of this. If I've seen you perform many so like way too much, really. I've seen you on the stage, listen, way too much. Okay? And I never once heard you mention a comic like directly specifically, like you know what you're talking about. Or anime. And then I've been outside even more and I don't necessarily say nothing, but I heard your conversations. And again, I don't once again heard nothing, right? You dig? So then that's more what I'm saying, right? Is that these people would do this, like I said, like with Ray, or you might not have been here, but I was explaining, like with Ray, for example, he and I would do, we talked about League of Legends. He's a gamer, but he's not anime. But anyway, nah, I got on a whole thing other than that. It's more like, so the initial thing I was talking about with that was that this guy Silver and then this other guy, I don't even care to know his name. But these types of guys are parading around as comedians, which is fine. There are people that laugh at what they do. So therefore, by all means, hurrah, hip hip hooray. I really don't care enough to get into that debate. Why does it matter? Why does it matter so much to you that I personally don't find you funny? Why don't you can do you, oh, because you because you yes, it's okay to say it. It's okay. You care because because I'm awesome. I know. I get it. You care because other people like me and because I'm awesome. I understand why you're so upset. I actually get you because I understand people, or I do my best to understand. Like, I don't understand what it's like to be you because I am awesome. Like, I'm sorry that it's shit to be you. But then, like, I don't see Jordan as an item, and I don't see Nicole or Antonella as a real name. Right? I don't see neither of them as object of my affection, if you will. Keyword their object, secondary to affection, which is more like, I don't know, there's probably a bunch of bullshit I could say. But the main thing I'm getting at is I see Antonella and I see Jordan as humans, people, fucking animals for sure. Definitely animals. We're all fucking animals for sure, for sure. It's just in the animal kingdom, animals are allowed to behave like animals, but of all the animals in the animal kingdom, for some odd reason, the human animal is not allowed to be natural. It must maintain restraint. Like, I let an awful lot happen around me when I first moved to LA, especially. Whereas, especially when I was younger, would not have happened because of the fact that I was fucking jacked. Like, I have a shit ton of testosterone. Imagine me when I was a youngster, how much more I had. And now imagine how much fucking anger I had from being locked in cages most of my childhood. Like, I am a fucking monster. But I'm also a sweetheart and a charmer. I prefer love because love doesn't hurt. Oh, you say love hurts. No, you're upset right now. And you think you'll never get over it. Just like my other guy, hypothetically, who said, "Oh, why does everything bad happen to me?" And I says, "What do you mean, Dave?" And Dave's like, "Oh, they fired me after 17 years." And I was like, "Dave, that sucks." And he's like, "Yeah, I know. Why is everything bad?" Dave, I'm not so sure. What do you mean you're not so sure? And it's Dave, look. Like, Dave, calm the fuck down, or I'm gonna smack you until you fucking shut the fuck up and listen real quick. Alright, you know what? And then I already had unwrapped it, and it was literal Snickers, because he's old enough to remember the commercials. And he starts eating the Snickers, which means he can't talk. Because he already almost died from choking the last time Dave tried to talk while he ate the Snickers. Literally almost died, but I punched him right in the sternum, and everybody else was amazed because they're like, "What the fuck? I thought you had to do the Heimlich." And I'm like, "I did the Heimlich." They're like, "No, you didn't." I'm like, just because I didn't do Hans fucking Heimlich's procedure doesn't mean I didn't pull off an efficient form of the same fucking thing where you make a fucking force to the fucking spot that projects the fucking air enough to fucking activate the fucking shit, to open the shit, to allow that shit to pop the fuck out when he coughs. You guys think people run like fucking corks and barrels, but no, you just have to hit the right spot and know where the fuck to hit and not be an idiot, because then you probably broke a spinal cord. Like, it's not a spine. It's like, I know, man. I can only go so far with improv on top of improv with nobody around. And they think it's hard to tell a monologue. I just pulled off multiple characters. Oh, by the way, I got to finish what's up with Dave, because Dave's still snacking on the Snickers. So if you listen to me, Dave, for all we know, you'll win the lottery in 3 days with your last $5. We don't know what's going to happen right now because of what's going on to you, man. So just keep in mind, Act 2, Scene 2, nothing good nor bad. Thinking makes it so. So do your best to enjoy that Snickers that you got for free, even though I was saving it because I'm going to be fucking angry later. But I gave it to you because that fucking sucks, man. So let's get a drink in an hour when I'm off work, all right, Dave? Okay, you feeling a little bit better? Yeah, because you're a fatty boy. Come on, man. Lighten yourself up. Remember who you really are, man. I love you. You know, if you want, you can wait in the lobby. Just don't fucking harass the secretary last time, you know? And then Dave will fucking chill the fuck out. I'll buy him a few drinks because I still have a job. And like I said, he actually listened to me finally. And he went off to Europe and fucking met that woman. And, you know, we joked around and thought it was kidnapping and shit. But no, it turned out he's meeting her family and her son and getting engaged. And then now they live out here. And she's got her fucking... We still joke with him about the green card, but we know she loves him. She remembers his birthday and the anniversary. And, you know, she's very grateful to be away from tyranny like that. You know, that's why she's really, really pissed off. Like, everyone's angry that she's conservative. And she's like, have you ever lived in communism? Because she did, and it fucking sucks. You know, like I don't understand, but I understand enough to know where she's from. That'd be like, hey, you know, I probably would vote like her too, man. And you know what? She don't bitch about me, bitching about her, bitching about me. We don't bitch. We actually play board games instead, and we fight over fucking Broadway. No, not the fucking musicals. Both of us agree on that. No, I'm talking about the fucking, what's it called? Broadway Avenue, right? What you talking about, Park Place? Fuck you. Fuck your parking. Mine's free. So I can go for hours, dude. I literally am the best fucking person on the planet at improv. There's no doubt in my mind. That's me even stoned a little, dude. Fucking sober and geeked out always. I'm just amazing, and especially when I'm talking to people that care enough to appreciate it. I value real people like you, and I know you enjoy it. Like, you would, I wouldn't keep seeing the content. You wouldn't keep participating if I didn't know otherwise. I definitely would have stopped at least 2 hours ago. At this point, I'm glad I have a sign on the front of the door that says in recording session. At this point, I'm wondering how long till maybe some other fuckers pop in that I sent the code out to earlier. Like Casey should have been back by now. He would have loved having you in here. But I think I finished everything, like, mostly. Like, so I know I took notes, but I could really recall if I wanted to and pull in those memory cycles from New York and stuff. But the things that I brought up earlier and then the thing that I want to finalize, like for that part at least, definitely, like all bullshit aside, I remember vividly what I remember, okay? And I remember, so here's what I remember. Including you and me, I remember 7 people total. Not all of us started together. You and I went to, I want to say it was the Magnet or one of the other ones first, I believe. And then we went to that second one, and you're like, oh, they might still be doing it. And they were, and we did that one. And then they went off, we went outside. It was cold as fuck, for sure. Typical fucking November. No, it was November at that point. And bullshitted, and I mostly did a good job, I feel, hopefully, of like absorbing and listening. But I also probably was trying to be impressive because, whatever. But I remember the people I remember because, like, I'm blanking on his name, but if I say that Asian dude, you're going to know exactly who I'm talking about, even if he's not Asian. But the guy that got the Magnet Theater, which I'm really happy about. I want to call him Kevin right now for some reason. I know that's not his name, most likely. But I know him because he was at multiple things that we did throughout the thing. Because I remember you were like my liaison to a lot of those. You helped me get to those different ones and find my way. But I remember him, and then the dude with the glasses, who's the dude who I want to call Jeff now. Yeah, the Pit was one of them. Yep, the Pit and the Magnet Theater were the two, yeah. And then the Irish pub was so we went to the Irish pub more than once also. But we went to the Irish pub early for the night when you were doing it. So I got to see what goes on there. Like, oh, so anybody can rent this spot, basically. Because these people were doing something, I forget, before we showed up. And then you did your class, and I met people there, and there were people there and stuff. And then, or your jam. It was a class, but, jam too. But I was learning the Herald through you, which was a wonderful experience. For sure, for sure. You helped me learn about the Herald, most certainly, kind sir. You showed me the format as it were, or as it was, as according to the program. The founding 4 of the UCB would be proud of you in that moment. No matter how chaotic and ridiculous it ended up being. So, that's the bar. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll ask you for the names of the venues for when the book is getting finalized, and the editor's like, we should probably give these places names, dude, because you can't just call it. I'll be like, all right, okay, and then I'll contact you. Hey, I know you're busy, but can you give me these names? You got time for lunch? And then we'll eat at one of the fancy New York hotels because it's fucking fun like that. Spend most of the time making up stories for all the idiots around. Oh yeah, look at those guys. See him crying? Oh yeah. He's not sad because his wife left. He didn't give a fuck about that. He's sad because he lost 6 stocks this day. Yeah, blah, blah, whatever. I don't know. Rich people shit. So anyway, yeah, I remember that, right? So I remember the dude with the glasses because he was at a lot of them. But there was a third dude that I wish I could remember his name. And I remember him because he was fucking very, very fucking talented. Like, probably to this day, the most talented improv, like, non-identity improv person. That's what I'm going to call. Okay. It's a good thing we're recording, folks, because now that's another patented, coined FPS first tier. You heard it. Whatever the fuck I just said. I forgot already, but I'll go back and I'll find it and I'll remember whatever I just fucking said was gnarly and dope as shit. Something about being not recognized and not known and shit. But he was super fucking good. And I know that because I didn't know at the time, but when they were bullshitting out there, they weren't just bullshitting. We were doing like improv bullshitting too. And that was a first for me, having talented improv people fucking around outside of improv, fucking around like in Seattle especially, for example, they would be like, yeah, go drink drinks and shit at the bar. Them motherfuckers wouldn't be joking around at the bars. They'd either be playing bar games, just whatever. But like other times they should be crying about their fucking day jobs and shit. It's like, how are you? And you'd realize because then you'd try and play with them and they wouldn't play with you. They'd be like, no, I do that shit on there. I'm here. And like, oh, you're a piece of shit. Fuck you. You don't want to have fun. You just want to be miserable and fucking steal people's money. Fuck you. I hate those motherfuckers. Should always want to have fun. Mike, probably Mike. Yeah. But the way I described him, he was, I think, equal in height to me or a little shorter. Well, you're shorter than me. I know that much. So if he's a little taller than you, probably the Mike. Yeah. I bet you I could keep describing it. He had black hair, but it was like well groomed, and he was just very fucking talented. Yeah. Like I was like, damn, if I survived New York instead of LA, I would already, I'm sure, be bonding with so many people. Like, but I would not. I couldn't handle it. Even though everyone said you could handle New York, it's like, no, I don't think so. Like, LA is so much easier in so many different weird fucking lazy ass motherfucker me ways, you know? But yeah, like but here's what okay, when I say we met up with other people there, here's where that's what I'm saying. So, I remember okay, it might have been more than 7. I'm trying to remember. I remember the bartender had like a friendship or like a more bond with one of the other improvers, and you guys was explaining that a bit, and that shit was funny and fun. But I remember there was a girl, and then I think if I remember right, there might have been another girl, but there was a girl that came with us, and then I remember, yeah, no, because I remember one of the girls was your friend, if I remember correctly. That well, everybody's friend, I'm sure, but she went to your thing with us and was at the other thing and went like if I'm remembering correctly. So maybe yeah, okay, so maybe it was more like there was 9 people including us. Cuz I remember there was like 3 people at the bar maybe. Oh, word. I wonder if I still follow him or he follows me. That'd be cool. I should probably pay more attention to shit like that. But yeah, like that is what I remember. Other than that, I mean, it's so crazy, but I know I wrote a lot of it down. But the shit that I definitely know that I remember is like that's all the stuff I definitely remember. Other than that, I can, if I wanted to, I could recall what I did on stage, what was done on stage, what we did at your thing, stuff like that. But I could only recall so much because I was definitely drinking, dude. At that time, I was really laying into my Jimmy Fallon mentality of life type of thing in a way. But also, I was also in the process of, maybe it wasn't my worst peak, but I I've never like I'm not an alcoholic. I don't think I've never called myself an alcohol. Like I love alcohol for sure. And I blacked out or browned out, etc. Out. I passed out in benches a lot, but like I've never. I don't think. I've never. What do you call it? I've never ruined a relationship drinking. I've gotten close with Casey, but if anything, we're closer now. And Casey is the reason that I know now there are certain people that once I know how it is, I no longer, I still drink alongside them or around them, but I no longer drink because the two of us become a certain way that can end everything. And I don't want that ever again in my life, ever. I never want to be the reason that someone is removed from my life. I love everyone so much, especially the people that I get close to. It is so hard for me. Like, it's not, I don't have attachment issues. Shut the fuck up. What? I was just saying, like, this sounds pretty codependent, dude. No, look, I don't ask. It's a support thing. Yeah, but like, like, sometimes it's just like you should be alone. Like, no, dude, like I'm alone so much. That's why I value them so much more, because the times when I'm around them, I get the privilege to be social or feel accepted in society somewhat, and also it's the most productive I ever am when I'm surrounded by my crew and my people and my friends and my allies and whatever. Oh, when you say it that way, you sound like a genius. Well, yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, dude. Oh, okay then. Yeah, so go back in the fucking back of the corner where you belong. With the fucking other gremlin motherfuckers here doubting me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Yeah, it might be a Miller, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah. No, there's a tall dude. Well, some of them were tall dudes. But there was the bartender and the other dude. I remember that part, too. I should probably start getting ready, though, because, like, it's 10:30 and 11:30 is when the mics start. So if I want to rush out to it, it's not that far from my place, but I got to make sure I eat something again because I'm starting to feel, like, queasy a bit for some reason. Probably because I haven't eaten enough today. But also because I literally jacked up on caffeine for sure. So the way I'm feeling right now is most definitely withdrawals. No doubts. Caffeine is a bitch. I love it. I've done time for a little me break. Give myself a nice fucking hug. Tap on the back. Good job, buddy. You done okay. Clean the place. You fucking 5.5 hours. Christ almighty. Living in land of luxury, ain't I? But yeah, man, I remember the most important stuff, and then the book will be written, and the text will be there, and like Kevin told me, he was really awesome, but he told me, he was like, because I asked him, I was like, so that's why I'm saying I have them all there in theory. I just need the application. I need people, and I need to apply it, so it's no longer a theory. It works. Cool. Sounds good. Yeah, perfect timing. Yeah. Because, like, basically, what I'm saying is, Kevin McDonald, dude from Kids in the Hall, I asked him, I was like, so there's these games that are already set up, and some of them are called something different, I noticed, but they're the same games. And he says, yeah. He says, so I've been trying to figure out when you're making a new game, is it like, so if you take certain parts of one game and certain parts of another game and you understand what appeals to the audience, and that's a new game, right? And then he to me goes, yeah, that's exactly how you do it. I was like, all right, thank you. And I was like, thank you. And the truth is that I know for a fact because I legitimately have had an improv troupe steal one of my games. And the reason I say the word steal, which is not fair to be used in the world of improv with this, like, not too many people like me. And I get the class was a research and development, and the goal of that class was to legitimately create new game concepts. But I was the only one doing exactly what I did, which is the reason why And he actually liked me, but the instructor took it to the team. What I wasn't allowed in yet. I had auditioned for this company many fucking times and not gotten in. No matter what I'd done to this day, this company fucks me every time for no reason other than one among others right here, what I'm about to say. They didn't just, they took it straight from the practice where you're just doing a rehearsal together, having fun. They took it from that to the show. One that or now they play it on the regular with the name I gave it. It works beautifully, but I've never had the privilege to perform it. Yet it's still my fucking game, and I knew it would fucking work. I knew it was performance capable. I knew everything when I put it to paper in that classroom. To this day, it irritates me that that company never gave me my dues with the amount of Seattle I am and the amount of respect I am and like everything about it. Like Mike never once admitted, Mike never once said thank you. Mike never once acknowledged me almost entirely from that point on. As if it was such a big deal that one of my several now, at this point, I have about at least 5 for sure, but as much as 15 total concept design. Some are instructional specific and could not be used in performance. It could be attempted, but it would be a massacre in my opinion, just like long form. But then again, some people love long form. So all the more to you, as long as I get my respect, which is this comes from the School of Future Player Society, which that's the final, like that's what I was saying before, is like it used to have an apostrophe S, but in Seattle, I accidentally used the wrong app. So the guy that came was, bless his heart, he stayed for the whole thing, and he did learn a thing or two, which was good. I helped him with English also. But he was super gay, and he thought it was a hookup thing. So that's not cool. But also, I don't mind because it was an experience. And I had that rented place for several months, and he was the only one who showed up. So sad. Then in LA, Nico was the only one. But now Nico's like what I was saying before. Like, if this were a thing already, then I would be like, Nico, you have to meet my partner first. And then he would, if you were like, no, then I would be like, Nico, I would like to continue with what we're doing, but unfortunately for you, at least, this is just what it is. It's a deal that I have with you, right? This is all just nonsense speak. Like, as it is right now, I'm just grateful to have someone that will help me get this shit running. And Nico wants to create an Instagram page. Nico wants to audition. Nico wants to have a troupe performing as soon as tomorrow. But I need more than Nico and me, and this guy who's barely available, and when he is available, is paying to take improv classes from people like the Second City and Groundlings and UCB. Because fuck the FPS. Nobody wants to pay for nobodies. Fucking nobody understands me the way that they should. Like, I could teach people for not even a quarter of the fucking price and still make enough money that would alleviate my life a lot to teach once a week for like fucking 5. Like, dude, it's insanity. The capabilities that I have right now and the lack of understanding and like I got no wicked witch behind me whooping my ass with a fucking stick. I got no fucking beautiful music goddess of sort to like aspire, like knowing full well and bloom like the only reason she's the minute that I fall it's I have no this for sure. I have no this is what's gonna get you to SNL, kid. If you do this one final thing, I guarantee that's not how it works. I'm not crazy. I don't get fucking messages from fucking God. I don't get fucking there's no whispers in my ear. There's no fucking like this is it. No. If I was high all the time and doing the right drugs, then I would be that way for sure, for sure. But once again, just like earlier, what I said about people that believe they're inside video games typically tend to be drug users, heavy users, abusers, and addicts that hang out with other drug users, abusers who spend most of their time, if they're not getting high, like I said, getting their shit from no shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's what it is. It's fine. It's fun. Whatever. But my point is that I'm straight and narrow as far as I know what's real and what's not, and I know what I can do and what I've attempted so far and failed at. So, anyway, I know you're going to bed, so I'll let you go to sleep and stuff. New York time is shit, dude. It's not too bad. Get to sleep by 1. That's not too bad, man. I appreciate you sticking around and stuff. Good conversation. But we can always talk again and stuff. And then that way I'll take a shower, probably eat some stuff, and then go see about doing some stand up. You know? Maybe I'll meet my wife. Who knows? I know there's a actual person over there, and that I kind of like her, maybe a little. I don't know. I was thinking I might ask her if she likes me too. Maybe if I seen her, you never know. Might be nice. Like I said, just having a partner in general, having people in general who see me and understand me somewhat, or if they don't understand me, they at least have the equal patience that I have, knowing that I don't understand them either, and that most people are just as weird to me. So it's what it is, But anyway, the reason I know you're good at improv also is you're a great listener, man. Even though you're not in here, you'd be talking also, bro. You'd be everything you wrote, you would be mentioning, But give her time. I think about Harlan Williams. Like, give her time. Yep, give her time, because he does a stand up and he I don't know. He's Harlan Williams is pretty fun. I did Hoop Street for Harlan, and Harlan really liked Hoop Street. Everybody loves Hoop Street though. Like Casey was doing Hoop Street earlier, joking about his new character, Hoop Street. It was pretty funny. Like, he called it Hooligan, but same different. I don't know, man. It'll be fun. Like, once I get at least one person that can film for me, then I'm going to finally be able to cut my hair. And when I cut my hair is when it's going to jettison to the Comedy Store, to a job, to stand up on the regs, not at mics, but on a stage. And not just any stage. One of the best stages in all of fucking Los Angeles. And when I'm there, obviously it will always be the best stage in all of Los Angeles. And then, ideally speaking, I'm gonna hop train just the same way Punky did. I'm gonna pop ship, get there, and we'll see what happens, Because there's no way I can get nearly enough credits, let alone a television series, in time to get to SNL within a year. But the chances of me with short hair, look like a fucking god that I am, and getting that job at the Comedy Store is... Like, if there's one thing I know, beautiful people at the door are... Beautiful people at the store are... Like, as long as I'm short hair looking beautiful like I do, they will come around to me, I know. Like, whether or not they let me on the stage, like, they would actually want me to fail, so they probably would put me up there. And Dawn knows me too, so that's good. But either way, it's time for you to sleep, for sure. Enjoy your dreams, man. Maybe don't play the baby metal, but I'll be doing, like, man, I don't know, I need to listen to more. I did do a little Japanese action anime kind of play track, but probably Blues Brothers again. Anyway, man, I appreciate you coming through, and have a great night's sleep and stuff. And that for me, for sure. For sure. Rally them up. Tell them I says hello. Let them know I'm floundering in LA, But thank you for coming by, and have a great sleep. And as for everyone else, the orphans, have you gone to bed yet? That's how you know that those kids are lost, because they are cheering when I says about bedtime. Whoa, hey, chill out, man. Hey, look, it's not my children. That's the point, isn't it? Whoa, that was uncalled for. Ow! Oh, thank you. No, I'll... That's the button I was looking for. All right. Once again, this has been JDK, Mr. FPS, Future Player Society. Feel free to go to our website and hire our characters anytime you want. That would be www.futureplayersociety.com. However, you can also just check out our other website if you want. It's the hashtag Road-SNL in any Google search, which is a fascinating site. But you could also just go to www.roadtosnl.com. But then you could also send it's easier to send donations that way, that's for sure. You could always send us donations. We could always use more asset retrieval funds, right? I just promise you I'm on a huge sobriety kick, but I did mention earlier about the supplements. So in all reality, there's a strong chance that will help me because I already said I spent that. I was gonna be spending more on that, so it would probably go to mean it that I had that. So like in theory, you would be donating toward those, but in reality, you would just be helping me, and then I got that for me. So you don't have to worry if I die from experimenting on supplements. But I'm not gonna like go crazy on them. I'm gonna use them how they're supposed to. I'm just simply implying that you never know, folks. That's why there's only tonight. There's only right now. And I love all of you, Futures audience, even if this is the last time I ever said anything on the screen. Don't end on a dark note. Don't end on a dark note. I won't. Push the thumbs up, push the thumbs down, comment, subscribe, push the bell button. Definitely let me know what you want to hear about. If you want to send love to Casey, that's great. Casey Judson on everything. Casey Judson on everything, right? You can find us on Instagram. It's fps.comedy, but you can also find my personal, what is called professional personal, if you will, and that's the future_player_JDK. And that scores back to a long initial narrative, what I never finished with Edwin, but basically the long and short is the apostrophe was moved over the S when I moved to LA because I realized it's me and my characters and only me and my characters. All respect to the number one student, but also at the same time, he's in New York for starters. But either way, the Futures Player Society is just me and my characters for the time being. But it also does include an awful lot because my network is your network, and if you ever want to network, there's a strong chance I know people. The only downside of this is that I have yet to meet the boomerang, but I have always known an awful lot of rocks. Okay, that was pretty good. What I was implying is that you use your sling and you throw a rock, but it doesn't come back, right? I don't. Okay, well, the point is that I have helped a lot of people achieve more success in many different ways, but it's very rare. I don't think ever yet that any of them have come backward to do anything toward me. Some are cool, and we're cool, and it's all good. Like, there's no ill. They know me, and I know them, and they know why I don't bother them, and I know why they are too busy, because they're actually busy doing important, actual achieving. It's a wonderful thing. I don't have malice. I simply know that they didn't get there through ill means, mind you. They got there through choosing different paths that I decided at the time were not the paths that I wished to choose. Easy example, moving to LA instead of me, what I ended up doing, which is purchasing the condo and going to Seattle and doing all that. And then, by happenstance, I got hit by the car, which was not going to come back to life and stuff. And then that was how I ended up doing the whole to what I am and where I am right now, even in this moment, I would have eventually ended up, the reality is, minus COVID, I probably would have ended up here around now. So if I really want to look at life in a beautiful way, and let's end it in a beautiful way, as I'm going to do stand up as if it's my first time on stage, not my first time on stage, as if it's my first time in LA on stage with a new, refreshed, and beautiful perspective on everything and everyone around me. And that's kind of what I'm saying, if that makes any sense. Even though it's totally contrary to everything you heard me say, I would end it on saying, right here, right now, in the moment we're supposed to be, here we are, all of us together. Thank you for watching, Futures audience. I love each and every one of you, and I hope you understand, even right now, in this moment, we are together, and it's wonderful. Improv is life. You wake up, you choose. And I choose. Peace and love and all that good stuff. Christ, I gotta learn my buttons in the dark. Oh man, Christ is not here right now. Yeah, no shit. Whoa. Oh wait, but wait, what's that now? Yeah, thank you. Good improv.